this morning. So I would wish to invite them to take charge. But before that, our resident pastor will do the noble job of praying for us so that we place our day into the hands of the Almighty God. So Ingenia Annette Nantongo Kezia Triamureva.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to say the official ministry prayer. Let us humble ourselves and pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of this new day. We thank you for the gift of life and health that you have granted us. We thank you for our families and our motherland, Uganda. We thank you for entrusting us with the leadership of our different offices and for the privilege to serve our country and other countries. We implore you to grant us guidance in the management of our work and offices, and especially on this 4th day of the Uganda Water and Environment Week 2025. And also bless us during these deliberations. May the decisions that we make today serve the best interest of our country and bring glory to your name. In your mighty name we pray. Amen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, to this 4th day of our Uganda Water and Environment Week. I believe it's getting better and better, right? Can I see people who are saying it's getting better and better? Very good discussions going on, certainly. I would also love to welcome the online team to this 4th day, where we'll be having a dialogue on sub-theme number 3, looking at equitable and sustainable use of water and environment resources for improved incomes and livelihoods. We'll start off with a video on the same sub-theme. IT team, please.
From the vast lakes and rivers to the rich forests and wetlands, these resources play a crucial role in agriculture, industry, tourism, and energy production. Sectors that drive economic growth and create employment opportunities for Ugandans of all genders and age groups. For the farmer in a rural area, water ensures food security. For the fisher folk on Lake Victoria, it sustains an entire industry. And for the entrepreneur in a city, a stable environment means reliable energy and resources to fuel innovation and business growth. Beyond these traditional sectors, Uganda's water and environment resources are creating new employment opportunities. For instance, the youth are venturing into ecotourism, sustainable forestry, and green enterprises. Women are increasingly taking up leadership roles in conservation, ensuring that these resources benefit all members of society equitably. However, deforestation, pollution, and by extension climate change endanger not just nature, but the very foundation of Uganda's economy and livelihoods. Through policy reforms, community involvement, and investments in conservation, the government and partners are working to balance development with environmental protection.
We are able now to understand where the problem is. So we've been able now to know that the loss of forest cover has been more on privately owned land than in the forest reserves. So with that in mind, then we were able to design projects that are targeting tree growing outside forest reserves. So since 2008, we've been running the National Community Tree Planting Program that aims at giving free quality seedlings to all Ugandans to be able to replace the forests that we've lost in privately owned land.
This year's event, running under the theme Water and Environment Resources for Enhanced Resilience and Improved Incomes and Livelihoods, also has 4 sub-themes. Today's sub-theme is Equitable and Sustainable Use of Water and Environment Resources for Improved Incomes and Livelihoods. This sub-theme will emphasize the importance of water and environmental resources for socio-economic development, job creation, improved income, and livelihoods.
Thank you. That was very interesting. I wanted to go on and on. As a forester, I did forestry and nature conservation. That was very intriguing. Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to our next session. We are honored this morning to be joined by a keynote speaker, Professor Edward Bale, who is a director, EFD Makerere Center, School of Economics, Makerere University, joining us online all the way from Addis Ababa. Professor, are you there?
Yes.
Good.
Good morning.
Good morning. Very welcome. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. Allow me to share my presentation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for this opportunity to share with you. I want to test and see whether I can be heard or I can be seen online. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear, Professor.
Oh, thank you very much. I will go straight into the presentation. First of all, the outline of the presentation. I'll have an introduction, then talk about the nexus of water, environment, and livelihoods, then the equity in access and utilization, then sustainability issues, water and environment resources as engines of growth. Then I'll look at the actionable recommendations, and then call to action, and then conclusion. First of all, esteemed guests, policymakers, scholars, and stakeholders, I thank the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, for nominating me to deliver a keynote address on this very important topic during the Uganda Water and Environment Week 2025. I am honored to speak on a subject that lies at the heart of economic development, social justice, and environmental sustainability. This is the equitable and sustainable use of water and environmental resources for improved incomes and livelihoods. Water and environment resources are not just the backbone of human survival, but also the engines of economic prosperity. However, we face a paradox. While these resources are abundant, their availability and access remain unequal, and yet their misuse threatens both current and future generations. Looking at the nexus of water and environment, as well as livelihoods, I note that water is very important in economic growth and development, and in many of the cases actually influences the success of all the other sectors of the economy. Even when we think about human capital and think about health and think about education, it is very important that water plays a very important aspect in human capital accumulation. Without water, we cannot accumulate the capital we need in terms of health, in terms of education, to ensure productive labor force. But also in industrialization, it is clear that clean water is essential for manufacturing and services. And then also it is a reliable source of energy. It is a source of energy, and I think for our country, Uganda, we depend a lot on hydro, and without water, then we cannot have that. Then when we look at agriculture, 70% of the global freshwater withdrawals go to agriculture. But at the same time, water is very important, both as a means of transport, but also as an enabler of other transport means. In terms of livelihoods, more than 1.2 billion jobs globally depend on healthy ecosystems. However, challenges such as climate change, pollution, and resource mismanagement exacerbate the inequality and threaten sustainability. When we look at a global perspective, we note that between 40 to 70% of many developing countries, as this map can show us, we lack access to safe drinking water. And when you observe much more critically, you find that even the fragile states, those that have been affected by war, are mainly affected by also lack of water resources, lack of water for the population. And this emphasizes the fact that water is a scarce resource that can actually spur conflict. And allow me to look at the global perspective and speak to water scarcity and economic challenges. Allow me to look at the example of China, example of India, where this country is now facing severe water shortages due to over-extraction of groundwater. And by 2030, India's water demand is expected to be twice the available supply. And this could lead to a 6% GDP loss. China, the northern part of China suffers very chronic water scarcity, and this has prompted government to construct the South-North Water Transfer Project, one of the largest engineering projects in history. And this point actually speaks to what government can do to bridge the inequality, to make sure that those that have abundant supply can benefit from other areas that really are suffering. And then in the MENA region, the region has only 1% of the world's freshwater resources, but houses 5% of the global population. And in this, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates invest heavily in the desalination, but at very high energy costs. Again, we can talk about disaster from the world and economic losses. We remember the Pakistan floods 2022, and this one devastated, around 33 million people. And the economic damages were estimated at US dollars 30 billion, impacting agriculture, infrastructure, and livelihoods. And then the California drought, which actually affected the agricultural sector and lost close to dollars 2.7 billion, and lost jobs equal to 21,000 due to prolonged water shortages. But now, when we think about the African perspective, Africa is home to some of the world's largest freshwater systems, including the Nile, Congo, and Niger rivers, yet over 400 million people lack access to safe and safe drinking water. And we can see the devil in the house, deforestation, desertification, and overgrazing reduce agricultural productivity, affecting millions of livelihoods. And here we have examples. Lake Chad, for example, once a major water source for Nigeria, Niger, Chad, and Cameroon, has shrunk by 90% since the 60s, causing conflicts amongst farmers, herders, and fishermen. And then when we think about the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam on the Nile, has triggered geopolitical tensions, highlighting the need for cooperative resource management. And in East Africa, the region relies on transboundary water bodies like Victoria, Lake Tanganyika, and the Nile Basin, which support agriculture, fishing, and hydroelectric power, which basically this speaks to the view that there is a clear relationship between livelihoods and natural resources and water resources, for example. But now we also see the deforestation in the Mau forest of Kenya, which has impacted the Mara River and then threatening wildlife in Serengeti and Masai in Kenya, in which case it means that, once we are irresponsible, then we affect livelihoods of the respective countries, but also the region at large. But in situations where we have a proper exploitation of the natural resources, take an example of the Karuma and the Simba hydropower projects in Uganda, we see a great potential and the example of sustainable water use for energy. And given the era where we are, I must emphasize that clean energy for that matter. And in the Uganda's perspective, Lake Victoria provides drinking water, fishing, and transport for millions. And this one, I mean, clearly, we see sources of livelihood, sources of foreign exchange, source of employment, but again suffers from pollution. The nearby industries and towns, all the wastes and all that end up in the lake, and I think the lake is saturated, and also to note that our Lake Victoria is not so deep. It is shallow, and we need to revise the way we deal with the lake for sustainability issues, but also without sustainability, then we cannot ensure that livelihoods that depended on the lake can continue to depend on it. And then the river Ruizi, which is drying up due to encroachment and the poor watershed management, this is affecting livelihoods in Western Uganda. So these natural resources have a great bearing on our livelihoods, and should we not be responsible, then we are affecting current and future generations. But thanks to the National Irrigation Policy 2017, which aims at boosting agriculture by expanding the irrigation coverage, and here water is critical, and the future of agriculture in Uganda, but also in globally, will depend on water, and this is water for irrigation. Without irrigation, members, all of us are witnesses to the view that seasons have changed. Today, Uganda, we are receiving rains, thanks God, but definitely this is the 21st. I mean, this is the 20th of March. During our times, some of us have been there for some time, we know that the rains used to come very early in March. And so we are not sure whether, the rains might stop immediately April comes in, which is a few days from today. And so irrigation is the future, but irrigation also depends on the natural resource called water. And I want to emphasize, because now we are in Uganda and Lake Victoria is our serious natural resource, and it has environmental challenges. Allow me to explicitly speak to this and look at pollution. I've already mentioned the industrial waste, the agricultural runoff, and the untreated sewage, which have actually ended up in the lake, and they have caused massive fish die-offs. But also the declining fish stocks and coming from overfishing And here the sustainability issue comes in. But also, once we don't ensure sustainability, then livelihoods are threatened. And so overfishing, pollution, these have reduced the Nile perch and the tilapia populations, impacting livelihoods for millions. But also, on the other part of Tanzania, research and laboratory tests have confirmed that in some fish, so indicates the view that there are some plastic particles, which is really dangerous to life. But this one is coming from human activity, waste management, and what have you. And so it is critical that as we look at our livelihoods, employment, foreign exchange, and what have you, this depends squarely on the natural resources that we have. We must be good custodians of these natural resources. And we saw the rising water levels in 2020, where Lake Victoria actually burst its banks, rising to 13.4 meters, flooding towns of Uganda, Kenya, etc. And I think it is us researchers that have not actually measured the loss to the country in terms of GDP when this one happened. Okay, when Victoria burst its banks, what was the economic loss to the country? And once we can have this one clearly measured, then government can understand what must be done seriously and strictly to make sure that these natural resources don't turn around to be actually a curse to the economy. In terms of the equity in access and utilization, I want to argue that despite Africa's rich water and environmental resources, distribution remains highly inequitable. Globally, 2 billion people lack safe drinking water, mostly in low-income areas. The world map I've shown in the previous slides has actually indicated this issue. But in Africa, water scarcity affects arid regions like the Sahel, forcing migration and conflicts. And in East Africa, the pastoralists, communities, struggle for water during droughts, leading to clashes between farmers and herders in Kenya and Uganda. But also, we have witnessed situations in our own country where not only animals died because of water shortages, but also human beings. And this is very recent in the Karamoja region, very fresh on our memory, very devastating situations. But when you look at it clearly, you see that lack of water shortages really led to these losses. And again, we need to measure the loss, the economy. In terms of GDP, what did the country lose out of that? And in Uganda, we see again this inequality because areas like Kampala have better access than rural districts. Say Karamoja comes back again, where communities still rely on unsafe water sources. So we need to address the inequality in the access to water resources. In terms of sustainability, the need for responsible use and conservation, we note that the uncontrolled deforestation, pollution, climate change threaten sustainability. But I want to speak to some global best practices. Maybe we can pick a leaf as Africa, as the region, as Uganda, so that we can work towards sustainability. The Singapore's water self-sufficiency model. This country has implemented the 4 national TAPs strategy, including the desalination, rainwater collection, recycling, and imported water, making it one of the most water resilient nations globally. This is working towards sustainability. Then the Israel's water recycling. Israel recycles about 90% of its wastewater, reusing it for agriculture and industry. This has enabled the country to thrive despite being located in the desert. The Netherlands Delta Works, a world-class flood management system designed to protect the country from flooding caused by the North Sea. And this is one of the examples of effective water management. In Africa, South Africa's water demand management. Cape Town successfully avoided day zero. This is a situation where water was completely becoming zero completely in Cape Town. But now they averted the situation through strict water conservation measures, advocating for behavioral change and campaigns, and then also increase the desalination aspects. But also in Rwanda, we have the Rwanda Green Growth Strategy, which focuses on afforestation and clean energy. So we can work towards sustainability. In East Africa, we see the Kenya's Green Belt movement, led by the Wangari Maathai. It has planted over 51 million trees, working towards sustainability. Then the Tanzania's hydropower projects, harnessing the Rufiji River for clean energy. And then also the East African Community Water Vision, which aims for sustainable water management across member states, focusing on cross-border water resources like Victoria. These efforts need to be actually galvanized. These efforts need to be strengthened. Then the Nile Basin Initiative, which includes the East African member countries, and this seeks equitable share of the Nile waters through to make sure that the tensions, are eliminated, and to make sure that where countries like Ethiopia are constructing the Grand Dam, there is a clear sharing model of the waters. And in Uganda, the National Environment Act, thanks very much, Minister of Water, which is working to strengthen the regulation on wetland use, but also the solar irrigation projects. And I know that the Minister of Agriculture, but also other government efforts are working towards renewable energy. And these renewable energy aspects are really intended to ensure sustainability, but also these renewable energy sources are intended to make sure that even sectors like agriculture can benefit through solar irrigation and all that. And then when we look at the leveraging water and environmental resources for economic growth, I want to say that water and environmental resources can drive industrialization, trade, and job creation. And if once we look at sectors like agriculture and food security, globally we know that Israel has been successful in the drip irrigation, and so meaning using minimal water but achieving maximum crop yields. And in Africa, the success story, we see Ethiopia's small-scale irrigation programs increased food production, but also the East African community is actively promoting climate-smart agriculture to enhance food security, resilience, and sustainability in the face of climate change. And in Uganda, we want to thank the government's Operation Wealth Creation. Basically, we have the land, we have the water, etc. What should government do to encourage the people, to empower the people, to leverage the environmental resources for growth? And that's how programs like Operation Wealth Creation actually becomes very instrumental in this. But again, allow me to emphasize some of the, one case or some cases for Uganda. Water is essential for the success of agriculture sector. And we have irrigation schemes. For example, the Doho irrigation scheme in Eastern Uganda, which provides water for rice farming. And this has improved food security and household incomes. But again, the Mubuku irrigation scheme, which supports high value crop farming, which has improved farmers' resilience to drought. But also the Agoro irrigation scheme in northern Uganda boosts vegetable and fruit production, benefiting small-scale farmers. But again, I wouldn't want to re-emphasize, to overemphasize the fishing sector in terms of contribution to GDP, in terms of contribution to agriculture GDP, in terms of foreign exchange generation, in terms of employment, employing up to 5.3 million people. And all this is really well connected to water as a natural resource. And then again, water and natural resources for growth. We see the energy and industrial development. And we have already mentioned the source of power. And here we have Norway as an example. 95% of its electricity is coming from hydro. And then in Africa, the Inga Dam in DRC could power half of the continent. In East Africa, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania are actually expanding the geothermal and the solar energy. And so in this case, we see that water is critical, is very important for energy and industrial development. I'll come back to the Uganda's case a little bit in the next slide. And then the ecotourism and nature-based enterprises. Costa Rica earns 10% of its from ecotourism. And in Africa, we see the Serengeti and Victoria Falls attracting millions of tourists. And in Uganda, our beloved Bwindi impenetrable forests generating revenue through gorilla tracking and gorilla tourism. And when we come back to Uganda's case, as I mentioned, in terms of power generation, water is key for electricity production and promotes, other sectors of the economy through job creation and increased productivity. And this diagram is showing us that in terms of energy mix, 78% of our energy is from hydro electricity. And definitely this shows how important water is for Uganda, how important water is for industrial development in Uganda. And so through electricity, new jobs are created, productivity is improved, there is promoted interconnectedness because of the digital technologies that actually require electricity, etc. And then we have our beloved projects, the Karuma Hydro Plant. I will not emphasize the point. We have the Isimba and others. And so in brief, we know that water is critical for energy production. Water is critical for industrialization. And then allow me also to comment about labor productivity. This point has already been made before, but I want to say that for physical health, and therefore human capital accumulation. Human capital is accumulated through 1, education, number 2, health, number 3, experience. But water contributes a lot in accumulating capital through education because, water makes us healthy. And once we are healthy, then we can be in a position to learn and acquire knowledge and acquire experience and construct the human capital for the much needed labor force that will drive this country to another level. When you think about learning and dehydration, which is very common in the water-strained areas, this negatively affects vigor, esteem, memory, and attention of the learners. Even when there is mild dehydration, for example, body loss, body losing water by 1 to 2%. This can impair the cognitive performance. And by the way, once we don't build the human capital through education very well, then even the workforce will be very unproductive. And then, so we see that there is a connection between the low education outcomes and dehydration or water availability. And this, by extension, affects the labor market outcomes, and this, by extension, affects the long-term economic earnings. And then, I've already talked about productivity at work, that if a workforce is dehydrated, then this workforce is unproductive. I want to argue and say that healthier workers are more productive. And take an example of a 1% dehydration. This is linked to 12% decrease in employee productivity. What about if it is between 3 to 4% dehydration? This is connected to 25 to 50% decline in employee performance. And this is much more compounded if the job require intense physical labor. Without water, then you cannot see the outcomes. Without labor, without water, you see very unproductive, very unhealthy, very dehydrated workforce. And therefore, there is a connection between labor productivity and water. Labor productivity and water, labor productivity and the natural resources. And then we have some evidence from the newspapers of water-related disasters, in which case speaking to, sustainability, speaking to, making sure that we do resource management. And in recent years, this has increased, affecting human health, incomes, and livelihoods. We can see that Daily Monitor reported one time that Nakasongola loses 800 animals to drought. And then also, Amdat residents go thirsty as 1.9 billion water system dries up. This was in one of the dailies. Then again, 5,000 displaced as Lake Victoria water levels rise again in Masaka. I've already made this point. And then travel chaos as floods cut off Masaka Kampala Road. These are water issues and therefore management issues. Then landslides disrupt studies in the Bududa and the Bulambuli districts. And then droughts threatens cocoa yields in Western Uganda. All those are water-related disasters affecting livelihoods, affecting human health and incomes, calling for proper management, calling for sustainable use if we must ensure economic growth and improved livelihoods. In terms of the actionable recommendations, allow me to, number one, talk about the global best practices for water management. Singapore's model, Uganda can adopt large-scale rainwater harvesting and wastewater recycling. And Israel's drip irrigation, encouraging smallholder farmers to use efficient irrigation methods to save water. And then the transboundary water governance as number two. We strengthen the participation in the Nile Basin Initiative to ensure Uganda benefits from shared waters while preventing disputes. Then develop agreements for Lake Victoria's sustainable use, ensuring equitable fishing rights and pollution control. And allow me to mention here that Victoria is a transboundary natural resource, and when we are committed to ensuring that our lake is sustainably used in Uganda, we expect the similar commitment to all the other countries where Victoria, reaches. So if one country defaults or cheats on the agreements made, then we can, even if for us we are doing what we agreed, then we cannot achieve sustainable natural resource utilization. You can easily see that plastics are coming in to the Ugandan side when they are coming from another country. It might not be the case that it is actually Uganda polluting, and vice versa. Another country might really be very strict with the agreement, and then you see pollution coming in from another country. And so we need to make sure that these agreements are adhered to, and all of us are committed. And then investing in alternative water sources, expand the desalination plants along Lake Victoria for urban water supply, and then promote community rainwater harvesting in drought-prone areas like Karamoja. It is true now it is raining in Uganda, and the water is bypassing us, even in our homes. And then after 3 weeks, all of us we shall be looking for water. There is scarcity of water. Crops are dying off, etc. Yet a lot, millions of liters bypassed us in our homes and went away without our attention. Then enhancing the PPPs, encourage private investment in wastewater treatment plants to improve urban sanitation, but also support the solar-powered water pumping systems to increase access to clean water in the rural areas. And I want to thank government for what is being done in this area, because agriculture sector is being targeted through solar irrigation. And then climate smart agriculture and water use efficiency, invest in drought resistant crops and water efficient irrigation to reduce reliance on unpredictable rainfall. I want to say unpredictable indeed, even especially in these times and seasons where we cannot actually definitely forecast the season. Provide subsidies for smallholder farmers to adopt climate resilient technologies. But in terms of the call to action, we must take responsibility for sustainable and equitable use
Have we lost Professor? Hello? Okay, it seems we have a glitch right there. I think we've lost Professor Bale in the middle of a very, very good presentation. IT, has it dropped off?
Easily today, we can secure improved incomes and livelihoods for generations to come. I thank you very much.
Thank you. Another big hand clap for Professor Bale. Thank you very, very much, Professor, for that very powerful keynote address showing us the nexuses and the connection between water and environment, water and agriculture, water and labor productivity.
I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Professor. Can you hear me? Can I get help, please?
Yes, now I can hear you. Thank you very much. My presentation has come to an end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another hand for Professor. He needs to hear that. Thank you very much, Professor, for that very strong keynote address. Thank you for, detailing the nexuses and connection between water and environment, water and agriculture, water and labor productivity, bringing it even closer to us, to our daily life. Thank you very much for the global, regional, and country-specific perspectives. Thank you. I encourage everybody, just take note of any reflection, any clarity that you might need. We might find time ahead and ask a few questions. Thank you very, very much. Our next segment will be our panel discussion, and I'm going to ask our panelists to join me at the podium here. I would like to invite Mr. Peter Kuria from Africa Agribusiness Incubator Network. I'm told he's joining us online. Mr. Peter Kuria, very welcome. Let me see. Yes, he's on. Thank you. Mr. Gilbert Guma, country lead, water.org. Welcome. Dr. Joyce Mpala Nyumagala, the country director, WaterAid Uganda. You're very welcome to take your seat. Mr. Crispus Mwemaho from IOM Youth Representative. I'm told he's joining us online. Can we confirm that Mr. Crispus Mwemaho is online? Yes, very welcome. And then I would also like to invite Dr. Irene Nansubuga, the Director in charge of Water Quality Management, National Water and Sewerage Corporation. Very welcome. And lastly, Mr. Charles Ochichi, the Executive Director, Enterprise Uganda. Do we have Mr. Charles here? Okay. We will go with our 5 panelists that are here. And I will start with Mr. Peter Kuria from Africa Agribusiness Incubators Network. And Peter, just before I pass the questions to you, would you want to take a minute to introduce yourself to the House this morning?
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Kuria Gedenji. I don't know whether you can see me. I do not want to use my internet because of the latency issue. So, hi, I'm going to just switch off the video and continue just discussing. My name is Peter Kuria, like I said, and I'm an independent consultant and also working with African Agribusiness Incubators Network. I'm very keen on engaging youth in the space of development, enterprise development, and innovations management. And currently I'm working with different actors, especially in the area of linking small, medium enterprises to special economic zones, and also looking at the nexus of water, food systems, and entrepreneurship. So I believe that this discussion is very pertinent, and it's important that we really try to narrow down to what the world needs from us and move away from talks to more of action. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Welcome, Peter. Next, in a minute, Dr. Joyce, would you want to introduce yourself to the House?
Thank you very much. My name is Joyce Mpala Nyumagala. I'm the country director for WaterAid Uganda, and I've been in the sector for close to 30 years in different capacities. I'm glad to see many people in the room whom I've worked with, and my passion really in the sector is to ensure sustainable water resources management. Thank you.
Welcome, Joyce. Next, Mr. Guma, please.
Thank you. My name is Guma Gilbert, country lead water.org. Water.org, we are a social enterprise that supports financial institutions to extend water and sanitation access by breaking barriers around financing. Thank you.
Welcome, Gilbert. Mr. Crispus Mwehayo, in a minute, please introduce yourself.
Good morning and thank you. My name is Crispus Mwemaho, and I work as the programs director at our Youth Climate Action Network. We are an organization that is powered by the vision to enhance resilience and adaptive capacity of communities in Uganda. And I'm glad to be speaking at this panel because water is one of the key elements of resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. And finally, Dr. Irene.
Thank you, and good morning to all. I'm an engineer, and I'm a doctor, Irene Nansubuga. I'm happy to be here to represent Dr. Rose Kagwa, who couldn't make it today. I work with National Water, and I'm the director in charge of water quality management. And as National Water, we are passionate about ensuring that everyone has water in Uganda. Thank you.
Very welcome. Good. So we'll start with Mr. Peter from Africa Agribusiness. With agriculture as the backbone of Uganda's economy, we would like to know how agribusinesses leverage water-efficient irrigation and climate-smart technologies to improve productivity and incomes for smallholder farmers.
Okay, thank you so much, moderator, and again, thank you, the organizers, for this event and discussing very pertinent questions with regard to the future of the world, not only Uganda. And the professor's presentation was really detailed, and it gave us a lot of food for thought. And based on the presentation, I would not want to go so much into detail on what we have done. I would feel that it would be more relevant to think on what we have not done, because I believe that when you analyze the discussions around sustainability, equitable development, agriculture, you go back 50 years, the narrative has not changed. And I feel here is a challenge in our understanding where the problem is, because it looks like we've got maybe 4 distinct areas where attention needs to be paid to with regard to the question that you raised. And the question first is the question of solutions. The second one, investments. The third one, the budgetary allocations, which is now domestic. And then the question of technologies. Because from African Agribusiness Incubators Network, where we've been working across the continent on supporting business incubation focused on the agri-space and youth, we've seen quite a lot of different interventions, innovations come into the mainstream. And of course, every step of the way, we find there's a lot of bottlenecks. And those bottlenecks are related to 2 things, maybe, if I'm to narrow that down. The first one being that we have not invested enough in our technologies that are related to our environment. And I'll go maybe slightly into detail into that. The second one is that we have delegated the responsibility of our state and our African youth to outsiders. So we do not have a control on what we and the youth should be doing. Number 3, the investment, again, that is directed at the sector is really not focused on the longer term solutions. It's focused on short term solutions, which means that we are actually aggravating an already bad situation. And then the last one is the question of the partnerships that we have for adoption across Africa, especially with regards to water. In terms of the private sector, there's no problem. The private sector being on stream, we need to look at different model where we bring public-public partnerships. Public-public partnerships with regard to things that are of social value means that profits do not come number 1, which means that the sustainability is guaranteed going into the future. So I just wanted to give you that as a top level, and I don't know whether you want to go for another maybe 1 or 2 minutes to explain what we've seen and what needs to be done, because number 1, we feel that the support ecosystem is broken. We have so many different players working in the sectors, but they are not coordinated, and they are working with very limited resources. And I'll go back 1 step and say that even when you look at the programs that are being deployed in Uganda today, if you look at the national government commitment to funding that sector, especially with regard to youth and technologies and innovations, it's absolutely almost zero compared to other countries where we put them as examples from a professor's presentation. examples where countries have taken a leadership, when you're talking about Israel or you're talking about Netherlands, wherever it is, the focus of investment driven by the government is very low, not only in Uganda, but across Africa. And if we are going to maintain that trend, it means that the same discussion we're having today, we shall be having it 50 years down the line, and it might be too late, because all the geographical climatic indicators show that despite the investment, whether it's internal or external, everything is actually moving in the negative. So in my view, and in our view, is that we need again to refocus on addressing and understanding what is the problem, where are the innovations, and how can you catalyze the youth to be the drivers of this discussion and move away from this element where we delegate responsibilities, first of all, to outsiders. Number three, we don't have the responsibility by governments. And number five, our education system is broken to a point where we are not creating thinkers who could create the solutions that we are looking for. So that is my brief presentation.
Thank you.
For now, thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. Would you want to touch very, very briefly on the balance in water allocation between commercial agribusinesses and smallholder farmers, very briefly?
I think this is a very important question again, and it's so broad, because if you're looking at the allocation, it depends on the productivity, because technically is that if you look at, and I'm moving very quickly in the area of innovation, when you move to the question of allocation and look at even the case of California, which was given as an example, where commercial scale allocation allowed farms to put a lot of water on the ground, it had negative impacts, because technically it's not about the amount of water, it's about the judicial use with the right kind of productivity that you're looking for. So in my view, again, technically is that it's not about how much water you pump, is how craftily or how innovatively you use the minimum water to produce the right things that your environment is designed for. If you start producing things that are not designed for your environment, for example, right now, when everybody is being pushed towards going to small-scale avocado producers, well, of course, avocados look like they're gold at the moment, but the amount of water the avocados use, and then the climate impact of transporting them from, say, your background to maybe the international market, it's a negative thing. So to me, I think it's not about the amount of water, it's about the technology and innovative way of using the resources so that the productivity is commensurate.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Peter. And I think he stops with a very good takeaway, not about how much water is pumped and used, but about how smartly we use what is there. Thank you very much. We'll move to Mr. Guma, who we know has been working very closely with financial institutions. Would like to know what incentives can be introduced to encourage financial institutions to develop loan products that are specific to targeting climate adaptation projects, including water conservation and sustainable agriculture.
Thank you, moderator. I think to begin with, we know that banks, like the previous speaker said, have for a long time been thought to focus on profits and nothing else. However, the concept is changing over time, and the triple P approach, people, planet, and profit, are all expected to be integrated within the process of their interventions. Today, I think it's the right time to talk about responsible banking, responsible financing, which is a very great element around our ecosystem today. Just to begin off, I think there are two aspects here, either to support for the banks or to discourage. And in this sense, supporting elements that are supportive of climate smart initiatives, and then discouraging, not financing, aspects that encourage degradation at that level. In terms of the incentives that can be utilized to drive the process of financial institutions to be able to support climate smart solutions. There are quite a number I can think through. To begin with, I work with water.org. One of the things we are doing is over our time and engagement with a financial institution or commercial banks, microfinance institutions, we've noticed that products around water and sanitation and environment tend to be categorized as social products. And so in that sense, financial institutions do not have the appetite. They tend not to have the appetite to support these products. And the reason is they have low-hanging fruits. You walk into any financial institution, it is much easier to finance a working capital loan because there is a clear capital flow that can be demonstrated. However, for example, a water business, quite very hard. The other day we were talking about financing utilities, and the question is, you know, the common question of collateral. So the question is, for example, utilities are public investments. Where do you pick the collateral? Is it the pipes? Is it the public land? So very difficult questions that financial institutions are tending to answer. However, in terms of the operations, one of the things we are doing is support the back end for financial institutions to be able to operate as they go out. There are a lot of operational costs in financing solutions, be it capital solutions, be it social solutions. There's quite a lot of operational costs. So one of the areas that we can play a big role to provide an incentive is partnerships that support in bringing down the operational costs around lending. That would be very supportive for financial institutions to boldly come out and be able to go for these social products. Secondly, and these partnerships would come in grants at that level. Secondly, we work with a sister institution called Water Equity. They are providing an instrument called debt financing. Like we have come to learn over time, banks have a cap on their portfolio. And they are running for the best product that can give them a profit. So whenever you introduce a product into the ecosystem of a financial institution and the capital volume is not changing for them, that means they need to think. One of the elements we are doing is support cheap financing, debt financing, specifically on demonstration of profiles, for example, around water and sanitation. Water Equity asks for profiles around water and sanitation for financial institutions before any cheap debt financing can be provided to these institutions. So this helps incentivize the financial institutions and expand their portfolio for lending. Institutions like Aqua for All are specialized in providing guarantees that de-risk these social products. There's quite a lot of risk. I know we've talked a lot about agriculture. For a long time, there were aspects of risks around agriculture. So as we delve deeper into social products like water, sanitation, environment, that don't have very, very, very clear capital flows at some point, institutions that are financing tend to require that support in terms of how to de-risk, how to support them push for these products. So that bold step can only be taken once they are cushioned by aspects like guarantee schemes that enable them move forward. At some point, Water.org were able to provide some of the institutions in our market here with a guarantee to support, for example, landlords to be able to acquire loans and provide better toilet facilities for their clients. However, without that, it was very difficult. The ecosystem, for example, of the landlords that are doing a lot of the sanitation value chain, there is very little content in terms of how they associate. Do they have a commonality around them? How are they referenced? There's quite very little. So aspects like guarantees support that. In terms of the other elements, just common partnerships between NGOs and financial institutions are good enough to support. Financial institutions are not technically there in terms of some of these social products we are talking about. For example, water, sanitation, environment. They don't have those technical people to juggle around these products in terms of the features that surround them. So these partnerships are very, very, very helpful in terms of bringing that added technical assistance to support them. Yes, maybe for now I can keep it at that.
Yeah, thank you very much. I can see that you've touched a bit on the opportunities we have around blended financing. It's good to know that we have financial institutions coming into our space and us getting into their space, talking about debt financing, talking about guaranteeing to de-risk water equity. Thank you very much, Gilbert. And right now, I'd like to invite my co-moderator, Mr. Edwin, the Executive Director of Go Green, to take us through the next bit of this session.
Okay, can we give her a very big applause? Thank you so much, Brenda. Yes, thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, again, she says, my name is Edwin, and I will be taking you through this last segment of the panel discussion. But what is interesting is that our panelists were carefully, selected, and I think they have been able to unpack this particular sub-theme, and I really want to come on the point where there are some key aspects of this sub-theme, and when you look at the sub-theme, and we realize that there are some very important organizations that have been leading this process, especially in making sure that water and environment management of water and environment resources are key to this process. Now, I want to have a question to you, Dr. Joyce Mpalanyi, as a Country Director of Water Aid, holding such a strategic role. Share with us what are the key roles as a civil society organization, especially looking at bridging the gap between policy and the implementation of water-related initiatives. Over to you, Joyce.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the climate change and its impact on our societies and communities. And it's time now for us to really overly emphasize the role of the civil society organizations so that we can be able, together with all the state actors, to be able to address these devastating issues. The civil society organizations have played a major role in advocacy and raising awareness on the water, sanitation, hygiene, and climate issues. And when we look at the main objective is really to make sure that we use the systems strengthening approach, which really looks at the entire ecosystem of an institution or organization. So we cannot start talking about water, sanitation, and hygiene in isolation. We have to understand who are the stakeholders. Civil society organizations have played a very big role in reaching out to the communities so that we are able to understand what their needs are, and we are able to really develop those projects that really concern them. You cannot talk of a policy without really understanding what is on the ground. When it comes to the district local governments, these are the technocrats that really make the water sanitation and hygiene happen. They have to really understand what are these policies all about. We don't want policies to be developed at the national level or global level without domesticating them. That is the role that civil society organizations have really played to make sure that one, they contribute to the policy development. I'll give an example. We recently were going through the development of the National Development Plan 4, and the civil society organizations put up a very good, constructive performance to make sure that water and sanitation is clearly embedded and anchored in the National Development Plan 4. And as you may already be aware, a position paper was presented, and as I talk now, we have water and sanitation as a standalone in the National Development National Development Plan 4. And I would like to acknowledge USNet that coordinated all the efforts of the civil society organizations, and we came up as a collective voice. Secondly, we look at policy guidelines. For example, WaterAid Uganda has been in existence in Uganda for 42 years, and WaterAid Uganda believes that everyone, everywhere should access safe and sustainable water and sanitation. So WaterAid and all other organizations, IRC, Water for People, just to mention a few, are really committed to making sure that we work with the government to build the systems. We are talking about planning, we are talking about coordination, monitoring, the service delivery, the water resources management. All of these are implemented based on policies. So as civil society organizations, we are really very interested in making sure that the policies really speak to the needs of the communities. No. But also, are these policies gender responsive? So we really want to see equitable distribution of resources and services to make sure that everyone, we leave no one behind.
Yeah. Now, speaking of policy advocacy, and of course, as a civil society organization, you have that really key role. Now, in Uganda, there has been a saying that we need a policy for policy implementation. Now, in your view, what does that mean? Do we have a challenge on that? Do we have a challenge on policy implementation? Some say we have policies, we have very good, frameworks, but implementation has been a challenge.
Thank you very much, and I would really agree with you. Wherever I've gone, everybody says Uganda has so many very good policy strategy frameworks, but the challenge lies with the operationalization. Yeah. So that is where we come in as civil society organizations to try and advocate and really unpack and disseminate these policies at all the different levels to make sure that everyone understands their roles and responsibilities. I'll give you an example. If you look at, for example, WaterAid supported and other organizations supported the development of policy guidelines for water and sanitation in healthcare facilities. And for me, I'm asking myself, why did it have to take that long for us to really not be able to disseminate these policies to make sure WASH is really planned, budgeted for, implemented, and monitored? So that is the role of, that is where the civil society organizations come in to work very closely with government to make sure that we provide some of those resources to fill in the gaps where the government is not really able to disseminate these policies.
Now, speaking of the government's role, share with us how Uganda can align its national water policies with the global climate resilience frameworks.
Thank you very much. Like I started in my opening remarks, climate change is a reality that we are facing. And I know we've had a lot of engagement in the different protocols and processes at global level. We know these are being translated and to our national context. We have the national adaptation plans, and we've specifically developed a WASH national adaptation plan. So we would really want to see and make sure that we really break the national adaptation plan for WASH into manageable and manageable aspects where we can really implement it. So the NAP is a tool that can really help us to guide all the different frameworks that we are using as civil society organizations, but also partner private sector and all agencies. And we also have the national determined, nationally determined NDCs. Yeah. So these are big words. So the civil society organizations are always in a dialogue with the government to make sure that we really domesticate these tools and policies as frameworks to help us really implement water and sanitation climate adaptation plans. I'll give you an example. WaterAid Uganda, with the government of Uganda, specifically the Directorate of Water Resources Management, is implementing a big project that is really addressing climate adaptation, resilience, focusing on flood and early warning systems. This is really built within the framework of the National Adaptation Plan. It's an adaptation project. We are following all the guidelines and the framework, and this is implemented in Pologoma catchment, and it's looking at how vulnerabilities of the communities can really be addressed and managed.
Yeah. Now, thank you, Doctor, for highlighting some of those key aspects. Especially, you mentioned about equitable access, where we expect that all communities, including the marginalized communities, have full access to water and environment management, resources, and this is very, very important. There is a key word here that we need to re-emphasize, and especially the young people. I want to bring you Crispus online. And ladies and gentlemen, just to inform you that we have got participants online, and I want to come to you, Crispus Mweheyo. I hope you are listening to us. And of course, like Doctor says, we must ensure equitable access to water and environment resources. And with that key particular word, we look at the young people who are one of those marginalized groups in communities that have been affected by the adverse effects of climate change. Now, I want you, Crispus, to share with us, now that the young people have been disproportionately affected by climate change, how can youth-led initiatives drive innovation and advocacy for sustainable water resources management?
Thank you so much, Edwin. First of all, I wanted to clear, I am not an IOM representative. IOM is a partner organization with the organization I work with, Abayuti. So for clarity, I represent Abayuti, not IOM.
Okay, thank you.
Going straight to the question, I think there's so many ways youth can drive innovative solutions towards sustainable water management, water resources management. And one of them, given that we young people are regarded as early adopters of technology, I think one of the ways is to leverage digital tools for water monitoring, data collection, and community awareness campaigns. And this, I mean, the fact that we can leverage, for instance, social media platforms to create awareness on sustainable water resources management, such that our communities are fully aware of the best practices that they can do to make sure that they conserve the water resources, but also not limiting innovation to technology. I know that especially for the young people who are deep in our communities, they can do restoration activities, for instance, tree planting, especially in affected areas. I was fascinated to see the restoration activities, for instance, that is happening in Nyamwamba, along Nyamwamba River in Kasese. And all these activities are championed by, of course, with support from government and development partners. But on ground, these activities are run by young people who are fully energetic and are really driving these solutions. But the other thing is the fact that when we are talking about water resources goes hand in hand with livelihoods. Yes. And we know that young people are energetic and they can leverage climate smart practices like irrigation to ensure that there is sustainable livelihoods, but also sustainable use of water resources. The other issue is on advocacy. Still, I'll point out the fact that we are in the digital era, and we as young people are very active online, social media, so we can always drive advocacy on policies that we want, holding our leaders accountable when it comes to water resources management policies, and also using our numbers. You know, young people in Uganda and Africa at large make up a big percentage of our population in the country and the continent. So I think we can leverage our numbers to really advocate for better policies that protect water resources, but also hold our leaders in terms of when it comes to things to do with encroachment and all that. But Edwin, I also want to emphasize that young people are not just passive in this process. We are very active, and in fact, young people have the capacity right now to implement these innovative solutions on ground. But what is lacking really is, I know that, of course, I want to appreciate also the Ministry of Water and Environment, and I think it is one of the leading ministries when it comes to youth involvement. But we want to emphasize the fact that now that youth have built their capacities, we also need means of implementation and mean funding to enable us to implement on ground these initiatives that we are proposing or even have developed capacity to do. So Edwin, meanwhile, that is my brief submission.
Yes, and I would like to ask you one last question. Of course, we understand the role of young people in this environmental sustainability. I want us to hear from you again, and maybe would be happy to have your closing, especially looking at the youth engagement in water and environmental conservation. How can the young people be incentivized through education, skills development, and job creation in an economy that we are focusing on green growth?
Yeah, thank you so much. Just like I mentioned earlier, Edwin, most of the young people right now, especially us who are very much engaged in the environment space and climate change, have developed capacity. And one of the ways how youth can be incentivized is, active participation by the government and other agencies, from design to implementation. Most of the times, youth are involved when it comes to, let's say, consultations. But then when projects are designed and they're being implemented to the implementation stage, youth are not given platform. And this is where I want to also appreciate, Ministry of Water and Environment, there's been very good inclusion and participation, even by the fact that Edwin, you're there moderating, I am here speaking on this panel. Ministry is trying to show leadership when it comes to youth involvement and participation. But we want to call out also other government agencies, because we know that water issues and climate change issues are multi-sector. It cannot be handled by only Ministry of Water and Environment. So that's why we're calling up for all lead agencies, all government ministries and development partners to engage young people in not only just design of projects, but also implementation.
Okay, thank you so
much.
The
other thing is,
yes.
Lastly, Edwin, is capacity building. And I want to bring this in a way that is also community-based approach of capacity building. Edwin, you're aware that, for instance, how the regional debates are very essential when it comes to Water and Environment Week. So we want to see all these initiatives or programs that have community-based approaches of capacity building. Most of the times, the opportunities that are available for young people are just for us who are living in urban areas or even who are in these spaces. But we want to decentralize capacity building to go to the youth who are on ground, because these are the most affected. And I want to also applaud the ministry for what they are doing. And I think the model that they are using can be also replicated with other ministries, with other development partners, to ensure that people who are on ground, youth who are on ground, have relevant skills, green skills to engage in sustainable management of water resources.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, especially where you emphasize about capacity building for young people. And we know that National Water and Sewage Corporation has got a young water professionals unit where they have been building capacity of young water professionals, and I think they have done a great job in building the capacity of young people. And of course, Dr. Irene, you did mention about you as National Water ensuring that we have water in our houses, and we must appreciate you as an institution for providing that water. Now, of course, we want to ask you a question, looking at the Uganda's population growth, especially in the urban areas. How is National Water ensuring that the sustainability of water supply systems meet the increasing demand while maintaining the affordability and service delivery?
Thank you. Thank you, Edwin. And indeed, as National Water, as I said earlier, we are targeting to have water for all in Uganda, whether urban, as long as we have been given that jurisdiction to supply the water. So we have done a number of things, and maybe I can begin with the infrastructure expansion. We are very intentional on expanding the infrastructure, both the water treatment plants and the networks, the water networks. If you look at our production capacity in 2014, we were at 324.7 million. So for now we have doubled, more than doubled that. We are now at 779.4 million liters currently. So we are building plants, a number of them, and there are areas where there never used to be water, but now we do have so many projects running around the country where we are operating and targeting to have 100% in these areas. Even our networks, we have a project called SCAP 100, where we intentionally target to make sure we have 100% network coverage in the areas where we supply water. So every year we expand our networks and we ensure that the people get water. And of course, these projects are funded by government, development partners, and some of it is our internally generated income, and also other, incomes where we save money. We're also skilling our forces. We are very intentional on training, making sure we teach people to do a good job in the network, to make sure we don't lose water, to make sure repairs are handled quite fast, and the staff are producing at their maximum potential. So we do that skilling for all our staff.
Okay.
The other issue is catchment protection. We have realized that if you enhance your catchment protection, you're going to first of all save on the cost of the water, which cost now you can put in other things. If you look back about 20 years ago, if you look at the cost of water, of treating water, it has more than doubled right now, because the lakes used to be okay, the water was clean, and the processes we used to use were not as, complicated as what we are doing now. Right now, you have plants, you have to do coagulation, you have to do a number of processes. So we buy a lot of chemicals. We have to engage a lot of cleaning of the plants because the water quality has deteriorated over time. So we are very intentional on protecting our catchments to make sure that the water quality is good, and therefore we can save some money from there. And some of the activities we have done under that, we have had tree planting. We have planted over 1 million trees in the financial year 2023-24, and that was under the project of Treevolution program, where we are targeting to plant over 10 million trees. And of course, in collaboration with the young people, with National Forest Authority, with the Ministry of Water, with the UPDF. So those engagements with other stakeholders are helping us get more milestones when it comes to that. We're also doing a lot of sensitization, and that is, we begin with the young people, the water school. You talked about the water and sanitation school clubs, the young water professionals. We're going to the communities, we're going to television, we have water community sensitization programs where we are part of, and we actually participate and engage these communities. And we have also done a number of projects that focus on renewing or regenerating our catchments. That is in Arua, in Mbale, in Gulu, Bushenyi. We have a number of projects where we demarcate the river banks. We rebuild some of these river banks. We do sensitization programs. We stabilize the river banks, some that have collapsed. And we also do trainings for the people that are within there to ensure that our catchments are well protected and we are all benefiting from it. And of course, other things, as we operate, how do we improve our operational efficiency? We make sure our losses, the water losses, are minimized, because if you lose water, then you lose money, then it becomes expensive to supply water. Then our customers, we ensure we engage them. We have also used a number of engagement strategies, like involving the youth to also engage our customers. So this helps us to build resilient and affordable affordable and sustainable water supply systems.
Okay. Now, I think we could be speaking about innovation, especially in water resources management. And as National Water, what kind of innovations, especially in the water treatment and distribution, that can be adopted to minimize water loss? Because I see a lot of, we lose a lot of much water, especially even in Kampala here. There's a lot of water that is lost. And we're looking at what kind of innovative strategies do you have to make sure that you minimize the loss of water, especially where we have a lot of water crisis across the country, especially in urban centers, urban towns.
Thank you, Edwin. Actually, if you're going to look at the water loss, you have to look at the entire system, the water supply system, right from the treatment to the network and then to the customers. We've had to follow that and look at each of those systems and see how to reduce the losses. At the plant, we have tried to introduce a number of innovative technology. We are introducing, for example, if you go to Gaba and Katosi, one of the biggest plants we have in Kampala, we have better treatment technologies, like we are using lamella instead of the normal treatment settling, plant systems. And these increase the volumes of water, but also help to reduce the amount of water you have to wash out. Like to clean the plant, you have to waste a lot of water. So we reduce on the losses of water in these areas. We also use, these days we use polymers, which are better settling chemicals than alum. And these ones also reduce on the water you waste because they create less sludge. We carry out plant preventive maintenance in a timely manner, and we replace old assets on time. Of course, that needs a budget, but we try as much as possible. In the network, we have teams that are focused on, surveilling the network and finding any leaks that we have. We're also demarcating regions and being able to follow up and see what the water that goes in and comes out. Of course, some of these losses are more from our customers who decide to do illegal connections. So we are also looking out for that and making sure we reduce that. We also have smart metering and data analysis tools that are being used to ensure we minimize the loss. And also we hold our staff accountable. If someone is in charge of an area, then they're accountable to making sure we don't have losses. So we have minimized that. And when you minimize the loss, you minimize the loss of water, you gain on the money that you need to now input and supply to us.
So thank you so much, Dr. Irene. I think this has been very insightful, especially speaking from the informed point of view, where we need to support national water as they struggle to minimize the loss of water. Colleagues, I know we are time bad, but we will give an opportunity to have sort of Q&A, but one question or maybe two only. But before we get into that, I would be happy to have our panelists to give us your cutting shot, each of you. Can we start those from online? Christmas and your colleague, Peter. Yes. So Peter and Christmas, just within 30 seconds, you're cutting short as we conclude from this. So Peter, are you still online?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would just say that this has been a very great discussion.
Thank you.
And I believe that there is enough information on what needs to be done. And of course, technically, is that if we are going to put the youth at the center and give them the right tools and support and give them the investment that's required, there is possibility of us creating the change that we want to see. Otherwise, I believe congratulations on organizing the event, and it's been very helpful. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Your emphasis, I think, is on the building capacity of young people, the youth, and it's a very important aspect where we need to manage water and environment resources. So, Christmas, you're cutting short, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Edwin. My cutting short will be on multi-sectoral partnerships and collaborations.
Okay.
I was happy to see the balance of our panel, even having people from the financial organizations like banks. And I think this is what is needed in real practice for us to be able to have meaningful climate action. So I call upon all stakeholders to always engage and be supportive. And even in terms of policy implementation, we know that Ministry of Water and Environment alone cannot implement all the policies and climate action that is needed.
Okay.
So we need multi-sectoral collaboration and partnerships for us to achieve climate action.
Thank you so much, Crispus, and we take note that your emphasis is especially on institutional strengthening, and that's very important. Let's come back to the audience here. I would want you, Mr. Gilbert, your cutting short, please.
Thank you, Edwin. Yeah, for me, it's about partnerships, especially with forerunners like government. I want to thank government for the ESG framework right now that has been able to place, for example, the financial institutions in that place where they can now talk about climate smart interventions. There are efforts by the Ministry of Finance to develop the Uganda Green Finance Taxonomy that is going on, and I know Water, Sanitation and Environment have major sections in there to contribute and spell out what financing countrywide should look like in terms of financing. The last is the pursuit to continue with great innovations. When we were coming in, there's a yellow car around there, outside in the exhibition. There are countries that have gone ahead, for example, to support great subsidies around EV cars. And those are great initiatives. Support, the ministry is responsible for regulation. There are countries I know where, for example, banks cannot support drilling unless that is part of the KYC. For the financial institutions, KYC means know your customer. Yes. So in their KYC checklist for a customer, there has to be a certification from the ministry. Some countries like Indonesia, in one of the islands, Java, they no longer do drilling because of what's happening to the island. It is sinking. So these are great initiatives we can take on to support the processes around partnerships, PPPs, and all this. Thank you.
Thank you, Gilbert. Thank you for that. Innovative financing, I think, is very, very important, especially in supporting water and environment management resources. Let's hear from you, Dr. Joyce, to give us your cutting short, please.
Thank you very much. I would really encourage all of us as stakeholders to really build climate resilient water and sanitation infrastructure that can really address the needs of the vulnerable communities. And I would also request the civil society organizations to increase on our coordination and collaboration to make sure we can access the limited resources given the global economic challenges that we are facing. I'm glad this is already happening. We need to have high-level pitching and advocacy so that we can be able to reach out to the political leaders and for support towards better budget allocation. And we need also to track the utilization of the funds that we already have. So we really have a very big role to play to make sure that we utilize the resources very effectively.
Yes.
And finally, it's really to make sure that we build consortiums because we can no longer continue doing business as usual, writing small projects. We need to really think big and be bolder so that we can benefit from the economies of consortiums and alliances.
Thank you, Doctor. I think your emphasis especially is on coordination and the collaborations, which is very, very important if we are to achieve the water and environment management resources. Dr. Irene, please, your closing.
Thank you, Edwin. I thank the ministry for this opportunity, and I also want to join my colleagues to call for more collaboration. We need to phase out expensive water. Expensive water limits people from going to work because water is not in their houses. People are sick. and therefore they have to stay down looking after the sick. They have to dodge school, kids dodge school. So we need to phase out this expensive water, the yellow jerry can, and get water to people. And that one, National Water is committed to, and we shall do it with all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Irene. Now, let's just have only 2 questions. I will only allow 2 questions, unless a miracle happens for a 3rd question. But because we don't have time, only 2 questions. One is there. I see a hand here. Do you have any other? As we close this, just 2 questions only.
There is another hand there.
There's another hand. Okay, please. There's a hand here and someone, yes. Can we do gender balance? Is that a gentleman? Is that a female? I want to see. Huh? Okay. Okay. Fine. Thank you. Is it on? You try to.
Thank you so.
Okay. Go on.
Thank you so much. My name is Arnold. My first question goes to the water aid. What policy gaps, the country director, what policy gaps exist in the in ensuring effective domestic engagement in the water governance?
Okay, policy gaps in water governance. That's no one question.
To the ministry.
One question, only one, and that's good for her. Yes, is that okay? Yes, thank you so much. Okay, please, if you, yes, one question, that's okay.
Hello, good morning. By name I'm Kawesi Muhammad, I'm engineer.
Speak louder.
By name I'm Kawesi Muhammad, and I work with the Board of District Law. And I have a concern.
A concern or question?
A question to National Water.
Okay.
Why is it not putting area tariffs more than a national tariff? Because the treatment process differs in different areas. And in different...
Doctor, are you hearing that question?
I don't.
Okay, can we make it louder? Just, if you can, please stand and ask.
Now, I have a concern and a question at the same time. Why is National Water not putting area tariffs more than, instead of a national tariff? Because the treatment process in different areas is also different. The treatment process in Kampala is different from the treatment process in other areas. So people in different areas are shifting from national water to shallow wells or drilling their own boreholes because of the costs that are in most cases high. So if at all you can put area tariffs or put different areas get different tariffs so that we can make water more cheaper to different people.
Yes, Doctor, you have had that question. Yes, thank you very much. A miracle, one last question. Okay, fine. A miracle has happened. One last question. We are satisfied. Thank you so much. Let's now hear from our panelists. I think, Doctor, you have a question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would really say we will always have policy gaps.
Yeah.
But I know as a sector and the Ministry of Water and Environment, we've been reviewing our national water policy in the past years, and a lot of gaps have been closed through this consultative process. So I know that there are very clear clauses and articles that are related to governance that have been catered for. So I don't know what specifically he is looking for, but I know the process of reviewing the national water policy will really help us, to have better tools for us to be able to improve on our water and sanitation delivery.
Okay, thank you so much, Doctor. Let's hear from you, engineer. Yes, Irene.
Yes, thank you, Edwin, and thank you for that question. It's valid, but as I said, we're giving water to all. Now, I want us to demystify the saying that water is expensive. Actually, national water is very cheap. The expensive water is the water where someone has to miss school or has to, miss an appointment to work. Instead of going to make money, they have to walk to a garden for 1 hour and then come back. So national water is cheap. And we have 5 categories of tariffs: the domestic, commercial, institutional, industrial, and public tariff. And also we have provided, we are cognizant of the fact that about 30% of our customers are from the urban poor, and there's a public standby posts. So there is a tariff for such water supply. Why I'm saying it is cheap, I wanted to let you know about the tariff at the public standpipe post. It's just about 25 shillings. When the water reaches, that is per jerrycan, a yellow jerrycan, 20-liter jerrycan. When the water reaches your home, if it's a domestic tariff, it's about 101 shillings. Right now in Uganda, there are very few things you can get at 100 shillings, maybe a sweet. So if you can get 20 liters of water at 100 shillings, 101, then that water is not expensive. The industrial, commercial, and industrial and commercial, they all don't go above 110 shillings. So that is per 20 liters of water. So national water, the cost is cheap, but why it is, general throughout the country, apart from those domestic standby pipes, public stand pipes, apart from those categories, all throughout the country it is the same, because we want to provide water to the entire country. So whatever we save here, we can now supply to areas that need water. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Irene. Someone had ever told me that I wish national water would have the Yaka system. You use what you consume, but that would be for another discussion.
But maybe also, Edwin, maybe I should also mention that that the costs that we're actually, putting is just to cover the elements that we put in. That is the chemicals we buy to treat the water, the pumps that pump the water, the staff that actually labor to, so those costs that we have for water just cover, the inputs that we have, and also just a little to make sure we now supply to areas that don't have water.
So colleagues, just know that we shall bear the brunt of paying those costs, so don't worry, we'll continue to pay. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Can we give them a very big applause? I think it's been a very wonderful panel. Our panelists online, thank you so much, Crispus and Peter. It's been a very powerful, important conversation. I just wanted to highlight that there are key issues that came out, especially the emphasized issues to do with water for production, supporting such processes, environmental conservation, climate resilience, institutional strengthening, and innovative financing, which Mr. Gilbert really emphasized. Thank you so much. I have been your moderator, Edwin, and of course, Brenda. So I would want to request our senior here to take us into the last session of this conversation. Thank you. Again, a very big applause to the team. Thank you.
Thank you. We can go.
And a big round of applause to Brenda and Edwin for the job well done. Thank you very much. Time is not on our side, so we shall move very fast into the next session, which is our to the dear panelists and the keynote speaker. And I would start off right away to invite the Executive Director for UWASNET, Ms. Unia, to appreciate our keynote speaker, Professor Edward Bale. Professor Edward Bale, are you there? And I will invite Ingenianet to come and receive this on behalf of Professor Edward Bale. . In the interim, Engineer Frank Kweronda, you will award yet an online keynote speaker, Mr. Peter Kuria. Yes.
Professor Bale, on behalf of the participants of the Uganda Water Week, we'd like to thank you for the insights from Global. We really appreciated the case studies that you've shared with us. Hope it's going to be learning for us. Hold us accountable next year on the recommendations that you've shared with us today.
So Engineer Net, you step into the footsteps of Professor Barry and hope you follow suit. So Engineer Frank Kweronda, now where are the youth? The male youth. I want one of you to come and receive this on behalf of Mr. Peter Kuria. Edwin, you will do that.
On behalf of the participants and the ministry, allow me to award this to Mr. Peter Kuria. We thank you for sharing this good knowledge with us this morning, and please receive this one as a token of appreciation from our side. We thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. I would invite Engineer Diana Kesiga to give an award to the Country Director Water Aid, Dr. Joyce Magara. Now, Engineer would wish that you also upgrade to Dr. Engineer.
Challenge, that's a challenge which my husband will help me take on. Dr. Joyce, thank you for inspiring this generation and the next generation to come. So on behalf of the Water Week, this is to appreciate you. For those that don't know much, check out yesterday's Daily Monitor. There's a whole page about Dr. Joyce and you can read up about her. Thank you so much.
Wow. Miss Mary Namukose, you sent away Commissioner Lucy Yango, who was supposed to award Irene, so you step in. And not to lose out, I will put Mr. Leo Mwebembeze on notes that the next award will be issued by you. So don't leave the room.
So I'm commissioner? I'm commissioner now?
Exactly.
So Dr. Irene, on behalf of the participants and the Minister of Water and Environment, would like to appreciate you and National Water for bringing to us cheap water, as you said. Thank you so much. Yes, it's cheap because we don't travel distances to get it.
Okay, now I invite Mr. Leo Mwebembezi to award Mr. Guma Gilbert.
Mr. Gilbert Buma. Please receive this award. I'm giving to on behalf of the ministry and the participants here the appreciation of what we have done this morning. Thank you very much.
And last but not least, the very beautiful one, Miss Climate Change, Namirembe Sandra, will award the fellow youth who is online, Mr. Crispus Mwemaho. And I would want a male youth to walk over here and receive this. Thank you, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This award goes to Mr. Crispus Mwemaho. Thank you so much on behalf of Ministry of Water and Environment for your participation and the beautiful insights given to us. Thank you so much for being a youth representative and always taking up the space when it is given. So we accord you this award. Thank you so much for your great insights. Thank you.
I hope you are able to see your award. Thank you. Now we are going to break for tea. We need a group photo. So, over here with your awards and the moderators. I will also want you up front here. No. So as we take the group photo, I would want to make a few announcements. One, the exhibitions. Kindly, when you step out of here, visit the exhibition stalls. There is quite a lot being showcased in terms of technology, innovations, and information. So ensure you visit the stalls. And we shall have field work today afternoon at 3 different sites. If you want to learn about how weather information is generated from scratch, then we shall have that take place at the meteorological department just across the road. So we have registration that is ongoing. Ensure that if you're interested in going to one of the field sites, that you register as appropriate. So at the back, there's registration that is ongoing. We have another site at Uganda Industrial Research Institute in Inamamve. They will still be showcasing research and innovation. So if you have interest in wastewater management, solid waste management, we shall be showcasing this. And the 3rd field trip will take place in Nigeria, Chira Town Council, Chira Municipality, at HSC. And they will be showcasing renewable energy. They will be showcasing wastewater treatment. I have been told if you want to see, it is not actually wastewater, it is water to water. Yeah? But temporarily moved through wastewater. Then you go to HSC in Nigeria. So those are the 3 field trips that we shall have from 2 to 5. So if you have interest in any of those, make sure you register. Then after break, of course, we shall now continue with the parallel sessions. The technical presentations on papers relating to the theme that we are discussing today will be still ongoing in the DWD boardroom. So make sure if you're interested or you have any paper of interest that you'd want to listen to, that you attend. This will be for the mid-morning and after lunch. Now, we have a session on sustainable utilization of River Kagera for socio-economic transformation of Isingiro, Mbarara districts, which is hosted by Rural Water and Sanitation Department, and it will take place in the Nairobi boardroom. We have a session on environment monitoring of community health in Kampala, hosted by Makerere University. This one will be in the Zoka boardroom. We have a session on innovations and impact of programs at Water Resources Institute to the water and the environment sector, hosted by the Water Resources Institute. This one will take place here. And we have a session on policy dialogue on natural capital accounting for nature positive economic planning. This is hosted by EID Makerere Center. It will take place at IREC in Bugorobi. And we have a session on empowering the next generation, youth leadership in water conservation, sanitation, and environmental sustainability, hosted by Iowa and young water professionals. It will take also place at IREC. And the last session for the mid-morning is integrated solid waste management training. This one is being hosted by Appropriate Technology Center, and it will take place at in the RIS boardroom, that is on the ground floor. So those are the sessions that will be running in the mid-morning. Now, our break tea arrangements, if you've received a coupon, you walk down and go to the side over there. Breakfast is already being served. And those that don't have coupons, you will move to 4th floor. They will be waiting for you there. After lunch, we shall still have parallel sessions alongside the field work that will be ongoing. So take note of the different parallel sessions. May I have the video for the exhibitions run? And as we walk out for tea, I'll run through the after lunch sessions. We have a session, an adaptation plan for water. Actually, it is WASH that will take place in the Nairobi boardroom. Then we have a session on innovation for enhanced climate resilience and sustainable water and environmental resources management in Impanga catchment, hosted by Water for People, Albert Water Management Zone, Conrad Hilton Foundation, and Join for Water. That will be in Zoka room. We have a session on peatlands as nature-based solutions to climate change. Experiences from Uganda and Rwanda. This is hosted by Peat for People, JZ and Dipole. And it will be here in the auditorium. And we have a session on tackling inequality in water supply in Southwestern region, a case of Exim Bank funded water supply projects in Kisoro and Rwanda district, hosted by Rural Water and Sanitation Department, and it will be at IREC. And lastly, we shall have a session on enhancing the management of data and technology in the Ministry of Water and Environment through the Water and Environment Information System, which will be hosted by Water and Environment Information System in the RIS room. So those are the parallel sessions that will be running. I now invite you for break tea and the exhibitions down at our parking yard. Thank you. I've been advised that we ensure that we return within 15 minutes in order to be able to catch up with the lost time. See you then.
Water Resources Institute Mentorship Initiative is one of the programs the Institute is carrying on as it seeks to continue operationalizing the strategic plan.
This is a flagship program for the Water Resources Institute, which was initiated due to the need to mentor young girls into water and environment science, because this was a lacking aspect, and so the Water and Environment Institute took it up as a...
Water Resources Institute was formally established in March 2018, and one of the programs for the Water Resources Institute is the Uganda Water and Environment. We basically to reach out people and promote dialogues.
We have had
Water Resources Institute and UNHCR have implemented a mentorship program for fresh graduates and early career professionals. They collaborate with various organizations in refugee camps across Uganda to offer vacancies for graduate trainees. Each trainee is assigned a mentor who helps set objectives and provides hands-on training and field exposure. To date, 3 cohorts have completed the program, with the 4th cohort currently underway. In total, 58 graduates have benefited from this initiative.
The Water Resources Institute Mentorship Initiative is one of the programs the Institute is carrying on as it seeks to continue operationalizing the strategic plan.
This is a flagship program for the Water Resources Institute, which was initiated due to the need to mentor young girls into water and environment science, because this was a lacking aspect, and so the Water and Environment Institute took it up as a flagship program to be able to encourage young...
Water Resources Institute was formally established in March 2018, and one of the programs for the Water Resources Institute is the Uganda Water and Environment. We basically to reach out people and promote dialogues.
We have had
the Water Resources Institute was established to support the water and environment sector, actually perform its functions. We had done a number of studies, we call them water reform studies, which had identified gaps in the way we are delivering water, sanitation, and environmental services. One of them... The Water Resources Institute was established to support the water and environment sector, actually perform its functions. We had done a number of studies, we call them water reform studies, which had identified gaps. The Water Resources Institute was established to support the water and environment sector, actually perform its functions. We had done a number of studies, we call them water reform studies, which had identified gaps in the way we are delivering water, sanitation, and environmental services. One of them was that we are depending on students coming from academic institutions who are largely theoretical.
Water Resources Institute and UNHCR have implemented a mentorship program for fresh graduates and early career professionals. They collaborate with various organizations in refugee camps across Uganda to offer vacancies for graduate trainees. Each trainee is assigned a mentor who helps set objectives and provides hands-on training and field exposure. To date, 3 cohorts have completed the mentorship program, with the fourth cohort currently underway. In total, 58 graduates have benefited from this initiative.
The Ministry of Water and Environment is the government institution responsible for all issues of water, environment, and climate change. We do manage these resources and develop them for the benefit of Ugandans.
Life AR is an LDC-led initiative designed to enable countries like Uganda to align climate action with their own priorities and needs. At both the national and subnational levels, institutions play a crucial role in ensuring the success of Life AR. By working closely with local governments, NGOs, and communities, these institutions help to bridge the gap between policy and action, ensuring that climate resilience is built from the ground up.
And the first 2 years we largely focused on what we call the establishment phase, where we spend quite a lot of time in setting up the governance structures. We also, as a key principle, employ the all-of-society approach to in the implementation of the program. And then finally, we also ensure that we leave no one behind. We include all those who are involved in the process, especially in terms of gender, and also the disabled. And over the last 6 months, we have been able to, first of all, align the program to the existing implementation arrangements at the local level. And that also has also involved strengthening the capacities of both the technical and political leadership at the local government level. The parish is the lowest administrative unit in Uganda, and that's where we are anchoring the implementation of the Life AR program. And to do that, we have had to first of all constitute the PCC membership through a very, very participatory process where the villagers or the communities participate directly in the selection of the members to the committees.
In the 4 pilot districts of Kalungu, Kabong, Kibale, and Padere, communities are the heart of Life AR's efforts. The initiative empowers them to make decisions about climate finance, ensuring that resources are used where they are needed most. This decentralized model allows for local ownership and more tailored solutions to climate actions. Let's hear from the local leaders and the community members driving this change.
Anano Parama district, in my district, Gatemune, Jalo, Kawa, ni Chiorian, come on to try to never see more. Gino Mama Gitimo, my bed, try to make a catacare, Beru Pere, my catacare, Yaxon, me and dear, Pandan of 12, yeah. Don't know what teacher, she and a move walk out of project, move a land of Pino, Miki, Ada, Lugaro, Mon, Bulu.
We need to promote what I have always told my people here, community engagement, because projects come to Karamoja, but the community throw it in the air. They don't take it serious. So we need to see the LOC1, the LOC2, the LOC3 committees involved in the encouraging our people to invest the funding from this project of Life AR so that there is meaningful benefit to the community.
What is good in this project is that it is coming direct to the community, and also the funds are going direct to the parish accounts, and also the workers are within the community members.
It is very important that we involve all the leadership, right from the district level, from the security team, the technical, the political, but most importantly, there are categories of people that we do not have to leave out. The women at the forefront of decision making, even at community level, more so at household level, the impacts of the initiative. We have to involve the women. We have to involve the youth. They drive the future. They drive the decisions in the village. And I mean, they are good at mobilizing the whole community.
Together, we can build a better, more resilient world.
Water Resources Institute and UNHCR have implemented a mentorship program for fresh graduates and early career professionals. They collaborate with various organizations in refugee camps across Uganda to offer vacancies for graduate trainees. Each trainee is assigned a mentor who helps set objectives and provides hands-on training and field exposure. To date, 3 cohorts have completed the mentorship program, with the 4th cohort currently underway. In total, 58 graduates have benefited from this initiative.
The Ministry of Water and Environment is the government institution responsible for all issues of water, environment, and climate change. We do manage these resources and develop them for the benefit of Ugandans.
This program targets the fresh graduates from different universities eligible to apply for this program. We mainly focus on female engineers and male public health practitioners.
We do the operation and maintenance of the systems. We have 24 systems, and among those, we have also water extension in different areas in the settlement.
This year is our reservoir tank, 30,000 liters, and it supplies base camp and the schools, Ujibuli Secondary School and Ujibuli Primary School.
We monitor the levels of chlorine in the water. We do this through several tests. We can use free residual chlorine test to test the level of chlorine. It has to be between 0.2 to 0.5. We also test potability. We also test for bacteria to ensure that the water is safe. Then also from operational maintenance, we do fixing of leakages. We rectify them in case they arise. This could be in case of wear and tear, burst, or at times they are cut in case of road rehabilitation. We also rehabilitate the tap stands in case they are dilapidated. We also fix the broken taps in case they're not working.
As an environment and energy graduate trainee, I have been able to access skills such as wetland restoration skills, wood water establishment skills, tree verification skills at nursery beds, tree planting skills, engaging the community in environment.
So far, I have managed to cast the 1,400 something slabs on my own. It has given me a good leadership skill, like to work with the masons, to work like even planning, because the day breaks off and you have to plan. What are we going to use? How are we going to do it?
We need to embrace more on the climate resilient structures, infrastructure. That could be like, say for instance, we have a newly installed clarifier. However, we need to embrace more on climate resilient structures for the betterment of the water resources.
Office setting, I wasn't used to it, but with time I got used to it. I blended in with the help of my colleague. We sorted that out.
Protective gear, sometimes we be in the field, like raincoats. As you see, it's like this season is a rainy season, so we have a challenge of lack of raincoat.
I was mainly allocated here alone, and I started life alone. I came to the place knowing that I'm really going to be given accommodation and everything. But when I reached there, I didn't find anything, and after one, I had nowhere to go. I didn't have anybody I knew in the place. So I had to toil alone.
At times you find that it also the heat of because of the area that we are in causes some of the pipes to burst, causing leakages, and you find you have to fix leakages over and over again. Then also at times, maybe in case of the rainy season, we don't have water flowing as regularly out as we would like. So you find that the people in the community are complaining that, oh my God, water mission, where is the water? But we usually have some backup generators that support in case of such an issue. But then again, if there's no fuel, you can have a lag of maybe a day, then the next day there's water.
The challenge would be the language barrier. There are communities that speak Kiswahili, there are those that speak Kinyarwanda. So if you do not know Kinyarwanda, but you can speak Kiswahili, it's easy for them to translate, because sometimes there are those that understand both Kinyarwanda and Kiswahili. So communication, first of all, has been a key point that I've learned. Secondly, the hands-on hard labor. Say for instance, repairing leakages. Yes, in case you go to a place and you've seen a child has hit a nail on an HDP pipe. Yes, how are you going to, engage the community? Are you going to, go full throttle, be angry at them? No, you need to engage them, speak to them softly, because they're children involved. You need to engage them softly, try to make them understand, but you shouldn't do it once. You need to keep engaging them, do follow up, see if whatever you've been giving out to them, they're following.
So one of the things that I would want to appeal to all those outside there to take advantage of this program. The program is transparent. We are not taking on the people because we know them. We are giving a chance to Ugandans so that they can be mentored, so that they get the skills. And for us, anybody, any professional fits in the work we do. We take on journalists, we take on economists, we take on accountants, human resource officers, engineers, environmentalists. So we take on people with all backgrounds, because for us, water, environment, and climate change touches everybody, and every professional fits.
I believe there's no better place to acquire skill, to get exposed through certain sorts of conditions that groom you into a better person, into a better manager, a better engineer, than places like this. So please do not be selective when you're out there. Be very open-minded and be ready to learn. Respect the people you find in the place, because it's them that know the system all too well. If you want to learn as much as possible from them, please be willing to listen.
To the new graduates who are interested in this mentorship program, I would say that you will first of all research and understand the objectives of the mentorship program. And secondly, as you are going to the field, you have to network with the professionals that in that field, and also you have to be open-minded and willing to learn.
Feel calm and home. They should not fear about the working where they are going to be deployed. The thing is enjoyable. You're exposed to work. You acquire skills, you meet experts, you're guided, you're mentored.
Apply for this program if the opportunity arises, because this program is there yearly. So I would advise them to apply for this program, to seize this opportunity, because there's a lot to learn, there's knowledge and skills to be gained, there's a lot of capacity building that is available.
I would encourage you to part in these opportunities.
I would like to appreciate the trainees that we've so far had for the 4 cohorts. They have done much in the field. They have contributed a lot in humanitarian work.
I would like to take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to the initiators, to the funders, to the partners of this mentorship program. It has truly been a blessing. My capacity has been built. I have gained knowledge and skills through this program. I have had the honor to work alongside a team of professionals who are dynamic and dedicated to their work.
My sincere appreciation to the organizers of this mentorship program, because I have been able and I have been exposed to the working environment where I have applied my theoretical skills into practical.
I'd like to say a massive thank you to the stakeholders that put this in place. Thank you very, very much from the bottom of our hearts, because I think without this program, many of us would probably be doing farming, since we do not have the experience needed out there in the job sectors. However, this platform provides us with the opportunity, to get the experience, sell ourselves out there, and to acquire a lot of skill.
I really would want to start by thanking UNHCR, the one who started it up through the different partner organizations, and in particular Simon Odong. He has really been a pillar of this, and when we engage in discussion, I could see the passion, and has been able to really get the leadership of UNHCR to give it support, and they have come forward. They have actually given us the assurance that they will continue supporting it. The leadership of the Ministry of Water and Environment, the ministers, the permanent secretary, have been very, very supportive. So I really want to thank them, and without their support, we wouldn't have gone this far. I appeal to many others to take on more so that we can have a critical mass of people moving forward. The partner organization that have been taking on the mentors, we want to thank them. They have really, really given it a lot of attention. And in Samizi has really been doing a very good job to coordinate and ensure that we move forward with this program. We have also, of course, had the number of other organizations that have provided additional support. But I want to thank those partner organizations that have come to join the program. I will not mention them individually because there are many. I don't want to leave out any, but I really want to thank them for joining this program. A number of them have already expressed interest to take on the mentees, and we are happy about that. I appeal to many others to take on more so that we can have a critical mass of people moving forward. For those who have not joined, as I said earlier, please, this is the way to go. It's our country. We have to build the human capacity. You can have money, but if you don't have a human resource to actually do the work, you can't achieve it. Sometimes we say, we don't have money to do the work, but do we have the human resource that is well prepared? And the young people have the potential. We are not talking about innovations in technology. The young people will come with the knowledge to think and be able to move the agenda forward. And I also want to thank the team at the Water Resources Institute, the coordinator, the deputy coordinator, and the rest of the team. I supervise the Water Resources Institute, but they are the ones who do work on the ground. I only flag them off, so I really want to thank them for the good work that is being done. And for all of those that are putting in money, we receive funding from Water Aid, for example, we receive funding from IRC, from Water for People, also receive funding from government, World Bank, and other partners. Some of the funding comes in kind, while others comes in cash. And our programs, especially the mentorship program, has succeeded because of the support of the partners there. And I really want to appreciate them on behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment, and assure them that we will continue being there to work with them to ensure that we move this country to where it's supposed to be. Thank you very much.
The Water Resources Institute Mentorship Initiative is one of the programs the Institute is carrying on as it seeks to continue operationalizing the strategic plan.
This is a flagship program for the Water Resources Institute, which was initiated due to the need to mentor young girls into water and environment science, because this was a lacking aspect. And so the Water and Environment Institute took it up as a flagship program to be able to encourage young girls and mentor them so that they remain within the science of water and environment.
We started with the ladies. We had a pilot mentorship program last year, 2021, 2022. And the pilot program had about 26 mentees who have graduated in 2022. and our own ladies from the center, that is the Ministry of Water and Environment Center. So after the experience we got in the pilot study and recommendations and the interest that was shown by ladies and the top management of the Ministry of Water and Environment, we embarked on the second cycle. This second cycle, we recruited 30 mentees from the deconcentrated structures and 30 mentees from the Ministry of Water, the Central.
One of the programs of the Institute is a mentorship program, which we started in 2021, basically trying to help the young men and women to build their capacity, to motivate them to improve their career, be confident and be able to deliver very, very effectively as a sector.
We are in a small group where everyone can talk. The mentees are able to learn more about the ongoing global, regional, national trends in the different areas. For example, if you look at an area of project management, all of us in our lives, whether in our family, whether in our workspaces, we are always handling projects. So a technical session on project management exposes these young professionals to the realities of what they would really find in their day-to-day work.
Whoever came up with it, I think did a good job, because it is going to strengthen the capacity of the girls. And I hope that also the boys are going to come on. Some of us, when we are coming into the public service offices, we didn't have an opportunity to get someone to make you understand. I have found this program very capacitating. It is going to enable the mentees, first of all, to be confident of what they are doing. It is going to make them understand better the areas they are following.
I've learned a number of things. To start with, policy formulation. It was quite interesting because I had no idea how policies come up and every other thing. And now I know exactly how to put the ideas together, who to consult, and what stakeholders exactly to engage in actually having a successful policy.
We have learned a lot as mentees. We have got an experience, an opportunity to directly interact with very great women in the country, as women, to encourage us and motivate us with very practical examples. And other than the videos we watch on YouTube and what, we've got an experience to interact with them closely, for them to mentor us into great women all round, socially, economically, and environmentally.
The topics from the mentorship program are very highlighting. For instance, the art of communication is one of those topics that I liked very much.
Initially, I did not believe in myself. I really used to have a lot of fear. And with this program, I was able to believe in myself. I was able to learn how to take up opportunities, be it at work, be it at my family level. I learned how to be a leader at both levels, and I feel I have been encouraged to take up many opportunities once given a chance.
I've learned on how to negotiate. It can either be at workplace, home, or communities. And during that negotiation, you have to look at what you expect from people and what you have to air out to people.
I had a lot of self-awareness. I learned that you have to know your strengths and your weaknesses in order to have real goals that will achieve you anything.
We are seeing benefits at different levels. At the mentors level, for instance, we have one of our old pundit in water and environment sector, who is one of the committed mentors to this program. So we are learning a lot from her. She's inspiring young girls on how to get to the highest level internationally, and among other mentees and mentors who have made it up there.
The mentorship program is not only for the mentees to learn, but even the mentors learn.
The ladies were in the first pilot, they've been able to make decisions, they've been able to get promotions in their workplaces. Some became principals, some became seniors, and they say that this mentorship program they had, the chance of mentoring them, build their capacity, build their confidence, that they were able to pass the interviews for promotion interviews. They were able to advocate for more opportunities as ladies in the Ministry of Water and Environment sector.
We have technical mentorship and leadership mentorship. And these ladies are being helped to actually grow and be competitive in an environment dominated by men. And we are hoping that after they have gone through the mentorship program, they will be well equipped to deliver. They will also be well equipped and motivated to perform much, much better.
It stems from WaterAid's vision of everyone everywhere accessing safe and clean water, because that's what we are about. That's our core business, that is our niche area, and we want to make sure that everyone out there has safe and clean water, good sanitation and hygiene practices. And who best to lead on this than women themselves, who are being affected by the bulk of the grants. So that is how that mentorship program came. And from the conception and the idea, we are really thankful for the partnership with Water Resource Institute. They picked it up, they developed a concept, we supported them in developing a concept and a strategy for it. We funded the first round of the mentorship program, and we are thankful that now in its second year, they've received funding to support with more mentorships. So that for us is a huge success, because one of our driving pillars is let us initiate, but then be able to see that initiation or that innovation being scaled up and taken by other partners. And that's what we are seeing. So we couldn't have been much happier than that.
I'd like to appreciate the Ministry of Water and Environment, that is especially the Water Resources Institute, for the mentorship program.
To the program organizers, our mentors, the funders, the Water Resources Institute, and everyone who has actually been part of this program that enabled us as mentees come together. Thank you so much.
I'd like to give special thanks to the G4G Girls Mentorship Program and the Ministry of Water for facilitating this program, and WaterAid.
We really want to take this opportunity as a ministry to thank WaterAid Uganda, thank Girls for Girls that have helped shape this program, and Contour Consult that have also been providing consulting services to provide guidance in our delivery of this program. Again, for the mentors, we not mention them by name. There are many heads of government institutions, permanent secretaries, executive directors, and many from within the country and outside who have contributed to this program. We want to thank them and want to call upon them to continue supporting us moving forward.
I want to take this opportunity to really thank the Ministry of Water through the Water Resource Institute and the leadership of Dr. Kalist for really standing up as a man. He has stood up for the mentorship program and seeing more women being mentored, more leaders coming into the sector. That is what this mentorship program is doing. So thank you very much, Water Resource Institute, Dr. Kalist and your team. You guys have started a wonderful job in the institute itself, but also in spearheading a mentorship program that we can also see is going beyond Uganda. Agenda for Change has taken this up, and they are doing a global mentorship program for women. So congratulations to you all.
To the mentees that are yet to join, I pray they get an opportunity to actually join this mentorship program. There's a lot that you pick from it. You come when you're probably in a certain shell, but it enables you come out of that shell. There's so much that you learn.
I encourage you 100% to join this very interesting and educative program for a number of reasons. First of all, this ignites the energy for you to move and become a great woman of substance, practically. So the mentees that are yet to come, I would encourage you to get so much interested and look forward to achieving goals and set the targets. Come here with very many expectations and be assured they shall be met.
Okay. Okay. Welcome from the break tea. I think it's good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start on our Water Resources Institute side event, we have an opportunity to have one of our exhibitors from our Western region that would like to give us a small 3-minute talk about what they do. And I will let them to explain what they do with repurposing the water hyacinth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rachel Adong. I work as a water resources engineer in the Victoria Water Management Zone, Southwestern region. We are here to present to you one of our innovations, which is going to be presented by our exhibitors from Bishop Stewart University, Mbarara, and Innovation Incubation Hub. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Nejak Mumpawin, a student from Bishop Stewart University, doing diploma in animal health and production. With the use of water hyphen, I have been able to solve the problem of water and soil diseases that are a problem to human and our animals. So we use that water hyphen in establishment of mushroom project in order to get food source in our livelihood, such that that food source is in mushroom product, whereby you are going to get this fresh mushroom and dry them in order to come up with more products, such that we change human livelihood. And those products include dry mushroom, powder mushroom, wine from mushrooms. As we also know that mushroom contain prosaccharine, it means it is going to change our health in treating cancer. And what you're seeing in my hand is the seed that we use to make mushroom project that is appearing in this way, and this is our mushroom project. So with your support, we are going to be able to solve the problem of waste materials that have been deposited outside in line with changing our health and our livelihood, since the project is more production and will develop the country at large. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sunday Justice is my name, from Western Uganda and the Innovation Hub. I'm here to showcase, we are brought by Minister of Water, we are here to showcase the innovation of rearing fish using water hyacinth. What we do with the water hyacinth, we crush it into smaller particles by using mortar and pestle. You crush it into smaller particles. Then we add abattoir water, which contains some blood properties. We add it in. Then that substance, we have some soldier flies. We have a project called black soldier flies. The black soldier flies would enjoy that property, then produce eggs, which eggs hatch and produce maggots. Those maggots are a complete food required for fish farming. So we have fish farming, because the mission there was to improve livelihoods of the community. Every community would need a fish. At least if we introduce the project of fish farming, as you could see, for every household, and this farming is not done in ponds, it is done in tarpaulins, which can be made at upland at every household. So this thing has a lot of market. It is easy to do. It saves the environment. It is a good project compared to brick making or sand mining. So with the introduction of these projects, people would abandon destroying the environment by sand mining and even making bricks, because at least every family would need a fish at the end of the day than a brick. So if we could introduce the project of making cheap chicken feeds and fish feeds available for farmers, people would abandon the projects done into wetlands. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't hear a response. People haven't taken breakfast? Can you hear me? Yes. So my name is Engineer Annette Kezia Nantongo, and I work as a Principal Water Officer in the Directorate of Water Resources Management. I am going to be your moderator for this session this afternoon. You're all welcome to this side event, which is looking at the innovations and impact of the programs of the Water Resources Institute to the water and environment sector. I think as you're all aware, most of you are aware that the Water Resources Institute was established in 2018, and a lot has been happening. So I hope you're excited to hear about what has been going on and the impacts that the Institute has had. So we'll start off our program with some opening remarks from Dr. Kalist Tindimugaya, the Director of DWRM. Thank you.
Thank you very much, moderator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you to this session where we are trying to reflect on the innovations that have been brought about by the Water Resources Institute through partnerships with various organizations. Some of you have been part of this journey since 2018, and we want to thank you for being with us. But also we want to thank those who are coming in for the first time, and we do hope that you will get to appreciate what we are trying to do. Normally when you talk about innovation, people think you are innovating in terms of technology only, but you can innovate in the way you do things, in the way you think, in the processes. So a number of things have happened since 2018 through the Water Resources Institute, and we would want to use this session to give an account of what the team has been doing, and also the impact that has been created. Again, throughout the week up to today, a number of things have been showcased, but this session is going to recap that, and it's going to be done through the eyes of the partners. Again, you cannot measure the impact of your work by yourself. You do it through others you are trying to work with. So on behalf of the Ministry of Water and Environment, I want to thank you once again. Thank the team at the Water Resources Institute, the coordinator, deputy coordinator, and your team, and all of those that have been part of this journey. We do believe in partnerships, and we believe that we are stronger together. And that's the spirit we're also trying to demonstrate through the Uganda Water and Environment Week. The 8th one is making us believe that we can do things differently, and we can actually change the way we are delivering water and environmental services to the country, that we can use the innovations to create jobs, improve incomes, and address the challenges we are being faced with. While we have challenges, we need to think about solutions, and that's why we need to remain positive. So thank you once again, and wish you an enjoyable session and good discussions, and don't hesitate to give feedback on how things can be done better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kalist, for those remarks. I'll now invite Ms. Gwendolyn Choburungi, who's the coordinator of the Water Resources Institute, to give us the account that the director has talked about. Give us an account of what the Institute has done since 2018. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to give a brief overview of the Water Resources Institute. I stood here because I don't want to be...
Check 1, 2.
Maybe I sit there. Thank you. Thank you, moderator. As Annette has already said, the modulator, the Water Resources Institute, was established in 2018 during the first Water and Environment Week. As we are celebrating the 8th, that was the first in 2018, and that's when the Water Resources Institute was established and was launched by our then, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Dr. Rugunda. But before the establishment, there are some studies that were carried out that recommended the establishment of this Water Resources Institute. Those were sector studies, water sector studies that were carried out between 2003 to 2005 and recommended that we need to establish the Water Resources Institute in order to address the challenges of water and environment that were hitting our country by then. When you look at pollution, you look at the water variability, climate change, demands for water. Formerly, maybe we used to look at water use as mainly supply, but as we grow, as the economy grows, as the countries grow, we find that demands for the water resources are increasing. The encroachment of onto the wetlands is increasing. The encroachment of the ecosystems is increasing. So the Water Resources Institute was the reason why it was established to address through building capacity of the water and environment professionals. We have a vision. Our vision is water resources are optimally utilized so that can serve for everybody and can serve for every industrial need, can serve for every sector in the development of our country. And also, we have what they call a mission. We have to say that we want to be a center of excellence. That's our vision, that provides cutting-edge applied research, training, and serves as a neutral place for dialogue and outreach. Our aim as a Water Resources Institute aims to be a center of excellence, like we talked about of our vision, in management, conservation, development, and management of water and related resources. Water is within the environment. When you talk of related resources, you look at the ecosystems, you look at the wetlands, you look at the forests, are all part of the related ecosystems or related natural resources that impact onto the water resources. The need, we address water and environment. Then I want to look at, we use a platform to foster holistic. When you talk of holistic, meaning that the water and environment is not only for the water sector, but every development sector, every sector in the country is at all use water, all impact on the water and environment resources. That's why we're using the word holistic in reference to the approach in management of water and environment resources. And also we look at capacity development of the sector. We also look at disciplinary pool of active and retired expertise. As you shall see during this session, you will see so many things have taken place to address this approach in management of water and environment resources. We have 4 focus areas or thematic areas of the Institute. We use applied training, applied research, dialogue, and outreach. I will not talk deeply into it. I will let the next sessions, the next items on the session to explain and expound onto these 4 focus areas. The programs, we said we are looking, this session is looking at the innovation and the programs that are being undertaken under the Water Resources Institute. As we want to be a center of excellence, we have to be innovative. We have to be focus-oriented. We have to see, looking at diversity, because we don't only sit on training only the Ministry of Water and Environment people, but when we are building capacity, we are looking at the bigger picture, the holistic picture in management of water and environment resources. So through this one, we looked at different programs that can be undertaken by the Water Resources Institute. Remember, the Water Resources Institute is of the Ministry of Water and Environment. It is in the Ministry of Water and Environment. Whatever we do, we have to also to be in coordination and collaboration with the Ministry of Water and Environment policies and functions. So we look at applied training. We talked of applied training as one of our programs at the Water Resources Institute. When I talk of applied training, it looks at how to bridge the gap between theory and practice. What we learn in the universities, in the colleges, to see how can it be interpreted when it comes, how can it be applied by looking at the practicability of what we learn into from the universities and come into the working environment, we come into implementation environment, then we see how we can apply what we learn into all other activities. That's why it is called applied training. We are looking at applied research, but more will be talked about it. The same will look at the research that is applicable for the policies and management of the water and environment, targeted research that informs the policy decisions and many other activities. Uganda Water and Environment Week, as we are celebrating it today, is one of our innovations and one of the activities. We have mentorship. Those who were here yesterday, also mentorship, mentoring male and female in the sector. Retired Professional Scheme is the consultant arm of the Water Resources Institute, but we implement it as a consultant arm of the Ministry of Water and Environment through the Water Resources Institute. You have internship and placement. You'll hear more about it as you have our panelists. We have monthly webinars. We are always calling them. So far, we had about 26 webinars since we started on the monthly webinars, where people exchange ideas, people talk, present their research findings and other that are practice, scientific, and also policy. Hackathon, we do hackathon with the university, where we allow the university students, college students to innovate on issues of water and environment and eventually pitch their ideas onto management and development of the resource. Dialogues, we've been hearing dialogues around here, and also have partnership. As Water Resources Institute and Ministry of Water and Environment, our activities are implemented in partnership with different organizations. The director talked about that, how do we implement activities of the Water Resources Institute? It is through partnership, through collaboration, and through support. Technically, financially, that's what we always rely on. Thank you, moderator.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Gwendolyn. I think from her presentation, we're able to see that the Institute, the Water Resources Institute, has done a lot and has a lot of programs. I've personally benefited from a number of them, like the trainings. I've attended several trainings at the Institute that built my capacity. I attended the first mentorship program in 2021. And I think that's why I'm able to stand in front of you. Before then, I could not stand in front of so many people, but I've been able to benefit from the Institute. The monthly webinars are also very informative. There's a lot to learn there. We get to see and hear what people are doing in the sector, both in Uganda and out of Uganda. And of course, the Uganda Water and Environment Week, which is able to reach thousands of people, both here in Uganda and out of Uganda. I think the outreach with the Uganda Water and Environment Week is amazing. So now we've had the account. We've had what happens in the Institute and what we've been able to do since 2018. Would like to hear experiences from our different partners. I think the director mentioned that partnership is key in the Institute. And so I'd like to hear from the different partners what their experiences are. So I'd like to invite our panelists to come here. Miss Wako Grace from the private sector, please come and take your seat here. Oh, sorry, before that, I'm sorry about that. Sorry, before that we have a video that will summarize the impact of the Water Resources Institute. Could we have the video? Joanne, could you play the video?
Water Resources Institute was formally established in March 2018. And one of the programs for the Water Resources Institute is the Uganda Water and Environment. We basically to reach out to people and promote dialogues.
We have had interactions with the communities within the Eastern region. We have had interactions with students through their different institutions, through the youth debates that has brought a number of students together to come and showcase their talent, but also to come and discuss important issues that are related to water and environment, but specifically climate change.
These webinars, one, are very academic. They bring people who are into research and people who are looking for solutions for the world. It's not just about Uganda, it's even beyond Uganda. And I love that they're bringing us this kind of information. I love that they're on YouTube. Like when I miss, I just go back to YouTube and I find them there. So that has been an amazing opportunity for us who love to look for solutions, who are looking at, you know, what difference can we make in this world?
So research is important. You know, research enables you to explore and do things differently and innovate. Right now we are talking about technology, we are talking about innovation.
The Water Resources Institute has this opportunity to not only show or train, but profile water resources as a key resource in water and environment sector.
We have had to sensitize our communities over and over to actually, for example, when you talk about the promotion of the improved energy saving stoves, we have had to train local communities on how they can actually produce these improved energy saving stoves, because these are actually new technologies that they have had to learn how they work, but also to get to understand the advantages. This has been practically done by working with the women groups in the Oja catchment, for example. We have worked with local groups in the districts of Kumi, in the districts of Ngora, in the districts of Serere, Kwen, and Nakapiripirit, and Amudat. So this has helped transform the perceptions that the people have at the household level, like husbands, about these technologies, and it has caused appreciation from the household.
The Water Resources Institute, through the dialogue, has actively been able to bring together stakeholders at the community level, you know, where the impacts are really felt, to ensure that the private sector, who are some of those people who really cause the climate effects, are part of these processes.
I've realized that water is important, environment is important, climate change needs to be addressed, but are we doing the right thing? Are we actually investigating the things we are supposed to investigate? Right now, all universities, when you are doing a master's, you are doing a PhD, even undergraduate, you do research. The issue is, where does that research go?
The collaboration between Makerere University and the Water Resources Institute has enabled the university to be able to respond to the challenge of climate change, because the ministry has historical data. If it's rainfall, they have it for a very long time. If it's stream flow, the ministry has the gauging stations. It has the lab. If the students go to do work, he can be able to pick samples, take them to the lab, and this is a state-of-the-art lab, well facilitated.
So we are translating that research which is done to get a qualification to practical application. That's why we would want to move the academic work to inform practice, and can only be done by research.
With the Water Resources Institute, we do have a tripartite memorandum of understanding between Water for People Uganda, IRC, International Water and Sanitation Center, who are both members of the One for All Alliance, and the Water Resources Institute, with the main aim of profiling and extending the services of the Water Resources Institute which includes capacity building, it includes organizing thematic dialogues to engage on particular aspects.
One of the areas really which we are giving a lot of attention is dialogue. Because you cannot run unless you talk, unless you exchange with others. But also to recognize that water, environment, and climate change issues touch everybody. And that's why we want to get the researchers to be supported so that they deliver solutions to the people.
Can we give a better round of applause for that video? Yeah, I think the video was very informative. You can see that the trainings that people are doing through the institute are actually reaching the grassroots, the communities, private sector is involved, the academia is involved, the academia is coming in with the theory and ensuring that it's actually practical and done practically. And we're also having dialogue because water and environment touches everyone. I think with that, we can be ushered into our panel discussion. And allow me to invite the panelists to come and take their seats, starting with Miss Wako Grace from the private sector. You're welcome. Miss Mary Namukose from GIZ. We normally call her the donor. She has a lot of money. You're welcome, Mary. We have Engineer Simon Odong, who's a lead wash specialist from UNHCR. You're welcome. Then we have Mr. Gilbert Guma, who's the country director for water.org. I don't know if he's here physically. Oh, yes, okay, you're welcome. We have Engineer Daniel Oponya from the private sector. He's also been there since the beginning of the institute. You're welcome, Daniel. And then last but not least, Ms. Pamela Mosimenta, who is working with the Water Resources Planning and Regulation Department as a water officer. So, our dear panelists, will kick off this discussion by first letting us know who you are, what you do, and maybe in a minute or two tell us how you've worked with the Water Resources Institute. What is your link with the Water Resources Institute, or how have you partnered with it? Starting with Ms. Grace.
Good afternoon. Am I loud enough? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol observed. My name is Grace Wako Katuramu. I'm a water and sanitation specialist. My focus is mainly organizational and institutional development. I've worked in the water sector for over 25 years in various capacities. And my main link to the Water Resource Institute was that I participated in the study that operationalized the Water Institute. Months, maybe 6 months, 6 months to 8 months before it started in 2018. So I'm really passionate about it because I've seen its growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you, Mary.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Just to first set the record right, we don't have a lot of money, but we have enough money to keep our partners up and running. Yes, my name is Mary Namkose and I work for GIZ. And my connection to the Water Resources Institute, GIZ has been supporting or is supporting the Ministry of Water and Environment in different aspects. And as far as the Water Week is concerned, we've been partners since its inception. So for 8 years, in a nutshell, GIZ has been supporting the Uganda Water and Environment Week. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mary. Yes, Engineer Simon.
Yes, Simon is my name. I work with UNHCR here in Kampala. I lead the water, sanitation and hygiene sector, where we support over 1.8 million refugees in this country, and the numbers are still counting. My engagement with the Water Resources Institute, I think it has come in from a shared passion. Many years ago, of course, I was a young child and always thought that I would be a water engineer. And then it happened to be. And then when I finished university, I was looking for where to train, and I thought maybe there was a system. I would go somewhere and then I would just be recruited into a training, but it was not possible. It was for me to just go to the people who could provide training opportunities, and then there were no institutional way of recruiting people from the university into an organized mentorship, training, internship program. I know there is the Uganda Institute of Professional, the Institute for Industrial Training, but then it's not really possible that you just go in and get the training. So when I joined UNHCR, and I was told that you must meet Dr. Kalist. I think you have a shared vision about institutionalizing the training of fresh graduates. So my first meeting with him was, can we start a WASH Academy at the Water Resource Institute? And then he said, no, we already have something, but it's not having the fresh graduates. Then I said, okay, I'll push the side of the fresh graduates. You deal with the professionals who are already working in the sector. That's the connection. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Engineer Simon. That's inspiring. We've actually watched these young professionals, get opportunities, learn, and grow. Would now like to hear from Mr. Gilbert Guma. Kindly tell us who you are and your link to the Institute.
Thank you. Yes, Guma Gilbert is my name. Country lead water.org. And my connection to the Water Resource Institute runs back about 3-4 years ago. Water.org works with about 12 banks in East Africa, 12 commercial banks, supporting them to tailor water and sanitation loans to the masses, but also supporting them to do financing of utilities. So this was an area of interest in terms of learnings, but also supporting the policy environment and engagements. That was our core interest in the Water Resources Institute, because we see those elements as a mandate they have. Beyond that, then the journey took on co-sponsorship for the Water Week, for which we've been part of since about 4 years ago. Since the Water Resources Institute is at the forefront of organizing the Water Week, that has been our journey with them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you for sponsoring the Water Week and all the support. Could we hear from Engineer Daniel?
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Engineer Daniel Ofonya is my name. I'm a senior consultant within the water, sanitation, integrated water resources and climate change space. What is my connection with the Water Resources Institute? First and foremost, I was the senior technical advisor at GIZ on water resources management. And many a times when we came to do capacity building and training with the ministry, that resource we had to seek and get it from out there. So during the sector reform studies, I was one of the people spoken to, and then the idea of the Water Resources Institute was born. So my first place within the Water Resources Institute was to be part of the reform study. Thereafter, I have been also doing lots of work with from the private sector perspective as a consultant, a facilitator, moderator, and trainer at the Water Resources Institute on many projects. Last but not least, I've also been a volunteer at the Water and Resources Institute. For example, in the mentorship program, I'm deeply engaged in empowering our young graduates, but nonetheless also when it comes to the Uganda Water and Environment Week, I've been part of it from 2019 as a member of the National Organizing Committee and the Technical Organizing Committee. That, in a brief, is my association with the Water Resources Institute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Daniel. I think they need to give you an office at the Institute with all that you're doing for or with the Water Resources Institute. So, Pamela, over to you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Annette. Good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pamela Msimenta, and I work at the Ministry of Water and Environment as a water officer, and particularly in the Directorate of Water Resources Management. Now, to me, the Water Resources Institute, I think I'm a beneficiary of the Water Resources Institute, unlike my panelists who are all maybe giving donations, but me, I'm a beneficiary of what they are giving to the Institute. I talk about applied trainings. I've benefited from all those. When you look at the research, when you go to the dialogues or outreaches, I think that comes straight to what we are doing with the Uganda Water and Environment Week, where the youth were given a platform that I'm part of, and where I serve as the vice chair for the committee. And for example, with the dialogues, I think we can talk of the debates. So that is how I've benefited from the Water Resources Institute. I can go on and on, but it's a lot that I've benefited from the Water Resources Institute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pamela, for that. And I think I've seen your growth, so I know what the Institute has done for you. Okay, so on to the next question. Now that, you know, we have a mix of things here, we have people who had the same vision as the Institute, people who have supported the Institute to grow it, people who have funded the Institute activities. We want to hear from you. What are your experiences on the impact of the Institute? What do you see, you know? Is it happening as you thought? And yeah, so kindly share your experiences with us. And I think again we'll follow the same order, starting with Miss Grace Wako until we reach Pamela. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Again, as I said, I participated in the study that operationalized the Water Resource Institute. So I would like to talk about it from the 4 areas of focus, as was presented by Gwendolyn. For me, at the start, when we are coming up with a vision, mission, and those areas, the 4 thematic areas, we went around interviewing different stakeholders, and then we had this beautiful report. It seemed so ambitious and out of this world. And I participated in developing even the work plan, the work plan to operationalize the areas, the 4 thematic areas. So let me just give a few highlights from the different thematic areas and what I have seen that has happened. I think the mission was that, to start with, is that this should be one place of excellence with cutting-edge technology and allows free discussions or a neutral area. I've seen that come to pass because I've seen that the composition of the topics that are discussed in those dialogues and even the discussions that take place during the Water Week, we realize that people talk freely. regardless of where they stand. Even if you're a policymaker, you can criticize your own aspects. So that is a big plus. The other aspect that I saw that was foreseen was that it should be a multi-stakeholder forum and multi-level. Multiple meaning various. It has come to pass. We've seen the academia is there, ministries are there, NGOs are there, the private sector is there. We're even talking about students that are participating in the various activities. That has come to pass and it's evolving. That's a big plus that we have seen. Another aspect was outreach. We were debating how do we implement the outreach program. I think the biggest aspect is the Water Week. The Water Week, which started in 2018, has evolved over the years. But even when we are beginning, it started with a bang. It has brought international, regional, national, and local level stakeholders through optimizing even technology. We've seen that there are many people who are participating online. People who are in different time zones, different countries, a very big plus. Thanks to all of us. The other aspect that we talked about was utilization of the retirees. We realized that from the consultations that were carried out, the employers were saying that there is a misfit between the people that come to work with them and the papers that they hold. So there was an issue, how do we bridge that gap? We also discussed with universities. They said, yes, they do attaching students, but the reality of work situation is different. So through the Water Resources Institute and the attachment programs, we have seen that that gap is being bridged. Although we don't have enough opportunities to get on board as many, but at least there is a great success. Furthermore, we had talked about applied research. Applied research, I think that's the youngest area that has come on board, but it's beginning to happen. What is the other aspect? Yeah. The mentorship program has also evolved. Initially, it was for ladies, but when you look around the world, at least in Uganda, there is an issue of the boy child that is being left on the side. Women are becoming more empowered. I'm glad that we're even bringing in the boy child on board in terms of mentorship. Thanks to all of us, let's clap our hands. Indeed, when you look at the mentees and the graduates, they have changed a lot. So as we take on board the males, the sector will grow at the same level. The webinars has been a very good opportunity that has evolved over time, and the hackathon. And last but not least, we have seen that ministries beyond water are participating in the Water Resource Institute activities. Initially, we were working so much in silos, but we see that energy, health, agriculture are coming on board. That is the evolution I've seen. Of course, there are always opportunities to improve, but we're on the right track. In terms of numbers of participants in the Water Week, I'm not so sure where we are, but it has grown. And during the, what is it called? The COVID lockdown, it enhanced the utilization of technology and even taking videos and sharing these things. And maybe finally what I would like to talk about in terms of improvement is the exhibitions. The exhibitions are powerful, very, very powerful, and it's an opportunity to really bridge the practical aspects further with the theory. But what needs to be done is practical integration of a session where we all go around and see what is being exhibited. And my last comment is that when we introduced the regional activities, there wasn't a clear, systematic sharing of what comes out from the field. Initially, it would appear in the waterfront, but this time around, we've been able to have presentations and dialogues along different themes. This was, for me, that is the peak for this particular Water Week. We have grown in leaps and bounds, and we are becoming more impactful, and it just requests that we clap for the organizers. And the funders at that. Let me stop here for now to allow my friends to have something to say.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Water Resources Institute and the Minister of Water and Environment for organizing the Water Week for 8 years, 8 good years. For those who are part of the organizing committee and at the core of the Water Week, you know what goes into the organization. It's not a very easy task, but you have done it for 8 years, or we have done it for 8 years. So congratulations to us. And yes, we deserve a hand clap. And of course, a special thanks to the partners from all different sectors, the private sector, the civil society organizations, and the ministry itself for the passion that you have for this Water Week. When it is Water Week, everyone leaves whatever they are doing to really pay attention to the Water Week. Religious institutions, name it. I think it's an incredible job, and it just shows how we Ugandans and people from outside Uganda attached to the Water Week. For me, to just reflect a bit on the impact of the Water Resources Institute, I remember in 2018, I think around about that, we did a capacity development strategy for the Directorate of Water Resources Management. And I remember Dr. Kalista at that time, that study, we first did a study that really showed that within 5 or so years, most of the senior colleagues from the Directorate would be retiring. And then, of course, as Jai said, our core business is really to build the capacity of the partners. And for me, it's really heartwarming to see this retirement program, which is run by the Water Resources Institute, seeing it come to life, to bring the colleagues who have been working in the sector to continue serving the sector under that program. So for me, this is a very key achievement and a highlight from the Water Resources Institute. I see Mr. Pitu here and other retired professionals. They have that platform where they can come back to support the sector, but also to mentor the young people. We need that institutional memory, and the Water Resources Institute is helping us to really keep this institutional memory, which I hope maybe we can even document some of these experiences, because you cannot remember all the 40 years experience from someone, but at least if these biographies or these experiences are documented, I think that will be a very good plus as well. The other thing I would like to maybe also to add on what Grace mentioned is the aspect of stakeholder engagement. And colleagues who are here, I would like to just to confirm to you that the Water Week has gone beyond Uganda, it has gone beyond East Africa, it has gone beyond Africa. It's an international event. Right now as we speak, we have people joining in from all over the world. You've been following the discussions. We have colleagues right now coming from Germany. Hello, everyone. My colleagues have come to just attend events in the Water Week. Of course, not Germany alone. We have other stakeholders, other international participants. So for me, I think that stakeholder engagement at all levels, at local communities, think about the workers. These are people walking 400 plus kilometers across Uganda, sensitizing people on issues of the environment. They are reaching the last mile people. I mean, colleagues, let's face it, we can do all these studies, all these nice things in our offices, but if we do not reach people at the community level, we are not doing justice to ourselves. But through the Water Resources Institute and the Water Week and the different activities, we are able to reach these different stakeholders at the last level possible. So for me, I think this is a very good milestone and a very good achievement and impact by the Water Resources Institute. I know, right, every Ugandan at least knows that there is Water Week. For me, my friends normally ask, when I tell them it is Water Week, they say, Mary, will you give us a bag? So Gwendolyn, I hope you made enough bags, because there are people expecting bags from the Water Week. But I mean, it just shows you that people really see, people follow the events of the Water Week. And maybe lastly, the other impact that I would like to mention is the engagement of the young people. I remember the first year of the Water Week, the youth or the young professionals participated, but not to the extent that we would have loved to see. But the second Water Week and up to date, the Water Resources Institute and the ministry accepted the feedback from the young people to get involved in the Water Week and all the activities of the ministry. And I'm very grateful. I mean, looking at my colleague Edwin here, from Youth Go Green, the debates that have been taking place, the career talk shows, and again, thank you, Pamela, because I started with Sonia, the career talk show, or the career for the younger professionals, but then I don't even know what is happening there. All I know is that at least the young people are getting involved in the Water Week. They have taken over. They are moving forward. They are part of the discussions. They are on the table. So for me, that is very important, because we need all people in the room. And maybe lastly, before I hand over, is really the engagement of the private sector. Colleagues, you know, private sector, they talk business, yeah? For them it's business. But the Water Week has managed, or the ministry has managed, to bring the private sector on board. Yesterday we were with the MD from Uganda Breweries. You're seeing all these different stakeholders on board. The commercial flower farms have been part of the Water Week. So that really shows you that the Water Resources Institute is having an impact, and this is, these are some of the programs that we need for the sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The impact, let me tell you about the innovation first. When you are a fresh graduate and you're out there looking for a job, it is not easy. Some of you have graduated. Every step in life is a challenge. And when you reach a point where you have the papers and you have graduated, you do not know whether you're going to get a job or not. And in a situation like Uganda, where everyone has gone to school and everyone has the best papers, including those from NASA Road, it is very difficult for you to get a job. And it's not the smartest that will get the best job anyways. And we started then this fresh mentorship program that looks at university graduates, engineers, public health, social scientists, and all those that are related to water and environment. And we said, why don't we send out these adverts and then all of them apply and they compete? And simply because no one organization has the best HR system, let's get one consulting firm that will put all these applications together and then collate all the partners to come and interview, and they pick whoever they want. So this has started 4 years ago. We are now in the 4th cohort. The 5th cohort is starting 1st of April. And me, I'm glad to UNHCR, because when I joined the UNHCR, I told them that we need to start this program because humanitarian funding is going to go down. So that means we need to work on reducing the staffing cost. One example, when I joined the UNHCR nearly 4 years ago in the country, we used to spend around $1.5 million a year on staffing cost alone. So that means that with the donor funding reducing, you're going to hurt people. You're going to fire people. So why don't we start a program that will eventually start reducing the number of staff gradually until a time when the funding is getting as low as possible. And I think that was just God speaking to some of us. Just this morning, we have announced another 30% cut in staffing budget. And just yesterday, we have graduated 23. And then the guest of honor, before the graduation, was thinking of cutting that program. And then after he graduated them, he went into the meeting and said, anyone who touches the graduate mentorship program, their positions will be cut. So that's the impact. So that means now we are going to be reducing on staffing and increasing on the graduate mentorship program, which is now being led by the Ministry of Water and Environment Water Resources Institute. And I like the connection with the retired professional program, because that's another impact as well. The retired professional program, they are the ones who go to monitor them in the field, speak to them about soft skills in the field. And then when they come to the Resources Institute for a training, classroom training, they are retired professionals who come and train them. And this is happening. I didn't even know there was such a program. Now, the bigger impact that we're looking at is how shall we sustain this program? Because when UNHCR eventually takes off this program, when WaterAid removes their funding, when Environment Aid remove their program, Water for People remove their program funding, what then are we going to do? Shall we be able to sustain this program that is getting now viral? We started with 2 universities, now we are with 36 universities. And we started with Uganda, now there are 4 nations that are applying into this program. So how shall we sustain it? That will be the greater impact of the program if we get on. So the idea is that we open up a WASH, or a Water and Environment Center for Excellence, linking humanitarian development and peace nexus at the Water Resources Institute. So we need a training wing. So we have the concept on the table of around $450,000 that will design and construct an eco-friendly, eco-tourist training center at the lake, that once it is commissioned, the money that will come in from people hiring these facilities will be able to fund this program. And that's where I will retire together with my papa here, Dr. Calist. So when you're retiring, please don't leave me, so that we finish this WASH Excellence, WASH Academy, and then we can come and then kick the water together when we are training them as retired professionals. Then lastly, I want to encourage you, if you are a partner who has some bit of budget, we're talking about between $700,000 to $750,000 a month, you will get top professionals from the university, the top of the cream from the university, recruited through a process that is very clear. They will be able to help you do the work for 12 months, and then if there's a position, you give them. If not, they will be taken. The retention rates as we speak, out of 84 from the 1st up to the 4th cohort, is more than 95%. Out of the people who have been trained, I know of only 2 who are not engaged. They're either in for further studies, or they are working or they are doing something. Only 2 out of 84, that's great. And by the end of this year, we will have up to 116 people who have undergone this training. So we're linking those who are coming from the university with the one that is being trained already by the institute, the professionals, the young careers, so that there is a continuity. But we have also recently spoken to Equity Bank. They have a program that picks senior 6 students who have just completed and take them to the university. So we're linking. Now they have a program of training them on soft skills, and they have accepted that they will be training also these professionals and also these fresh graduates in soft skills. So it's going to be an holistic program that starts from senior 6, fresh graduates, and then to the young professionals, and then we'll have an entire cycle of training. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There's quite a lot to speak about the Water Resources Institute, but I'll try to narrow down to my experiences. Just sitting here is an experience. Just sitting here is an experience. When I look around the room, I told you, for me, my passion and direction is towards the financial institutions. I see DFCU, I see Equity Bank, I see Wendy, Post Bank. For me, that speaks a lot to begin with. But going back to the thought pattern, when I first landed on the website of the Water Resources Institute, by the way, there's a website specifically for the Water Resources Institute, in addition to the website of the ministry. A few things caught my eye. One of them was policy, the other was learning, the other was dialogue, and the other was partnerships. For me, those spoke a lot. Those who have worked with ministries, you know, ministries are very structured, very, very structured. Our entry into the Ministry of Water and Environment, we had a very safe landing. Why? It was the Water Resources Institute. The way they branded themselves corporately was that whereas we are structured as a ministry, private sector can come in. This is a place, this is a cohort where we can test anything. For me, that was, in the messaging itself, that was very appreciated in itself as a place where we could come and think, talk through things, and appreciate what was happening. Up to tomorrow, if you ask me what the Water Resources Institute, for me, in definition, that's what I would tell you. That amoebic place where things can keep turning and churning until you come out with something. For me, in a nutshell, that's my experience. But going to the nitty-gritty, I first came to the Water Week in 2018. At that time, I was working with the bank. And coming in, we were talking about what we were doing, you know, but the intimidation we had in the form of all the big jargons that happen around water and sanitation and environment was quite, yes, intimidating. And along the journey, we've learned to play along. However, I think what I appreciate is the milestones of having financial institutions coming to the Water Week to do a side event. I think is very profound. To come and talk about interest rates, to talk about subsidies, guarantees, de-risking. I think for us that is very well appreciated. I remember some time back I was invited to the ministry, one of their management meetings. It was a Monday, and upon presentation, it was a presentation we were making about commercial financing. I could see the eyes rolling, some of the engineers, some of the directors were wondering, where are we going now? This thing cannot work. When you start talking about loans, I could pick the vibes and the message, you know? But to see that we continue to engage is very beautiful. One of the things that we see is we want to see a continued interface between the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and the Ministry of Water and Environment, not at the level of ministry, but at the level of the players down there. Be it organizations, implementing partners that are in there, but that interface with the financial institutions at whatever level, at whatever tier, whether tier 1, 2, 3, or 4. We want to see those engagements continue. A couple of weeks ago, the ministry, Dr. Kallist and some of us went to visit the Uganda Bankers Association. They have a similar platform like this, but they speak to themselves like we speak to ourselves. So one of the aspirations for me is to see the Ministry of Water go and speak at the Bankers Forum every June, and they're able to speak about, for example, how the ministry can plug into and support and provide technical assistance to this whole environmental, social, and governance framework that has been created in the other ministry, and they seem to be running it alone. So that we're not working in silos, but there's this interconnectedness. We were speaking about reporting. There is this sector performance report that we produce, but whenever I look at it, I feel there's something missing about the sector performance report. Why? There's a lot of data and information generated out there that is not part of this report. That's not part of this performance. If all this was harvested, you would see how beautiful this story would be. It cannot only stop at us being invited here. Banks should be able to report on their performance in terms of water, environment, sanitation. There are a lot of products out there. Banks are providing loans for rainwater harvesting. They are providing loans for valley tank construction. They are providing loans for solarization of small town utilities. All this is happening out there, but it goes unreported, and so it speaks a lot to where we are going. But at least we have a start place. I must point out one of the beautiful things that have happened or about to happen is the financing strategy of the water policy. I know it's not yet out as a public document, Dr. Kallist, but I think once it's out, we will appreciate what more we can do in terms of financing. We have had the story of the cut downs from at one time 4% to the ministry to 3% to 2%, now to 54% cut of the 2%. You know, it tells you we need to innovate. That policy strategy framework of the water policy speaks a lot of beautiful things. That a lot is being done out there. Recently, we were celebrating as water.org a blue bond in Peru. We hear about treasury bonds, treasury bills here, but we have not stretched ourselves. For example, a bond, the ministry should be able to engage with the Central Bank, Bank of Uganda, and engage financial institutions. Can we introduce a blue bond where investors can come in and say, yes, we want to create a fund for environment, a fund for water, a fund for sanitation, that can generate as much income then which will be invested. So there are quite a lot of aspects out there. So that strategy will be very, very helpful. I know Dr. Kallist mentioned in another forum, it's about to be endorsed by cabinet. There's quite a lot. The corporate social responsibility. I have worked with these banks, and to tell you the truth is, in terms of some of the thematic areas, they are lacking. You go to a bank or a branch, and you ask them, your budget for corporate social responsibility, where is it going? And they'll tell you, we have no ideas. This is an opportunity we can grab. This is an opportunity we can grab. I know a bank that has chosen in their strategy that for the next 3 to 5 years, all their corporate social responsibility will be towards water and sanitation. Then they start to twig in persons with disability, they twig in refugees, but around water and sanitation. Many years ago, I used to run the MTN Marathon. I don't know whether they are sponsors here. But the time I started with the MTN Marathon, it was a run for water. What happened? What changed? Didn't we have enough dialogue to keep it as a run for water? Those are questions that run through me as I know I'm digressing a bit, but also giving out ideas on what more we can do. Yes, it was a run for water. In Karamoja, here, there. What happened? Why would we allow it shift to other sectoral perspectives? Maybe the agenda now is climate change. Shouldn't we be focusing the private sector to specifically that? All these marathons that are happening should be towards, for example, climate change, planting more trees. I think that's the hottest agenda we have right now globally. So those are elements. My other experience with the Water Resources Institute has been more around the dialogues. We've had quite a number of dialogues with the financial institutions within and out of this space, just to talk about what more can be done. And the financial institutions are beginning to appreciate that, well, we can do a lot more in this space. Like I said, there are more forums, like the microfinance conference, the bankers conference. These are areas we need to go into. We need to be contributing strongly to the climate, the green financing taxonomy that is in the offing. And so this is an opportunity for us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The question was, what is the impact of the Water Resources Institute? Have we met our targets? Are we there? I want to believe yes, and really over and above. The experience we have in this room alone speaks to that. What do I mean? Before most of us had come in, there was a gentleman and a lady who had come from Western Uganda, and they are using mushrooms plus some other things to feed fish. That in itself speaks to the level of impact the Water Resources Institute through the Uganda Water and Environment Week has had. The fact that you can get somebody to travel all the way from somewhere in Western Uganda to present their works, that in itself is a sign of the impact the Water Resources Institute has had. Here to my left, there's a lady called Pamela. I remember one of the things I volunteered to do at the Water Resources Institute was to train young professions. And one of my first assignments was to train on rapporteuring. When people are speaking, how do you capture that information? And over and above, she has gone over and above that, and she's, from one of the trainees, she's able to sit down, she's able to sit here with me and debate on issues. That is the impact of the Water Resources Institute. It's amazing that level of reach that we have managed. Yesterday or the other day, I was just listening from afar. A gentleman called Stephen, one of those that I did train in rapporteuring, is now leading and training in rapporteuring. Isn't that amazing? That is the impact of the Water Resources Institute. Really, we could go on and on and on, but just our presence here, if you go to the exhibition areas, You're going to see private sector, people who hold on too tightly to their money. The fact that they're willing to come and associate here with you or with us is already a clear sign that the Water Resources Institute is really making an impact out there. And let us not slow down on our reach, on our impact, because lives are being changed. Yesterday I was part of a discussion about mentorship. You know, how do we mentor, how are we mentoring the young people? And again, I did tell a small story. In the overall leadership and personal development, a gentleman walked up to me and said, Daniel, I can't speak in people. When I open my mouth, the words don't come. And I told him, you will learn to speak by the end of the third, fourth session. And then just privately, over and above what the other assignment, I would pick him up, and during the breakout sessions, I would pick on him and say, so and so, could you please tell us about this and that? And you see the gentleman really coming through, evolving in himself. And today, I believe you me not, he will raise his hand and make a contribution in audiences of this nature. So that is the impact of the Water Resources Institute. Something again to speak about. I remember when we were conceiving the idea about retired professions, Dr. Callis did call me in and said, Daniel, write for me a concept about this. Yes, we did sit in there and brainstorm about retired professions. Today, as I speak, that program is already up and running. That is in the impact that you are able to think about those who served your industry and still manage to engage them, to get them involved in life even after the service to an industry. I think that's an impact. And little did they stop there. It's supposed to be the consultancy arm of the Water Resources Institute. Interesting enough, I'm not yet a retired profession, but I've been included into that project. Isn't that amazing? Maybe then I was already thinking about myself. Water and environment is also associating with beauty and outreach. When did we ever think STEM, science, technology, engineering, and maths, would think that one of their outreach vehicles can be the world of beauty? That is the impact, that we are trying to look over and beyond the traditional way in which we look at our industry and bring everybody else. I also do remember when the gentleman on the Workers Association walked to one of our meetings, because I'm part of NOC from 2019, and he said he would want to work for water and environment. The room kind of slowed down and said, is something wrong with this gentleman? Because we were looking at water and environment the traditional way. We thought we were all going to sit here, discuss papers, talk, and we said, why don't we give this a chance? And today, I think it's one of the most powerful outreach vehicles we have as the water and environment sector in the country. The willingness and the ability to be open and invite ideas, that is the impact of the Water Resources Institute. One of the assignments, one of the very last assignments that, at least until this point that I've had, is to explore the concept of the hackathon as a vehicle for training. And indeed, we have already used it and applied it, and you can see that you can have people of different disciplines come together and discuss an idea, and by the time they leave the room after 2-3 hours, there's already an idea of a project at the back of their mind. That is the impact of the Water Resources Institute. I think I could go on and on and on, but believe you me, the Water Institute, from where we started to where we are, has had a tremendous impact, and I still urge all of us to be part of it, to continue to engage, because the country does need us. Where do we have, or where can we improve? Maybe my suggestion is, as global funding is diminishing, and as already spoken by one of the leaders in public service, that this is the first vehicle of mentorship that the public service has had. I think the Water Resources Institute has the opportunity to be the entry point into public service on the concept of mentorship. Let that impact be deep, that we can go and train energy, agriculture, Ministry of Finance, that there's something called mentorship, and this is how you do it, such that it becomes another vehicle for self-sustenance for the water and environment sector. With these not so few words, allow me to bring in Pamela to add to what I've just put across. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Daniel. I'm happy to have passed through your hands. Thank you very much. I think a lot has been said, but to me, I think that I am a product of the impact that is being talked about. If we look at the mentorship program that we've had as the Ministry of Water and Environment, I was glad to be part of the very first cohort, and I believe that I am that product because as we were entering the mentorship program, one of the things that we were taught was to take up our seats at the table. And to me, sitting here with people that I look up to, it's one of the things that I take as a privilege and as an honor, because before the Pamela that I was, I don't think I would even be seated here. So it's a privilege, it's an honor. That's why I say that I am an impact of the Water Resources Institute and what it is doing now. And when you look at what the Water Resources Institute does, we have the applied trainings. In terms of career growth, as the Water Resources Institute, when they call us for refresher trainings, I work in the Department of Water Resources Planning and Regulations, and one of the things that we do is manage the water resources of the country in terms of allocating and issuing permits to the different people that are going to abstract or use the water. And we are always taken through refresher trainings on how to do what we are supposed to do. Technically, we have been empowered in terms of hands-on skills. If you look at the hydrological modeling and so forth, I do not want to bore people who are not in that line, but I believe that the Water Resources Institute has really empowered us as people that work with Ministry of Water and Environment, that even people that are outside, we have heard from our previous panelists talking about banks. So I believe that everyone has been empowered. But one thing that I cannot forget, sitting here, our dear moderator, representing the young people. I have Edwin with me, who is the chair of the youth subcommittee, and where I serve as a vice chair. I'd already talked about what we are doing. I want to thank the Water Resources Institute, and through this platform, Uganda Water and Environment Week, as the youth and the young people, we are so grateful. I think everyone who has come here from Monday, there is no panel that we've had and it has not had a young person on it. And we are very grateful. We've had young people moderate different sessions, high-level sessions actually. We've had people participate, and we don't only talk about people that are only here. We've had engagements in the regional entities where we have had the regional debates. And these young minds are actually debating on issues that are going to define policy and also decision making. I want to announce to you that tomorrow we're even going to have the national debates where we're going to have winners. These young minds are very, very active in things to do with water, environment, and climate change. And that's the impact that they are talking about. So as the young people, the future generation of the country, we all know that Uganda's population is 78% of young people. So we are glad and honored to be part of this great platform. Sitting here alone is really a good thing. So I think that as young people, we are really grateful to the Water Resources Institute, and that is where we are talking about the dialogues and outreaches. We are able to reach out to all the young students. Yesterday we had a very successful youth career talk show. I'm glad that our moderator here was our keynote speaker, and I think she can even add more on that. We had a very successful session yesterday, and the young people are getting empowered. There are a lot of opportunities out there for us that different sessions have really been talking about. So I'm glad, like other panelists have said, we can go on and on, but time is not our best friend right now, but I'm very grateful personally. Thank you.
Wow. I think all I can say is that I'm proudly associated to the Water Resources Institute. I think the impact is amazing, from the people who actually produce the baby and they are watching it grow like Grace, to those who are feeding it with the funds and supporting the programs, to those who are, you know, bathing it and cleaning it up like the Daniels, and then the babies who are now grown up, and as a result of the impact. I think let us clap for the Water Resources Institute for such a great, great impact in the sector and beyond. I'll now give, because time is not on our side, I'll give the audience an opportunity to ask 3 questions. Anyone has any question, comment? Okay, we have anyone, can someone help me with the mic? Edwin, you have a question?
Yes.
Okay, so you can start with you.
Okay.
Edwin?
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator and colleagues at the panel. I think it's good. For me, it may not be really a question, but really to commend the ministry entirely for what is happening at the moment. Youth empowerment has been the country's strategic intervention, and I think many platforms have been offered, but we particularly appreciate this ministry for giving us such a very good platform. Over the years, we have, some of us, tried to really bring on board programs or activities where young people can be engaged in. And when you look across board all the sectors of government, ministry, I think there is, I don't know whether you have a hidden agenda that we are yet to understand, but the rate at which you are engaging the young professionals is really commendable. And particularly for climate change, if you look at the climate change processes, many young people have actually participated. We are building the climate change negotiators. They go for COP. They now participate in different thematic areas in negotiations. And there is also a specific engagement where they are actually being trained. So we really appreciate. Now, coming to the Water Week, since 2017, I think, 2018, when we first had the youth engagement, we used to have a national platform. But later on, we realized, national dialogue for the young people, but later on, we realized that we needed actually a debate where young people can express themselves freely. And the opportunity that we got was to have it across the country, where all the youth across Uganda participate in these regional youth debates. And the Water Resources Institute has been very instrumental in making sure that this is happening. Now, my last appeal and request is, as we are looking at young people, as we are building their capacity, we may not need to forget the children. The children need to take up such information as early as possible. And doing that, if there is a way, Water Resources Institute could develop a sort of a junior kind of program where we are bringing on board children who will be the next young leaders or youth leaders in the space, would be happy to appreciate all that. Like they said, I have worked with very many young people across Uganda, and through the Youth Go Green organization, we've been able to come up with a Youth and Children Climate Academy, where we mentor, coach, and skill the young people, build their capacity to give them skills in different aspects of life, but particularly on this. So now we would request that we start looking at strategically involving children. Children can be involved in poems or maybe songs and so on and so forth. So, but all in all, we are really appreciating the ministry for the empowerment that we see. But also my appeal to my young people, we shouldn't take for granted such platforms. We don't need to focus on what we benefit in terms of maybe say a transport refund or some, small token, but learning. And also, let's be keen on identifying the right mentors. The panel you have seen have the opportunity to give us the mentorship we need, so that we go back home and actually use the skills that we get. So thank you so much, moderator, and appreciate the ministry entirely for this.
Thank you, Edwin, for that. The appeal is to have the children on board and to encourage the youth to do more outside of the Water Week. I think we had one more question. Or two more, okay. So we have a Princess. Who has a question?
Thank you very much, dear moderator. My name is Miss Auma Oliver, the Miss Climate Water Conservation Uganda 2025. My question is, being a Miss and in line with water conservation, I would appeal and request that the conservation or the Water Institute reaches out to the students in the universities who are doing courses such as water engineering, environmental science, because we find that you'll find that the student who is doing this course doesn't know what next after campus, what next after all this. These are the people who are going to start creating queries that the ministry is not doing what? Anything. And yet there are opportunities they can look through this. So as Miss Climate Water Conservation, I request this to extend to the courses in line with water. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Climate Water Conservation. Again, related to Edwin's comment, let's expand to students at the university and secondary school. And our final question or comment?
Thank you. My name is Richard Obedi. I work as the Executive Director of the Populist Foundation International. It's basically a civil society, policy research and advocacy civil society organization working in the area of migration, governance, and accountability. I would like to bring my question to, I think, Gilbert, and I'll tie with what Engineer Odong has said, again with what the lady from ZIZ, sorry I forgot your name. Well, my association with the Water Resources Institute came, okay, I also sit on the board of the Nile Basin Discourse Forum. And my association came when we were actually soliciting views from the civil society for the UN Water Conference in 2023. Now, my question goes to the three because of what I think Gilbert has said, especially the run for water and how we've actually neglected the environment. I'm sorry to say this, but in a way we are concentrating more on water, but we are ignoring the environment. And I think Gilbert brought it out, especially with the green financing taxonomy, which is in the offing. A case study of the World Bank Finance Project, and this question should have actually been in the panel that took place yesterday on sustainable financing. When you look at the financing of the World Bank, for instance, in refugee hosting districts, and now this goes to Engineer Odong, who works with UNHCR, as a UN agency in charge of refugees in this country, or globally. A case study of Lamour, my district, which is hosting refugees from South Sudan, and then we take it back to, say, West Nile, Germany and Moy and all those districts. Let's look at the environment at which is being degraded and the land where refugees are being hosted. And if we could concentrate, for instance, maybe next year or the other year, if we can take efforts right at the grassroots, and the lady from CIZ brought it out that, can we go for community outreaches? Because you need those hardcore, evidence-based, frontline information to actually do the global advocacy or the national advocacy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think those were comments that we'll take up to include the environment and not neglect it, but also to do more in the outreach and reach the grassroots. So, Pamela, I'm giving you 20 seconds to give your comment.
Thank you, Engineer Annette. Good afternoon. My name is Pamela Nyamtoka, IIR. My comment is really also to appreciate the Water Week, but particularly the learnings from the regional Water Weeks, and especially the nature-based innovations that we've seen in the exhibitions that took place in the regions, but even right here. How do we get the private sector or the Water Resources Institute to commercialize these trainings on nature-based innovations, because there are lots of them, but people don't know where to start from. So that's something that food for thought on how you can, on how the Water Resources Institute can be sustained. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pamela, for that comment. We'll take it as, you know, what the Institute can do more to commercialize the trainings on nature-based solutions. So in the interest of time, I'd like to just ask our panelists in maybe 30 seconds to give us your parting shots and what you think the Institute can do more. We've already highlighted, I've noted a number of things like, you know, giving the exhibition some time during the Water Week, having a wash academy, engaging more with the financial institutions beyond the Water Week, dialoguing with other partners like the MTN Marathon. Maybe it will come back to the sector. Taking the mentorship program to other ministries through public service. Not forgetting the children and the school children, as well as the university children. And maybe on a personal basis, I think next year maybe we could have a side event on just testimonies of you know, children that have been raised by the Water Resources Institute, the impact, people giving testimonies on what the Institute has done for them, whether they're young or retired, but you know, what impact the people who have actually benefited from the Institute outside of the people who have been funding it. So in 30 seconds, I'd like to request you to give your parting shots and anything on your mind that the Institute can do better. Thank you. Yes, starting with you, Grace.
Thank you so much. I have 3 points to raise. One is that as part of the study, when we are operationalizing the Water Institute, we said part of the applied research activities should be establishment of demonstration of technologies and approaches at the Water Resource Institute. And specifically, for instance, to study and research to demonstrate how much water does a plant need so that we utilize water efficiently and effectively. That is one outstanding activity. There is a lot of space. We need to put this up. Then the other aspect that we had planned was that at the Water Resource Institute, there should be space to train the different stakeholders, nursery, primary, community members. So what are those things that those nursery kids can come and learn? We still have that outstanding work to do. The third thing that we said would set up was a museum where we'd put the different technologies, because technology has evolved, but people need to know what is it that we have gone through. That space needs to be utilized.
Thank you very much.
And the last thing that I want to say is that as part of the celebration of the Water Week, we have managed to bring in the commemoration of the International Days. What we have not done yet is commemoration of sanitation. Sanitation Week begins on 20th. And yet, in terms of timing, we could bring in sanitation commemoration as part of this. So could it be like when we are commemorating those 3 days, International Days, we include also sanitation? That's food for thought for all of us. And the final one, which I find, the final one as Grace, final, is that the ministry water departments are not as very active. I might be wrong, but they are not. We need to get them on board. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Mary.
Thank you, moderator. My parting shot, let us scale up impact. We've seen we have impact, but I think we can scale this up in the different activities that the Water Week is doing. The other one is the Water Resources Institute should be very intentional in strengthening partnerships. Yeah, we know we have quite a number of partners on board, but we need to move beyond just dialogues, participation, to real action, having projects that we can do jointly together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Yes, just one or two
Simon.
things. The first is that we need to sustain this program. And I'm thinking about looking at loans together with the financial institutions. These are social impact loans that they will be trained, and then once they get the job, they will be able to pay those loans. And then lastly, we have conferences that are planned in the universities. I know Ms. Climate Change spoke about it. We will be going to universities to speak about these mentorship programs, and also to everyone who is in the career of water and environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Simon. Gilbert, please.
I think mine is simple. I just want to appreciate the Water Resources Institute. The journey is still long, but I still want to congratulate you for this far. We can still move and pick on all the learnings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Gilbert. Engineer Daniel.
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, like my previous speaker, a congratulations to the Ministry of Water and Environment, to the Water Resources Institute for the work so far done. We are not yet half the journey because the needs are still there, and I want to believe that through the Water Resources Institute, we can reach much more, we can do much more. There's, like Pamela did say there, that how can we commercialize, how can we make the best use of some of the impacts we have had, put a commercial element to it, put an element of partnerships, and see how best we can grow sustainably. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Pamela.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful to the Water Resources Institute for the opportunity and for always involving the youth. I believe that there is more that can be done, for example, in terms of communication, given the fact that the public at large is now taking in a lot of information, or when we talk about social media. So I believe that there is more that we can do in terms of reaching out to the public, the general public, looking at the social media part of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pamela. And you all join me to give them a very big round of applause. I think we have learned so much from this session, and we want to assure you that all the comments, the suggestions, and the proposals that you've given, we've taken them very seriously. And as a Water Resources Institute, shall ensure that this is put into action after today. So I think with this, we come to the end of our session. Maybe we would like to take a picture of with the panelists. The camera teams, please do it very fast because we've run out of time. We are so sorry for keeping you so long, but after here, we shall be having some lunch. As usual, we have lunch up on the 4th floor, and then there's also, I think most of us can go to the 4th floor and have lunch. Then thereafter, we shall be participating in the afternoon sessions. And the afternoon sessions are starting at 2:30. So we have about 35 minutes to have our lunch. Thank you very much, and you've been a very good audience. Clap for yourselves as well. I'd like to invite maybe Dr. and Madame Gweni to come and be part of the photo. Okay, see you at 2:30.
Check, check. Yes. Check 1, 2, 1, 2.
I take the opportunity to welcome you to day 3 of our 8th Uganda Water and Environment Week.
Check 1,
So
2.
today we shall be discussing
Check 1, 2.
sub-theme 2,
1,
which
2.
is water and environment for climate action.
So working as countries, especially when it comes to the aspect of the mitigation, it is not very, very straightforward to talk about the transboundary issues because the emissions that you are accounting for are emissions that are coming from your own countries. So that one, I think it is not very clear into that direction, but we can have interventions that can contribute to reducing emissions in the region and more so the aspect of the adaptation.
So what we do is we target at least 40% of the water that we extract from the environment, we give back to communities through water and sanitation projects across the country. So usually we would look at water stressed areas, would give back water through putting in place boreholes, and this is really to balance our impact on within this market that we work in, which is Uganda.
And so we need to put our efforts together to make sure that water finds space in the COP agenda under the United Nations process.
Today's launch, or let's say phase 3 of this project, marks another milestone in the strong partnership between Germany and Uganda. That is why this morning feels like another milestone, as we are launching a new project that relates to catchment-based integrated water resource management. Uganda, through its Ministry of Water and Environment, has embarked on a crucial reform within the sector. The reform aims to establish effective management of water resources from the grassroots to the national level.
100 water filters have been distributed to water-stressed areas in the households of Napak and Lorenhedwat. And under energy saving, we've constructed 7 kitchens in 7 schools, fully installed with the cook stoves. And then we've trained 50 households as a sample in improved cook stoves construction. And then we supplied 320 energy-saving cook stoves to 320 households with the help of spouts.
1, 2. Check 1, 2.
I want to tell you that in order to be a person of influence, you must know who you are. Who are you? Many people, especially women, they don't know who they are. It is very important to know yourself. Don't let other people define you. Cherish your uniqueness. Be brutally honest in assessing your strengths and weakness. For it is only when you reach this conclusion that will build the confidence to really succeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you all to this National Post-COP29 Forum held as part of Water and Environment Week 2025. Today, we convene to reflect on Uganda's participation and achievements at COP29, as well as to discuss the implication of the outcomes for our country's climate action efforts.
Under COP28 in UAE, Dubai, one of the key outcomes was the first global stocktake. The first global stock take indicated that we are doing badly in terms of members, parties in reducing emissions and ensuring that the global temperature is reduced to at least 2 degrees or better still 1.5. So as a country, we are committed to these outcomes and we are domesticating them as a country.
There is a lot of work to be done. Fortunately, we are already working. We are working as we should together, development partners, the government, NGOs, academia, private sector, those who are here today. We are working together to put in place the systems that will enable Uganda to adapt to climate change, but also that will enable these funding streams that the international community has now committed to flow also to Uganda.
Both look at what are the solutions that can be shared across countries, but also how can their voice be raised in international processes to make sure that when it comes to the climate action agenda, when it comes to climate financing, these issues are not being forgotten. The people that are most impacted are not being forgotten.
So for us, when we approve a project, and still on local governments, when we approve a project, which project we know mainly takes place in a district, it is then the responsibility of the district to help in monitoring compliance to environmental conditions. But again, the challenge comes because of this lack of funding. Sometimes they don't go to where the site is, and therefore we may not get the information we need.
The Ministry of Water and Environment is exploring and building sustainable financing and enhanced water service delivery mechanism called the Delivery Accelerator. And that is intended to enhance water service delivery in rural areas, equitable access significantly in the medium term.
I want to once more, in a special way, to really appreciate our development partners. They are fatigued, but still, they are still with us. Uganda will continue to champion the interest of the vulnerable nations while taking decisive steps towards building a resilient, low carbon, and sustainable economy. We must remain united in our resolve to secure climate justice and protect the well-being of present and future generations.
I take the opportunity to welcome you to day 3 of our 8th Uganda Water and Environment Week. So today we shall be discussing sub-theme 2, which is water and environment for climate action.
So working as countries, especially when it comes to the aspect of the mitigation, it is not very, very straightforward to talk about the transboundary issues because the emissions that you are accounting for are emissions that are coming from your own countries. So that one, I think, it is not very clear into that direction, but we can have interventions that can contribute to reducing emissions in the region and more so the aspect of the adaptation.
So what we do is we target at least 40% of the water that we extract from the environment, we give back to communities through water and sanitation projects across the country. So usually we would look at water-stressed areas, would give back water through putting in place boreholes, and this is really to balance our impact on within this market that we work in, which is Uganda.
And so we need to put our efforts together to make sure that water finds space in the COP agenda under the United Nations process.
Today's launch, or let's say phase 3 of this project, marks another milestone in the strong partnership between Germany and Uganda. That is why this morning feels like another milestone, as we are launching a new project that relates to catchment-based integrated water resource management. Uganda, through its Ministry of Water and Environment, has embarked on a crucial reform within the sector. The reform aims to establish effective management of water resources from the grassroots to the national level.
100 water filters have been distributed to water-stressed areas in the households of Napak and Orengedwat. And under energy saving, we've constructed 7 kitchens in 7 schools, fully installed with the cook stoves. And then we've trained 50 households as a sample in improved cook stoves construction. And then we supplied 320 energy-saving cook stoves to 320 households with the help of spouts.
I want to tell you that in order to be a person of influence, you must know who you are. Who are you? Many people, especially women, they don't know who they are. It is very important to know yourself. Don't let other people define you. Cherish your uniqueness. Be brutally honest in assessing your strengths and weakness. For it is only when you reach this conclusion that will build the confidence to really succeed.
Welcome to our third day of the 7th Uganda Water and Environment Week. And for today, we are focusing on sub-theme number 2 on nature-based solutions to solve water, environment, and climate change crisis.
For us in Uganda and the approach that we promote at IUCN, we're really looking at how can we embed the aspect of stewardship right from the community level.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct honor and privilege to welcome you all to this National Post-COP 29 Forum held as part of Water and Environment Week 2025. Today, we convene to reflect on Uganda's participation and achievements at COP29, as well as to discuss the implication of the outcomes for our country's climate action efforts.
Under COP28 in UAE, Dubai, one of the key outcomes was the first global stocktake. The first global stocktake indicated that we are doing badly in terms of members, parties in reducing emissions and ensuring that the global temperature is reduced to at least 2 degrees or better still 1.5. So as a country, we are committed to these outcomes, and we are domesticating them as a country.
There is a lot of work to be done. Fortunately, we are already working. We are working as we should together, development partners, the government, NGOs, academia, private sector, those who are here today. We are working together to put in place the systems that will enable Uganda to adapt to climate change, but also that will enable these funding streams that the international community has now committed to flow also to Uganda.
Both look at what are the solutions that can be shared across countries, but also how can their voice be raised in international processes to make sure that when it comes to the climate action agenda, when it comes to climate financing, these issues are not being forgotten. The people that are most impacted are not being forgotten.
So for us, when we approve a project, and still on local governments, when we approve a project, which project we know mainly takes place in a district, it is then the responsibility of the district to help in monitoring compliance to environmental conditions. But again, the challenge comes because of this lack of funding. Sometimes they don't go to where the site is, and therefore we may not get the information we need.
The Ministry of Water and Environment is exploring and building sustainable financing and enhanced water service delivery mechanism called the Delivery Accelerator. And that is intended to enhance water service delivery in rural areas, equitable access significantly in the medium term.
I want once more, in a special way, to really appreciate our development partners. They are fatigued, but they are still with us. Uganda will continue to champion the interest of the vulnerable nations while taking decisive steps towards building a resilient, low-carbon, and sustainable economy. We must remain united in our resolve to secure climate justice and protect the well-being of present and future generations.
I take the opportunity to welcome you to day 3 of our 8th Uganda Water and Environment Week. So today we shall be discussing sub-theme 2, which is water and environment for climate action.
So working as countries, especially when it comes to the aspect of the mitigation, it is not very, very straightforward to talk about the transboundary issues, because the emissions that you are accounting for are emissions that are coming from your own countries. So that one, I think, it is not very clear into that direction, but we can have interventions that can contribute to reducing emissions in the region, and more so the aspect of the adaptation.
So what we do is we target at least 40% of the water that we extract from the environment, we give back to communities through water and sanitation projects across the country. So usually we would look at water-stressed areas, would give back water through putting in place boreholes, and this is really to balance our impact on within this market that we work in, which is Uganda.
And so we need to put our efforts together to make sure that water finds space in the COP agenda under the United Nations process.
Today's launch, or let's say phase 3 of this project, marks another milestone in the strong partnership between Germany and Uganda. That is why this morning feels like another milestone, as we are launching a new project that relates to catchment-based integrated water resource management. Uganda, through its Ministry of Water and Environment, has embarked on a crucial reform within the sector. The reform aims to establish effective management of water resources from the grassroots to the national level.
100 water filters have been distributed to water-stressed areas in the households of Napak and Orengedwat. And under energy saving, we've constructed 7 kitchens in 7 schools, fully installed with the cook stoves. And then we've trained 50 households as a sample in improved cook stoves construction. And then we supplied 320 energy saving cook stoves to 320 households with the help of spouts.
I want to tell you that in order to be a person of influence you must know who you are. Who are you? Many people, especially women, they don't know who they are. It is very important to know yourself. Don't let other people define you. Cherish your uniqueness. Be brutally honest in assessing your strengths and weakness. For it is only when you reach this conclusion that will build the confidence to really succeed.
We have an open door policy. Every person who is running away from danger, when they come here, we must listen to them. Refugees in Uganda live more than 5 years in the country. They need education. They need water. They need better roads for movement. It is no longer humanitarian needs, but development requirements of an individual.
In Uganda, over 67% of refugees face the harsh reality of not having access to clean water. The growing number of refugees has outpaced the support available, putting a significant strain on government services. Since 1959, Uganda has welcomed refugees. We are currently the largest host country in Africa and among the top 3 globally, with about 1.7 million refugees residing here. In a developing nation like Uganda, housing a population this size is an expensive undertaking.
The government of Uganda, first and foremost, together with UN agencies and other stakeholders, came up with one integrated planning. And we have a refugee response plan, which caters for water, sanitation, environment, which also takes care of the aspect of climate change, because the emergency situation had to be dealt with.
With the integrated refugee response plan in place, water facilities were hastily built, leading to inefficiencies and design flaws. These systems, created by various government organizations and development partners, often lacked a robust operational and maintenance structure. Traditionally, water services for refugees are free, but this approach didn't foster a sense of ownership, which is essential in building the sustainability of the projects.
We have been having challenges where the numerous partners have been leaving the district because of the global economic challenges. Donor funding has been dwindling, coming down every year. And because of that, there are now very many challenges as far as operation and maintenance of these water facilities is concerned. And because of that, the government of Uganda has now thought of transitioning these water facilities from the free water consumption to the utility approach.
When you talk about the transition to utility, it is aimed at ensuring efficient water service delivery to the community, but also ensuring sustainability of water service delivery for the refugees.
We are trying to integrate those systems into the main water supply systems and the facilities so that they can be managed by the umbrella of water and sanitation.
The people who are accessing the service must now meet the cost of that service. They are supposed to pay for the service, not necessarily paying for the water, but for the service of delivering that water from wherever the source it is up to their homes. That's in terms of electricity, repairs and maintenance of the water system components, the water quality management and testing. The tariff structure that we have been implementing in the refugee settlements is very, very low. I think it's the lowest in the country.
The introduction of the utility approach is actually to help us for the future, to ensure that we can sustain these water sources as ourselves alone. But it has its own challenges. One of the challenges it has, one is on the tariff. And yet the refugees themselves are used to not paying water.
We have the problem of tariff under this umbrella that came in. Of course, they are doing a very nice job, but because of the categorization that there are people who are vulnerable, group 1, group 2, and group 3, those who don't receive food, it is very difficult, and it will be very difficult for them to pay a tariff.
Anything that will demand money to a refugee that is not stable, it's always going to be challenging. This will challenge families, more especially at household level, given the fact that majority of our population are women and children. But how do you help a refugee to cope up with this utility is what the question we're having right now on hand.
Changing people quickly from a free service to a payment service is a bit not very easily acceptable. So that's the negative part of the transition. It will involve you having interactions with all the stakeholders, right from the local government, the lower local governments, the refugee population itself through the leadership, even UNHCR. Mobilizing people, bringing people together to have an opportunity to interact with them is costly itself.
We have to make sure that we work on the mindset of the beneficiaries. The water user committees, we have to put them in place. But to put them in place and be very functional, we need to build their capacity. We need to train them. We need to mentor and coach them how they can manage these water sources that we are providing to them.
If it is rushed, it can turn into burden transfer from the international community to the Ugandan government. There is transition without guarantees of support from the international community. Then that will mean that the government, with its already existing responsibility of provision of services to its nationals, would have to add on to the refugee service provisions.
Under this transition, we're encouraging sharing, of course. The humanitarian agencies should not leave us completely. We have to make a contribution. They also have to make a contribution in our response to refugees. But leaving us independently now, you are matured enough to look after your wife and your children, will not lead us anywhere.
UNHCR believes that transition is necessary. Integrating refugees in the national systems is important and necessary. UNHCR is here to help the government in developing a strategy on transition.
There is need for improved coordination with all our key stakeholders. We need to ensure that we work closely with the districts. We should work closely with the development partners. We should work closely with the local communities to ensure that we all look after the water supply and the sanitation facilities that have been put on the ground.
People always think that the utilities have come to collect revenue from the people and therefore they are making money. And because of that, people who own land where infrastructure was initially developed now demand that they should be compensated. We need a coordination between the Ministry of Water and Environment, Office of the Prime Minister. We as a utility, we do not have budgets to compensate landowners.
We need to look at optimizing some of these systems so that we don't have so many water supply schemes within the settlement, hence improving on the cost of operation and maintenance in the future.
We need to have our infrastructure development developed following the standards that are prescribed for water construction. We need to have all our designs reviewed by the Design Review Committee of the Ministry of Water and the Environment. We need a billing system that we are having operating elsewhere in the national settings to be incorporated and integrated in the refugee settlements as well. We need to have management information systems which are upgraded to a level that we are able to interact between the managers sitting in the office and the ground team, so that whenever there is a breakdown in the system, we are able to attend to that breakdown immediately, so that we can improve in delivering services in the refugees settlements.
This kind of transition really empowers us to be very, very resilient in terms of staying with them, how we catch up with the shocks of hosting the refugees, and also making sure that there's element of self-reliance without so much depending on external aid or aid from humanitarian aids, which comes from very, very far. We have a say in the local language, what is yours is that one which has the roots within your area. But what comes from very far, you may not have control over it.
Involving the refugee leaders in any kind related to the refugees, it gives a good impact, and it builds our relationship even with the host community more.
We are very happy now that we have been consulted to have our inputs, to contribute and own this as part of us. So this is a good approach because it rhymes with what the Uganda policy is about. The Uganda policy is more of inclusion.
While we are here in Uganda, we feel there is stability. So we as the refugee leaders, we abide by the policies, and we are going to make sure that we stand with the project by sensitizing our community, by creating awareness, and work hand in hand with partner that is going to implement the project to make sure that the project goes smoothly in our locality.
We'll continue to pledge our support to work with you and work with everyone for the betterment of our communities.
We need to continue talking about it, and partners, private sector, other countries need to support Uganda to match its hospitality and goodwill in receiving refugees from different parts of Africa.
We have an open door policy. Every person who is running away from danger, when they come here, we must listen to them. Refugees in Uganda live more than 5 years in the country. They need education. They need water. They need better roads for movement. It is no longer humanitarian needs, but development requirements of an individual.
In Uganda, over 67% of refugees face the harsh reality of not having access to clean water. The growing number of refugees has outpaced the support available, putting a significant strain on government services. Since 1959, Uganda has welcomed refugees. We are currently the largest host country in Africa and among the top 3 globally, with about 1.7 million refugees residing here. In a developing nation like Uganda, housing a population this size is an expensive undertaking.
The government of Uganda, first and foremost, together with UN agencies and other stakeholders, came up with one integrated planning. And we have a refugee response plan, which caters for water, sanitation, environment, which also takes care of the aspect of climate change, because the emergency situation had to be dealt with.
With the integrated refugee response plan in place, water facilities were hastily built, leading to inefficiencies and design flaws. These systems, created by various government organizations and development partners, often lacked a robust operational and maintenance structure. Traditionally, water services for refugees are free, but this approach didn't foster a sense of ownership, which is essential in building the sustainability of the projects.
We have been having challenges where the numerous partners have been leaving the district because of the global economic challenges. Donor funding has been dwindling, coming down every year. And because of that, there are now very many challenges as far as operational and maintenance of these water facilities is concerned. And because of that, the government of Uganda has now thought of transitioning these water facilities from the free water consumption to the utility approach.
When you talk about the transition to utility, it is aimed at ensuring efficient water service delivery to the community, but also ensuring sustainability of water service delivery for the refugees.
We are trying to integrate those systems into the main water supply systems and the facilities so that they can be managed by the umbrella of water and sanitation.
The people who are accessing the service must now meet the cost of that service. They are supposed to pay for the service, not necessarily paying for the water, but for the service of delivering that water from wherever the source it is up to their homes. That's in terms of electricity, repairs and maintenance of the water system components, water quality management and testing. The tariff structure that we have been implementing in the refugee settlements is very, very low. I think it's the lowest in the country.
The introduction of the utility approach is actually to help us for the future, to ensure that we can sustain these water sources as ourselves alone. But it has its own challenges. One of the challenges it has, one is on the tariff. And yet the refugees themselves are used to not paying water.
We have the problem of tariff under this umbrella that came in. Of course, they are doing a very nice job, but because of the categorization that there are people who are vulnerable, group 1, group 2, and group 3, those who don't receive food, it is very difficult, and it will be very difficult for them to pay a tariff.
Anything that will demand money to a refugee that is not stable, it's always going to be challenging. This will challenge families, more especially at household level, given the fact that majority of our population are women and children. But how do you help a refugee to cope up with this utility is what the question we're having right now on hand.
Changing people quickly from a free service to a payment service is a bit not very easily acceptable. So that's the negative part of the transition. It will involve you having interactions with all the stakeholders, right from the local government, the lower local governments, the refugee population itself through the leadership, even UNHCR. Mobilizing people, bringing people together to have an opportunity to interact with them is costly itself.
We have to make sure that we work on the mindset of the beneficiaries. The water user committees, we have to put them in place. But to put them in place and be very functional, we need to build their capacity. We need to train them. We need to mentor and coach them how they can manage these water sources that we are providing to them.
If it is rushed, it can turn into burden transfer from the international community to the Ugandan government. There is transition without guarantees of support from the international community. Then that will mean that the government, with its already existing responsibility of provision of services to its nationals, would have to add on to the...
we are going to start our session, so I would like to request those who are taking on back seats to please come and occupy the front seats. Yes, can you kindly come and take up the front seats? Those who are seated behind. And to our online participants, thank you for being patient with us. We shall be starting our session in a few minutes from now. Yes, you're most welcome to our side event, or to this side event, Sustainable Peatland Management. Sorry. peatlands as nature-based solution to climate change, experiences from Uganda and Rwanda. So amidst us, we have quite a number of delegates, so you're all most welcome. Delegates from Uganda, you're welcome. Delegates from Rwanda, you're welcome. Delegates from Germany, you're welcome. And all the other parts of the world from wherever you're joining in. My name is Mary Namkose, and I'll be co-moderating this session with Mr. Charles Kabiswa. Charles, would you like to say hello to our audience?
Thank you, Mary, and good afternoon to you all. Yes, I'm going to be working with her in this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. I think we need to give maybe 1 or 2 minutes to people settling in. Let us settle in and we start our session. Yes. We are going to talk about peatlands. And for those of you who slept in Kampala, I think you saw what happened this morning. I almost got swept away by the floods during the heavy downpour. So I hope by the end of this session, we will all appreciate the importance of peatlands. Just to check, IT team, if our online participants are online, we have some delegates from Rwanda who are joining in virtually. If we could have that checked. We'd also like to recognize the presence of the German embassy. You're most welcome. Yes. So to officially kickstart, I would like to request the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, to come and officially welcome us home. You're most welcome, sir. Maybe you can give him some claps as he comes.
A big hand of applause to our moderators. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, our colleagues who are on online. I'm not the Permanent Secretary. Apologies. From the Permanent Secretary will be joining us a few minutes from now. He's on the way coming. He has requested me to kickstart this side event. I want to welcome all of you to session 39, Peatlands as nature-based solutions to climate change experiences from Uganda and Rwanda. On behalf of the Ministry, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment, the Permanent Secretary for Rwanda, the Deputy Head of Germany Cooperation in Uganda, the Food and Agriculture Organization representative here, the head of the Rural Development Program, the GIZ in Uganda, the head of projects, Transboundary Water Cooperation in the Nile Basin, the head of Section of Environment Policies, Biodiversity and Forests, GIZ, Germany, the members of the diplomatic corps, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and all of you participants, those who are online, I warmly welcome all of you to the 8th Uganda Water and Environment Week, an event which takes place annually and attracts a wide range of participants. This event provides a platform for communication of different stakeholders and sectors showing their achievements as we learn on new things in the sector. It highlights the importance of water and environment resources and their contribution towards the attainment of the national Development Plan and the Vision 2040. Colleagues, this year's theme has been overemphasized, but just to take note, water and environment resources for enhanced resilience and improved incomes and livelihoods is our theme. This theme aligns very well with all our sessions today, and this particular session, which focuses on peatlands as a nature-based solutions to climate change experiences of Uganda and Rwanda. Nature-based solutions such as peatland management play a crucial role in the management of social environmental issues, as you are all aware. Ladies and gentlemen, peatlands have not been given a lot of attention in Africa, but we know that they are crucial in regulating water flows, minimizing risks of flooding and drought, and preventing seawater intrusion. We note that wet peatlands lower temperatures in surrounding areas and provide protection to extreme weather events. Our distinguished participants, in the updated national determined contributions of 2022, Uganda presents an ambitious economy-wide mitigation target in 2030 of 24.7% reduction below the business as usual model scenario. As a progression from the 22% reduction communicated in the first NDC, under the updated NDC, peatlands were captured as a key resource for reduced emissions. We are yet to compute their full contribution after the nationwide assessment. Colleagues, permit me, as Ugandans, we have approximately 22% of the total peatland area in the Nile Equatorial region, which is an equivalent of 6,878 square kilometers. And this covers a carbon stock estimation of 192 metric tons. Preliminary studies indicate that 38.6% of all wetlands area in Uganda are peatlands, concentrated in southwestern Kyoga and Lake Victoria basins, with the majority of the areas still understudied. This is an area where we are not performing well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are appreciative of the warm working relationship between government of Uganda and Germany, and we will certainly build on the work accomplishments of the projects, policy dialogue, and knowledge management on climate protection strategies, DIPOL CE, implemented by GIZ to ensure that the Pit for People project delivers its objectives. I'm reliably informed that the project will be launched later today, as discussed during the scoping mission for the new project. We need capacity developed, hands-on training, and actual participation of the ministry staff for sustainability to be ensured, and for upscaling of this project. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to thank all our partners, the government of Germany, GIZ, the Greifswald Mille Center, and the FAO for interest shown in sustainable peat land management and working together with Uganda to protect and restore our peatlands. Allow me now to wish all of you a fruitful side event, and thank you all for listening to me. For God and my country, Alfred Okoto Kidi, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Water and Environment. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, PS, for welcoming us and for officially opening us. Colleagues, now that we have visas to stay here, just turn to your neighbor and tell him or her that it's a full menu on peatlands, yeah? And on that menu, I would like to take you briefly what you should expect. So I hope you left some space in your stomach to consume what's on the menu. We shall have remarks from partners. And after the remarks from partners, we shall have a recap on the project that we have been implementing, the policy dialogue and knowledge management on climate protection strategies. That is the DIAPO-CE project funded by the International Climate Initiative. And then after that, we shall have a keynote presentation from Michael Suko Foundation. Jan Peters, you're most welcome. We shall also have another presentation on carbon and biodiversity finance options for peatlands. After that, we shall go into a panel discussion. We shall also have some time to have some questions and answers. And then after that, we shall go into the project launch. We are unveiling a new project today on peatlands. And then we shall have some closing remarks. So that is our menu. It's quite action-packed, but you're most welcome once again. And again, PS, you're most welcome. We are happy for welcoming us here. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please let me take this opportunity to invite the representative from Rwanda, who is joining virtually, to give her opening remarks. So IT team, if you could help us to spotlight Ms. Beatrice Sinza, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment, Rwanda.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm Director General of Environment and Climate Change here, representing Permanent Secretary, who has other assignments, and she's not able to just participate in this wonderful event. Dear Permanent Secretary of Uganda, German Embassy in Uganda, development partners here present, academia, civil society organizations, all protocol observed, good afternoon. I'm delighted to be with you this afternoon in this important event for launching the Sustainable Peatland Management for People, Climate and Biodiversity, abbreviated as PEAT for People, which funded by German government through Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. Actually, peatlands are among the most vital ecosystems on our planet, playing a critical role in climate regulation, biodiversity conservation, and sustainable livelihoods. Despite covering of only 3% of the global surface, they store more carbon than all the world's forests combined. However, degradation is a growing concern, contributing to 5% of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions globally. Rwanda recognizes the strategic importance of peatlands in achieving our national development goals, particularly in climate mitigation and adaptation, with approximately 1,288 square kilometers of peatlands, of which 46% have been degraded. The urgency to protect and restore these ecosystems is paramount. The government of Rwanda has taken significant steps to integrate peatland conservation into our national policies, including national determined contributions which highlights peatland restoration as priority for climate resilience. The National Environment and Climate Change Policy, which promotes sustainable land use practices, and the Rwanda Biodiversity Monitoring System, which provides data-driven approaches to inform decision-making and conservation efforts. Luckily, in June 2024, commissioned by BMZ, there was a joint field mission with the aim of identifying the priorities related to sustainable peatland management and to propose a new project to the governments of Rwanda and Uganda. The Sustainable Peatland Management for People, Climate and Biodiversity Project. We are happy that most of our ideas and our orientations were taken into consideration for the development of the project. Let me thank again the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development from Germany for providing the financial support and the technical support for the successful implementation of the project. Today marks a holistic milestone for us to officially kick off the project implementation. As Minister of Environment, Government of Rwanda, we welcome the P4P project, and I'm happy to reiterate that it is in line with government policies and strategies, including Vision 2050, National Transformation Strategy Phase 2, NST2, and the current Green Growth and Climate Resilience Strategy, which was revised 2023. I also like to appreciate the cooperation between Rwandan and Ugandan and the German partners from government institutions, academia, and development partners that now lies ahead of us. I would like also to conclude by encouraging all of us to reflect on how we can increase our collaboration and improve the work we do in our respective fields. I would also like us to think about how we can better involve the entire community so that everyone is part of the journey towards climate resilience, productive, and modernized agri-food systems. Once again, I thank you for your participation and wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, PS, for those wonderful remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity now to invite the Deputy Head of the German Corporation in Uganda, Mr. Rosel Philippe, to give his remarks.
Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Water and Environment, pleasure to meet you. Representatives of the Rwandan government online, commissioners present, MSF and FAO representatives, the Michael Sukau Foundation, right in front of me, Transboundary Water Cooperation in the Nile Basin, Makerere University, University of Rwanda, and GIZ colleagues and all the other colleagues present. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's an honor to join you today at this side event on peatlands as a nature-based solution to climate change. Germany values this event as a significant step forward in our collective efforts towards climate resilience, biodiversity, conservation, and sustainable land use in Uganda and also in Rwanda. As you all know, peatlands are critical ecosystems, storing more than 600 gigatons of carbon and providing essential ecosystem services such as water purification, flood mitigation, and habitat for biodiversity. Uganda and Rwanda have approximately 6,878 and 1,288 square kilometers of peatland respectively, holding on a portion of Africa's peatland carbon stock. However, as we all know, when degraded, peatlands can contribute to greenhouse gas emissions, escalating climate change. On an absolutely other page, Germany has had a long-standing cooperation with Uganda. Only last year, we celebrated 60 years of cooperation, focusing on energy, on climate, on governance, as well as on rural development. Also, while promoting the transformation of agriculture and food systems, as well as on local economic development, land governance, and aquaculture. And to this end, Germany, through GIZ implementation, is committed to restore peatlands and their essential role in climate change adaptation and mitigation, biodiversity, and water regulation by supporting the Peat for People project to be launched today. These support highlights Germany's long-standing commitment to fostering sustainable environment practices and advancing climate resilience in Uganda and in Rwanda. The Peat for People project aims to enhance the technical and financial capacities of key stakeholders, including governance and local communities, and the private sector, so they can manage peatlands in a sustainable and integrated manner. The project will not only protect, conserve, and restore peatlands, but also promote paludiculture, a sustainable land use practice that enables peatlands to be utilized in ways that protect the ecological functions while benefiting local communities. The collaboration between Uganda, Rwanda, and Germany and other partners will ensure that peatlands conservation and restoration efforts are locally driven while also contributing to broader climate goals. And we hope that more partners from the EU member states might join our cause pretty soon. As we officially launch the Peat for People project today, we are taking a vital step forwards towards securing a sustainable future for peatlands, local communities, and global climate. We are very confident that we will achieve meaningful progress in protecting and restoring the ecosystem. My gratitude to all the partners, for example, GIZ, the Michael Sukkov Foundation, FAO, and last but certainly not least, the Ministry of Water and Environment, for their highly appreciated dedication. Together, we are not only safeguarding peatlands, but also ensuring that they contribute to sustainable development and climate resilience in years to come. So let us continue to work together to achieve a future where peatlands are protected, climate change is mitigated, and sustainable livelihoods are secured for the people of Uganda and Rwanda, and at the end of the chain, for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and we do really appreciate the support from the... Sorry, apologies for that. Thank you very much. We do really appreciate the support from the German government to peatlands management in Uganda and Rwanda. I would like to call upon the Food and Agriculture Organization representative to come forward and give us a few opening remarks.
Honorable Mr. Alfred Okot Okiri, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Water and Environment of Uganda, Distinguished Madame Beatrice Sia, Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Environment of Rwanda, Distinguished Philippe, Deputy Head of the German Cooperation of Uganda, Commissioners present, distinguished guests, partners, and stakeholders. It is an honor to be here today to represent the Food and Agriculture Organization at the launch of the Peat for People project. You may have noted that I am not Antonio Querido, but it is my honor to represent him here today. He had not more important, but a very urgent task to take care of. First, I would like to echo the words of the permanent secretaries and extend our sincere gratitude as FAO for having us as a trusted and reliable partner and working together for decades to advance the respective development agendas. Second, I would like to sincerely thank the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development for funding this very important initiative, and to GIZ as the lead implementing agency, and to the esteemed implementing partners, the Michael Socko Foundation of the Greifswald Myers Center. Apologies. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks a significant milestone in our collective efforts to global climate action, biodiversity and ecosystem services, and to our contribution to the lives and livelihoods of the people that we serve. Ladies and gentlemen, peatlands are some of the most effective ecosystems for carbon sequestration. While covering only 3% of the global surface, degraded peatlands contribute to approximately 5% of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions. Sustainable peatland management is crucial for climate change mitigation. Peatlands further host significant numbers of habitats and species. Peatlands are crucial for biodiversity conservation. Peatlands regulate water flows, minimize floods and drought risk, and enhance water quality. Just how crucial protecting these ecosystem services is becoming is increasingly felt around the world and in the region. In this context, working together on sustainable peatland management, collaboratively with local communities, can significantly enhance climate change adaptation, while at the same time supporting livelihoods that healthy peatland ecosystems provide. Yet, despite the importance of peatlands, they remain one of the least understood ecosystems and are underrepresented in national climate change commitments and strategies. And their potential contribution to climate action and biodiversity conservation are not sufficient. In this context, information gaps and limited data on peatlands, especially in Eastern Africa, have had significant implications for effective policy development and sustainable management. FAO will work with the Peat for People project partners in supporting the development of national peatland mapping efforts and monitoring frameworks. These tools aim to then inform national, regional, and global peatland management strategies. We will help support a strong foundation for peatland conservation and sustainable management, providing policymakers with the necessary tools and information for sound decision making. The Peat for People project contributes to the broader UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. And I'm delighted to say that FAO is the co-lead of the decade and host of several peatland communities of practice will ensure that the lessons learned in Uganda and Rwanda will inform global efforts in peatland conservation, restoration, and climate action. Through the Peat for People project, we expect to see a greater integration of peatland conservation, restoration, and the sustainable use into national policies and regional frameworks such as the Nile Basin Initiative. As we embark on this exciting journey, it is crucial to remember that the sustainable management of peatlands requires the collective efforts of all stakeholders, governments, local communities, private sector partners, and international organizations. FAO remains committed to providing technical assistance, to supporting the government of Uganda and Rwanda, and furthering our work towards better peatland management in East Africa and beyond. Together, we can ensure that peatlands continue to provide their essential services for both people and the planet. Thank you for your attention, and we look forward to collaborating with you.
Thank you so much, FAO. We are glad for those remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like now to invite Dr. Grossman Maute, the head of projects, Transboundary Water Corporation in the Nile Basin, to give us a recap of the project that has been ongoing. I think this journey of peatland started about 6 years ago, so we would like to have this snapshot. Thank you very much. Can IT team, can you please project the first presentation?
Good afternoon, distinguished PS Commissioner, the Uganda peatland community assembled here. So my name is Malte Grossman. I head the Nile Cooperation project, but I have been the one working with many of you stakeholders here over the last years to push forward the peatland topic. And today we are moving from this side of the panel to that side. You can already see the launch of the new project, which is upcoming. And in a way, today is also the closing or the end of the Diapole CE project, which has been mentioned before, which is coming to an end in about 2 months. So we thought it would be good to give some context in terms of what we have achieved over the last years and to see what work needs to be taken forward. And this project has actually been funded by another German ministry, the Ministry of Environment, under the International Climate Change Initiative, ICI. And I'm not going to talk about why peatlands are important. There are so many people who are going to say more about that. I'm just going to give you some snapshots of what we have been doing about peatlands in the last years. And again, there should be so many other people in the room who should be making this presentation. I'm speaking on behalf of all the colleagues who have been pushing this agenda forward over the last years. And this program, it actually had 3 components. It had a regional component on the Kagera Basin, with two sub-basins, one between Rwanda and Burundi and one between Uganda and Tanzania, the Sango-Minziro Bay area, and then a component in Uganda and in Rwanda. And it had these 4 implementing partners, the Nile Basin Initiative, which was leading the regional components, and then again the Greifswald Meyer Center as the technical expertise partner, and the ministries in Uganda and Rwanda. And the whole work started really with the regional wetland expert working group of the Nile Basin Initiative, which had been developing wetland strategy, atlases of wetlands across the Nile Basin, which brought actors from the region together, joined the Global Peatland Initiative, partnered between NBI and Ramsir, so developed this whole environment and network of actors to take the agenda forward. And then something the program really worked very hard on, and you'll be seeing many pictures of this guy in the peats. It's very photogenic, with a lot of colleagues from across the basin really going out and sampling and seeing where do we actually find these peatlands. And that resulted in the first regional map, a first regional assessment of the carbon stocks of the Nile Basin. And this is the distribution. You'll see the brown one here. That is Uganda's share of the carbon stock in the Nile Basin. The big green one is South Sudan, and the black one there is Rwanda. And that led us to focus also on specific areas where the work would be, where we continued in more depth. And based on these assessments, which were done in more depth in Uganda, especially in Uganda over the last years, that also led us, the program, to help the ministry to formulate the updated nationally determined contributions in terms of the background papers and the science that is required to provide justification. Now, for all of that to happen, of course, it was really quite key to establish the concept of peatland, because people in Uganda talk more about wetlands. And then the question was, what is the difference between the peatland and the wetland? And there are so many concepts that need to be discussed and brought out broadly amongst all of the stakeholders. And the focus of the program really was awareness creation, training at all levels, and building networks. There are aspects like a community of practice that has been established by the ministry with all of the partners in academia who are involved in peatland research and science in Uganda, but at district level, at cross-border level, at global level, the PS at the COP. Now, the Nile Basin Initiative, with the support of the program, has also been following an approach for cross-border wetland and peatland landscapes, and roughly it goes along the lines that you can see up here, from inventories, management plans, conservation investment plans, to small-scale community measures, and then to resource mobilization to scale up interventions in wetlands and specifically also peatlands. And when you focus more on peatlands, there are now two specific aspects that we have been looking at in more detail. And one is that word of paludiculture. I think it was already mentioned. That is another new word that has come into the conversation here in Uganda in terms of peatland management, but I always use, I call it the papyrus economy. Maybe that's more easier to remember. And there's been quite a lot of work that has been done to figure out what are the value chains that use papyrus, what are the opportunities also in terms of technology, and I think we'll be hearing more about that later. And then finally, to really push all of this work forward, it is important to see how climate funds or other funds can be leveraged into nature-based solutions that are required and for which peatlands provide ample opportunities. And I'll just highlight 3 things. One thing is we've been doing pre-feasibility assessments on carbon and biodiversity crediting for peatlands. The ministry has established frameworks, and now it's time to fill that with life. We're also supporting NBI and the countries to move forward to be accredited with GCF and push project proposals for joint peatland landscape management forward. And finally, based on all of the work that we've been doing, we are later going to launch the new program, the Peat for People, which will also build on the good work that all the partners have been doing together and take it up to a higher notch. So I just wanted to give you this short overview, and I think as we move through the session, Mary will be digging into some of the topics and then formally also closing the program at the end of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maute Grossman. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go into our keynote, in a special way, please allow me to appreciate Dr. Alfred Okidi. We call him a peatlands ambassador. I think he has done a good job in promoting peatlands management in Uganda. Can we give him a hand clap? And Dr. Alfred, I think you are the biggest reason why we are here. I think we wouldn't be launching Peat for People today if it wasn't for your efforts. So we do really appreciate, and also taking time off your busy schedule to come and be here with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to invite our keynote address speaker. Yeah, Mr. Jan Peters, Managing Director, Michael Suko Foundation, partner in the Grace Feldmeyer Center. Please, you're most welcome. Please give him some. And IT, if you could project number 2.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and special thanks also from my side to Honorable Permanent Secretary and Commissioners of the Ministry for Water and Environment here in Uganda. It's always a pleasure to be in your ministry and having such a great audience speaking here at the Water and Environment Week in Kampala. It's a great pleasure, and it's even a bigger pleasure to be here and talk about peatlands and why peatlands are so important for us. So the title for my presentation will be Peatlands as Nature-Based Solutions for Climate, Nature, and People. I always show this picture at the beginning with a more rhetorical question on which of these pictures you see peatlands. Of course, the question is on all of them, because peatlands are extremely diverse, not only here in the region, not only in Uganda, but also globally. We have a huge amount and huge variety of peatlands, and as you can see, they are beautiful, they can be used, they can be attractive, they have biodiversity, a lot of values, and I will dive a little bit deeper into that during my presentation. Quite often we get the question, and also Dr. Grossman already mentioned that, we have the question of definitions and terms. What are we talking about? What are wetlands, for example? Wetlands are areas with prevalence of vegetation typically adapted to life in saturated and soil conditions with water. Peatlands are areas which naturally accumulate peat layers on their surface. So that's what we are talking about. Peatlands, it's sedimentary accumulated material consists of at least 30% dry mass of dead organic matter. That's very technical. I will explain you what it means actually. And a mire, that's also a term which is very often used, is actually a peatland which is currently peat forming, so in the natural wet stage. And also the Ramsar Convention, which all of you know, recognizes peatlands quite strongly and even stronger in the recent years. And they define peatlands as ecosystems with peat deposits that may currently support a vegetation that is peat forming, but may not or may lack vegetation entirely. So it's, again, mostly the peat. So the soil is important to classify land as a peatland. And peat is, again, dead and partially decomposed plant materials that remain accumulated at the site in situ under waterlogged conditions. And that's how it looks like. The biomass which is produced in the peatland and the production is larger than the decay because these sites are always wet, permanently water saturated, and that's why the dead plants are not decomposed and accumulate the peat in big layers. So the most important point about peatlands is the peat, the soil, but also the water, of course. And that's why we're here at the Water Week in Kampala today. My colleague Sama Eshavi, which was already mentioned as the most famous peatland guy here of Uganda and maybe of the whole region, and I really also want to say a big thanks to him to support these efforts here, made this nice graph which shows a little bit how that works. So we have the peatlands here mostly in valley situations and depressions where all the water from the rainfall, from precipitation, but also from the slopes, from the mineral soil is collected, also from groundwater, and all is flowing into the peatlands. So they are acting like sponges in the landscape, keeping the water, also keeping it and buffering the water supply for local communities. And we have also heard peatlands are not only important for water, but especially for climate change, because they are huge carbon storage, actually. In the natural situation, which we can see here, a picture from Kenya, from the highlands, the situation is that we have CO2 uptake, but also we have methane emissions, but they are more or less outbalanced, and in the long term, peatlands are sinks. And most of these peatlands actually already exist since centuries or even millennia, and they accumulate peat layer after layer after layer, and this concentrated carbon is really found in thick layers. We have peatlands which are more than 10 meters deep here. And this is a striking fact that if we compare to forest, for example, only 15 centimeters of peat layer contains as much carbon as a high carbon stock tropical rainforest on mineral soil. And as I said, often in the peatlands, also here in Uganda, in Rwanda, we find 8, 9, 10 meters. So you can imagine how much carbon is actually stored in these ecosystems. We already heard these numbers before from the other speakers. Many of them have been taken from the Global Peatland Assessment, which was launched at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, and which summarizes the distribution of peatlands worldwide, also with this very nice map. We have heard already that only 4% of the planet's land surface is peatland, but there twice as much carbon is stored than in the entire biomass. 1/3 of all world's soil carbon is actually only in this 4%. We have high emissions, and we have the good news that almost 90% of the peatlands worldwide are actually still intact and are like working as carbon sinks still. And they are found everywhere, like around the globe, and also if we zoom in here in the global peatland map, also here in the region, in the Nile Equatorial Lake region, we find quite a lot of these peatlands, and that's why we are here today. As I said, almost 90% of peatlands are still untouched, but very few of them are actually only protected as protected areas. Here you see a map where the areas are shown worldwide, and only the yellow parts, which you can hardly see on the map, are actually peatlands in legally protected status. So most of the areas are actually not protected. You can see it here. The red part below is the unprotected peatland sites, and only the small yellow bit is protected, and yeah, small bit also of that. The yellow in the upper graph is in Africa. So we have the situation that most of the peatlands are not protected, so they are degrading at an alarming speed. Actually, this is the global map of percentage of peatland degradation, and we see the darker the color is, the more peatlands are degraded, the higher the proportion of degraded peatlands is, and we see that definitely there's a big hotspot in Europe, and that's also why Germany actually is so committed, because we actually drained and destroyed already 95% of our peatlands, like huge amounts of lands which we have to restore and re-wet now, and we are also busy with that. But we also see that, for example, here in Eastern Africa, we have like darker spots. Also in South Africa, we find a lot of degraded peatlands, and if we look here on the global status, Europe is definitely the front runner of peatland destruction, I have to say. In Africa, the situation is still quite good, but we really have to work hard to keep it like that. And the main problem is caused actually by drainage. When peatlands are drained, we have the same situation like with pickles, like these gherkins, for example. When you remove the conserving water and you leave it on the plain air, it will rot away in a few days, and all the carbon which is in the biomass will go to the atmosphere. So it's quite easy to understand, quite an easy process, and peatland drainage is really leading to very high CO2 emissions, but also of other greenhouse gases like nitrous oxide and methane from the ditches and from open water layers. So, for example, oil palm plantations on peatlands emit up to 60 tons CO2 per hectare in year, which is driving 300,000 kilometers by a middle-class car every hectare and every year. So we have huge areas here. This is a picture from Malaysia, but we know that also oil palm on peat is also spreading here in the region and other regions. So this is a big issue, and already mentioned globally, that's although only a small percentage is only drained, and this is only 0.4% of the land on Earth produces 4 or even 5% of all global emissions, and these fires which are happening in Indonesia are not even counted on it. So it's a huge issue, but the drainage, of course, doesn't happen for nothing. It has a big reason, and the reason is land use and agriculture, which is the strongest driver. Also here, a map which we just published at the last COP in Baku, at COP29 at Baku in the side event together with UNEP, the Global Hotspot Atlas, and we see that these graphs show the land degraded and drained for agriculture. And you see for Europe, the circle, almost half of the peatlands are drained for agriculture already. In Africa, the situation is still relatively good, especially in the Congo Basin, where we find huge areas. But if we zoom into the peatlands of the region here, we see that actually already we have quite high percentages of peat drainage, so there is also a need for new ways for restoration and sustainable use, and that's what we want to work on in our new project. And this causes, I already told that, high emissions. Here, the same logic of the map: the darker the color, the higher the emissions. And we see that there's like also quite dark spots around the Lake Victoria, so we really have to act here to keep the carbon in the soil. But there's another issue, because if the peat is degraded and oxidized, we also have subsidence. So the ground is actually going lower and lower. This is a picture from the Netherlands with some remnants from the Second World War. So this bunker was built on the soil surface on a peatland in 1939, and today, or actually 10 years ago, you can store your wood, your timber there, but all that soil has just disappeared into the atmosphere. So it's really massive. You lose 1 to up to 5 centimeters annually, and these rates of decomposition and this loss of soil is actually higher in the tropics. So here we are more in the upper layer of the layer of the level of this thing. Here I want to show you to better understand it, another graph which Sama prepared, the comparison between for you left side, the natural peatland with high water level with papyrus, pristine peatland vegetation, and then if you lower the water level with a ditch, the water level drops, but also the whole land, the whole surface drops. And then it of course also becomes more prone to floodings, for example, for erosion. All these things can happen. So there are estimations that because of this peatland subsidence, this will lead to the uncontrolled flooding of 2 to 20 million hectares of productive land worldwide, mostly in coastal areas. Like here in Indonesia, you see this flooded palm oil plantation, which then immediately is out of use. And we are actually losing this land then, now that we need it the most for more people, for less poverty, and also for replacing fossil resources from these lands. And we have another issue that in many countries, actually the peatlands have a very negative societal perception. Yeah? They are seen as like unproductive land, even dangerous, that you can draw that there are a lot of mosquitoes, and so on and so forth. This is also illustrated by popular culture here from a cartoon thing, the swarm thing. But actually we have to value these lands, and Dr. Grossman already said that. We have the ways to sustainably use these lands in wet agriculture, which we call paludiculture. Here in the region, it's of course mostly the use of papyrus. You can, after harvesting, you can process this in regional processing facilities together with local communities to all kinds of goods, to furniture, to packaging materials, to boards for construction. Now we recently made paper for which you can also use for printing or packaging. This is made 100% from papyrus fibers. So there are a lot of opportunities which are still to be explored. That's also part of the project. In one of the previous studies, we also shown that especially in Uganda, there's actually a very high potential for harvesting papyrus. Of course, it's also very important not to harvest within protected areas, not in natural sites, but in restored sites, which could be re-wetted, and then the papyrus can used in a good way. And especially here around Kampala, there's a lot of opportunities for that, for a papyrus economy in the future. I will come to the end and want to say that only peatlands will bring us closer to achieving the social development, sustainable development goals. They save greenhouse gas emission, they store carbon, they harbor a huge variety of biodiversity, they are buffering and purifying water, they are able to produce goods from paludiculture, and of course they are beautiful. That's also why we are here. They amaze people. So what we can do, we should first keep undrained peatlands wet so that they are not degrading. We have to re-wet then, secondly, already drained peatlands and restore them, and we have to adapt the land use to avoid problems, to solve problems, and to reduce the problems. And this we can do together with livelihoods, together with peoples, together with the governments, and that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm really happy to speak to you today and collaborate in the near future with all of you. Let's keep peatlands wet, make drained peatlands wet again, and if you use them, which is often needed because you need livelihoods, then use them wet in paludiculture. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan Peters. I think he deserves another round of applause. Thank you, Jan Peters, for that wonderful keynote. I'm sure in this audience or those online, we have people hearing about peatlands for the first time, I promise you. But I think our colleagues now, after having that general overview about peatlands and what we need to do to keep them wet, I would like us to go into our next presentation. But before we go into the presentation, once again, we would like to thank MSF for really being a very wonderful partner, especially when it comes to capacity building. And on behalf of the very many colleagues that have been working on peatlands, I'm looking at you, Carol, Asadu, and those from Rwanda, Jean Cloud. Please, let's put our hands together to thank Sama. Please, Sama, if you could stand up, please. We would like to give you some flowers. Sama from MSF, he has really done a very good job to take us into peatlands. I can see some participants here from the district local governments, Bwana PS, all these people were taken to the peatlands here in Uganda to sample them, to get to know what they look like, as you'll see in the next presentation. So thank you very much, Sama. And not only just knowing what peatlands are, but he has even taught us how to calculate emissions and all these things that they have been talking about here. And I can assure you that you now have peatlands experts in your ministry and also in Rwanda. So thank you very much, MSF and Sama, once again. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like us now to move into our next presentation, Carbon and Biodiversity Finance. I think Jan Peters has given us very good questions that we need to answer, the what, the how, and the why. And I would like to call upon Elizabeth from MSF again to present to us some options that for peatlands conservation. Elizabeth, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mari. Thank you, everyone, Jan. And special thanks also to Alexander Hunfeld, who unfortunately fell sick, but he has really been working with us really hard behind the scenes on this work stream. And I will present to you some of the things we've been considering. But first of all, and because when we are asked, okay, we want to work with carbon and biodiversity, let's start from everything we have learned from forests. And of course, well, it's really important to take those lessons learned from the forests. It's also very important to acknowledge that the emissions from peatlands differ greatly from the forest emissions. And there is this nice chart that was prepared. You can see on the left-hand side, it's the forest biomass, and on the right, the peatland soil. And the green bars represent the rate of land use change, so hectares per year. And the red represents the total emissions. You see that when you stop deforestation, the emissions stop, or when you reduce the rate of deforestation, the emissions go down as well. However, with peatland soil, it's very important to understand that if you decrease the rate of conversion and drainage, the emissions will continue to rise because the emissions that you had already from the drained peatlands add to the new drained areas. Similarly, if you stop drainage, you will still continue having those emissions at the same level because the emissions will not stop until the area is effectively re-wetted, and those emissions can continue for decades or even centuries until the whole layer of peat has been depleted. That's why we, as mentioned by Jan, it's very important to understand that we require both stopping new drainage but also re-wetting these areas. And when we are considering financing options, we are talking about both conservation of peatlands but also re-wetting and wet sustainable use of peatlands through paludiculture. So what are some of these mechanisms we've been considering? In this presentation, I've focused mostly on the Paris Agreement, Article 6, and we call it commitment market because it's like between the voluntary and the compliance market, and also the voluntary carbon market, which is the most maybe known by many of you. So I will talk more about this later on, but it's also very important to understand that there's many options out there, and also how the whole big market on carbon credits from forestry projects started from results-based payment, from the RED Plus, and it took 5 to 10 years to just get ready for the results-based payment, that they have then used all this knowledge to build on the carbon credits for the voluntary carbon markets. So I think considering different options is also important for peatlands. And I find this nice example, I think, from Kenya, whereby the communities living upstream in the watershed receive some payments recognizing all the water services that they are providing downstream to the city of Nairobi. But there's also corporate social responsibility of those companies that are benefiting from these ecosystems. They can also play a role into this transition towards sustainable wet peatland management. Very important, we shouldn't forget that sustainable development also is a cost saving for the future, because enhanced ecosystem services will reduce the costs and risk like fires, drought, floods, like we heard from Mary. So it's really an investment for the future, and normally it's much cheaper to act and prevent the disaster than act afterwards. But there's also many others, like certification. There exists, for example, the round table on sustainable palm oil, or green bonds, also example from Indonesia, big peatland country. So they have innovated a lot in this type of different instruments. But also impact investors or insurance companies. We saw some examples from the blue carbon space, and where they are experimenting with blue carbon resilience credits or coastal risk index. And of course, all of these don't work separately, they can be combined, and it's through this blended finance, especially at the early stages, that the governments and private sector can share the costs and risks to scale the investments for the long-term funding. Going a bit more deep, I will go, you don't need to read the whole slide, but very broadly under Article 6, we've been focusing, for example, since 2021, it's already fully operational, Article 6.2, whereby it's these cooperation agreements, bilateral or multilateral agreements between countries, while Article 6.4 is more a centralized mechanism, similar to the OCDM, and they have this Paris Agreement crediting mechanism recently formed since February this year. But they both are kind of similar, and they interact, and the credits can be used for both NDC compliance, but also voluntary carbon markets or other mitigation purposes. And they also require the same key elements. So first, the authorization of projects and transfer of units, but also the reporting to ensure integrity and avoid double counting, double claiming, and tracking or registry system. But on the side, we don't hear so much about the non-market approaches, because it's something that it's constantly developing as well. But there exist other approaches that doesn't involve trading, and it's focused on bilateral, multilateral cooperation between the countries. And the focus is either on technology transfer, capacity building, financial support. And I think Uganda has already been exploring these things, so it would be really interesting also to explore how peatlands could fit into such mechanisms. For the voluntary carbon markets, I put here, this is not an exhaustive list, but it's the standards that you hear the most, especially for nature-based solutions and for peatlands. We know that there's two main types, like the internationally recognized standards, like the verified carbon standard from Vera, or the gold standard, or Plan Vivo, but these are applicable in any country, which is good. But most of the methodologies have also been developed mostly for forestry and agroforestry, and as we have said there's many different things that you have to consider for peatlands. So it could be that for certain standards you need to develop a peatland-specific methodology. While there's also regional standards that are interesting, for example, in the UK with the UK Peatland Code, or in Germany with the MORE futures, where they are developed for a specific region, and normally they are developed really by peatlands, for peatlands, by the experts. And these also translate into lower transaction costs because you can really tailor it to your needs and reduce a lot of the bureaucracy that sometimes comes with the international standards. But so far, these examples have focused on the emission reductions only from the peatland restoration because that's the biggest need in Europe. And while we have been considering both carbon and biodiversity, we realized that, well, for carbon is mostly used for the offsetting of emissions, and while the markets seem to be somewhat established, but the methodologies are constantly evolving, and especially for peatlands. While the biodiversity can bring also a lot of opportunities, we need to acknowledge these are emerging markets, which means that in many cases, while they are still testing, they are not used as such, but bundled with the carbon credits, for example, through biodiversity labels. And most commonly, to avoid criticism, they are used for conservation incentives rather than offsets, because biodiversity is very different from carbon. It's not a single unit. You can have many different metrics. But what we have common requirements for all of these instruments. There's things that are required anywhere you choose to go. The first one is to have really clear legal framework, how the country wants to engage in these frameworks, alignment with the NDC, which is also linked to the institutional setup and how the benefit sharing mechanism can look like. You need a designated authority that oversees the market participation. You need the registry and tracking system to prevent double counting or claiming, and also transparent reporting and governance. You also need methodologies and standards. And as we have seen, either you can use like international standards, but you can also consider developing a region-specific standard fit for purpose. You also need very strong MRB, or measurement, reporting and verification systems, and very strong environmental and social safeguards. Well, you also need financial and market readiness, a strategy to attract the investors and stimulate demand of both credits, but also demand, for example, from paluticulture products. Very, very important to have this benefit sharing mechanism with the communities. We know there's people living there, so it's really the main thing you need to think is how are we getting these benefits from the selling of carbon credits or any results-based payment to the communities on the ground. And through all this landscape, of course, there's a big journey of capacity building for institutions and private sector. And again, I'd like to, what I said before, it took like 5 to 10 years to get ready for the RED+. Of course, we can learn a lot, probably we can do it faster, but these things also take time. But of course, it's always easier in projects such as the ones that we have here about here today to have international cooperation, either through Article 6 or through also engaging with private sector and voluntary markets, such as the International Council on Voluntary Carbon Markets, or ICVCM. And the general criteria that we hear a lot about the generation of credits, the most important, which basically tells you if a project is eligible or not, is that it has to be additional. There's different types of additionality, but the most common one is an economic question. Would the project have happened without the revenue of the sale of credits? You need emission reductions that are quantified in a transparent and verifiable way by an independent third party who is able to follow the same steps that you have done and reach the same number that you have reached. The principle of conservativeness, which means in practice for the carbon that you underestimate the emissions in your baseline and you overestimate it in the project scenario. Sustainability, of course, you have to contribute to the local socioeconomic conditions and reliability. because carbon credits are an analog of property rights, so it's important to not sell twice, have these central registries. And the idea of permanence, which you need to ensure that the carbon emission reductions will be permanently reduced, and especially for risks such as climate disasters, they use these buffer pools. But it's important to understand that all of these different voluntary compliance commitment markets for carbon are interdependent of each other. And there was this brief article from the OECD, and I think it presents nicely that they are partly overlapping markets and they learn from each other, and yeah, it's a learning by doing process, and they are constantly evolving. But for peatlands, what we focus, as we have seen, the baseline scenario is the destruction of peatlands, unfortunately, because for many reasons. But where we want to move is to three main types of project scenario. One, as mentioned by Jan, is the conservation of pristine peatlands. And for these, for carbon projects, it's really important to understand that this is, you need a really strong additionality justification. If there's not a real risk that you can measure of drainage and degradation, you face huge reputational risk, which would happen already with the red and the inflated baselines. While for peatland rewearing and restoration, basically permanence and additionality, if done well, are inherent and really easy to justify. But of course, first you need to succeed in your restoration efforts, which is not always easy. And lastly, we can also consider paludiculture, very important, and they can also serve as buffer zones for the conservation areas. All of this in a context that we have to first and foremost check for the communities that live there, co-create with them the solutions, having transparent and monitoring systems for accountability and secure land tenure. And lastly, the site selections criteria, which was already presented in our report that was prepared 2 years ago already under the Nile Basin Initiative. So you need supportive social structure, you need the support of local communities and decision-making bodies. You also need very clear land rights and ownership, and as mentioned, careful planning and implementation of the benefit sharing mechanism. There cannot be land grabbing in the name of climate action. You need to consider the current land use and the connected income that they are currently getting from the site, because that will need to be compensated by the project, so it's sustainable. And for that reason also you need to consider, okay, what are the alternative uses, and that's where paludiculture need to play a role. And finally, for peatlands, it's very important that you consider and first study the hydrological connectivity to minimize the off-site impacts. And you do that through effective management and monitoring and adapting as you go. So the key takeaways from my presentation was that, well, the sole focus on carbon can lead to negative effects. So you need strong safeguards, risk mitigation strategies, monitoring and transparency. You always incorporate as many additional benefits as possible, social, cultural, community well-being, but also alternative livelihoods and the resilience of people, especially in the context of climate change and floodings, but as well other benefits beyond carbon. So biodiversity is entering, but there's also water and many other ecosystem services like ecosystem resilience. Finally, you need the agreements that ensure that the community rights will be ensured, as well as ensuring accountability, which means that carbon and biodiversity finance is not the silver bullet, is a means to a goal which has to be decided between all of us. And yeah, thanks a lot. Webaleño, thank you. Murakosi.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for that insight. I think we will have an opportunity to have some questions later, but please allow me to welcome Charles, my co-moderator, to take us through the panel discussion. to hear from the experts from the region and also from Uganda.
Thank you so much, Mary. And I'm happy the audience has already appreciated you, so I don't need to remind them to appreciate you for the great work. We have not given opportunity for questions, and we apologize for that, but take a note of each question we are going to do around after the panel discussion. We started a bit late, and we are running a tight program. I think the sessions in the morning have been so empowering and probably responding to a number of the questions we had, including the knowledge on peatlands, the carbon market, what is there. There's, I think, growing data that is coming up from the presentation that have been made, but also positioning, especially countries like Uganda that are rich in peat, on exploring the not only restoration management, but also exploring the possibilities of tapping into the growing carbon market. So it has been very outstanding right from the start, from the keynote, and also the opening. I think everyone was intentional to make sure that we bring this to the audience, and we have very interested stakeholders in the room, but also we've gotten almost double the number online listening, so it is not us. That shows how the topic is hot and how everyone is interested to get on track and also try to support the peat and also understanding the peat landscape. We have a panel, distinguished panelists in the room, and I want to take this opportunity to invite, we have like 4 speakers who are coming in next, and they are just going to dissect a bit more from the policy, data, research, and also livelihood options that are associated with the peat. I think a lot of questions now might even be answered after the session. So my first speaker today, who I know very well and has been supporting the government, especially on the technical aspect, on the policy issues, the national determined contribution, inputs into the climate policy, the NAP, National Adaptation Plan, and also the technical climate negotiation agenda, but also localizing climate at local government level, is none other than Mr. Semambo Muhammad, who is the Assistant Commissioner, Adaptation Mitigation. Let's welcome him on the stage. As he's taking the stage, he makes sure that peat is incorporated in all the above policy frameworks that I've mentioned. So when you check our NDC, what is missing is the baseline, but at least the peat is in there. Thank you so much. The next person is from the University of Makerere, and he's specialized in, his PhD is actually uniquely specialized in forest biometrics and geomatics. You will ask him what that means, but I think it is linked to peat. And he's a lecturer, senior lecturer at the School of Forestry, Environment, Geographical Sciences in Makerere University from Uganda. Welcome, Dr. Daniel Waiswa. He is also the coordinator for the National Biodiversity Data Bank. The next person from our neighbor country, and as it has been mentioned already, from Rwanda, who is also a professor of forestry and the deputy dean of the School of Forestry and Biodiversity Conservation, the College of Agriculture, Animal Science, and the Veterinary Medicine from the University of Rwanda. He is Professor Jean Nduwamungu. Welcome. As he's getting on the stage, he's also on the governing council of the African Forest Forum. We have a super lady in the room who has been, for all the years, trying to sustainably harvest some sustainably use the, I would say, wetlands, and her profession, she's actually a civil engineer, and she's been doing amazing work which is known regionally. I hope most of you know maca pads. Maca pads, those are sanitary pads that are made from the sustainable harvested papyrus, and that is Miss Nasuna Mirembe. Let's welcome her. She is the director in Technology for Tomorrow Limited. I think I need to be near you, so let me take, how does this work? So thank you so much, my dear panelists. Let me just come closer. Then we have this productive conversation, and people online, please remember to take on your notes, your questions, and even us in the room. Let's take on the questions, and they are going to, we will have opportunity to bring them forward at the end of the session. So I want to begin with my neighbor. So we've had a lot of discussion about peatland management, but also there has been a hint on the policies and the laws, because without those enablers, I think everything can not work. So we just want to hear from the Ugandan perspective. Are we on the right track in terms of setting up and probably enforcing the regulations, policies, and the frameworks that are governing the peatland, generally even wetland management? But let's dive more into peatland. Over to you, Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you very much, moderator. I will say that the question that you have asked, are we on track? I would say yes, but with some bit of challenges, because the presentation have already shown that Africa is not performing very well in terms of peatland management and wetland management, but nonetheless, we still have some bit of challenges in trying to make a bit of enforcement to ensure that the peatlands and the wetlands are actually managed very well. So on the levels of their integration in the policies, I would say that specifically on the peatlands, it has been lacking, and the reason is just being obvious, what has been discussed here. If you don't have sufficient data and information, then what are you legislating? What are you putting in policies? And I think this one will take you to the aspect of the NDC, for example, because all the presentation has been hinged on the peatlands for carbon, but also we know too that to talk about carbon, there's a strong feeling that that carbon you're talking about is well reflected in the country's commitment, which is the NDC. So the NDC presents 3 forms of targets. There's what we call the adaptation target. That one is talking about resilience that can come from any sector of the economy. There's what we call mitigation target. It is that target, but specifically the mitigation target is looking at the 2 forms of targets. It's unpacked in terms of 2. There is a non-GHG mitigation target, like you have policies and strategies that are geared towards promoting climate responsiveness in terms of emission reduction or increasing carbon stock, but they don't have any emission reduction targets. That's why we're going to talk about the targets in the NDC. We're talking about the 3 categories. And there is what we call the GHG target. The GHG target is that target that has a baseline and a commitment of reduction. So you know that if you do this action, we are able to reduce this amount of greenhouse gas emissions that have to be reduced. So out of those 3 targets that are featured in the NDC, the adaptation target for resilience building. The non-GHG target is a mitigation target, but it has no kind of like targets for reducing emission. And then there is a GHG target, also under mitigation. That one is quoting that we are going to reduce emission from this level to this level. So in the peatlands, from the first NDC, I think we tried to provide for it from the initial NDC, but it had no GHG target. Then in the second NDC, which is the current NDC, again we have married the peatland and wetlands as one, but again without featuring a GHG target. It has other targets, but not featuring a GHG target. And the reason is very simple. If you don't have this data and information on emission as part of your national inventory, you cannot commit yourself as part of your national GHG inventory. You cannot commit yourself into your NDCs, nor into your bio-updated reports, nor in the national communication or the bio-transparency reports. Because the effectiveness and the efficiency of the NDC and those other reports, okay, or strategies, is assessed for focusing on the inventory report of a country which submits. So until when you have the data, then you can be able to now put the third layer of the target, which is now the GHG target. So now that there is a lot that has been done in that line, we are just waiting to receive this data, enter into our national greenhouse gas inventory, and we use it to model. So that now we can generate the three forms of the targets that we can feature in our national climate change action plans, which is the NDC, but also informs the policies and strategies. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So what I get is there is some incorporation of peat in the policies, but sometimes it has to be backed from the baseline and also the target level by the data, which probably is not so sufficient, but we applaud the government of Uganda for integrating it into the NDC 2.0, but also we are hoping that the NDC 3.0 has even to be better now that we are growing some data. So thank you so much. Let me just jump and go to Professor Yen from Rwanda. It is closely linked. We just want to understand the Rwandan perspective. Probably they are either better or they are following us. And I heard from the presentation that was done by the Permanent Secretary Minister of Water from Rwanda that was represented by a speaker. He mentioned some policies and it was kind of clear that there's already peat or peatland integrated in a number of policies, but it was not clear to which policies. So what is the landscape there?
Thank you very much. For the case of Rwanda, I think peat has been considered in so many policies, climate change policies especially. For example, in the NDCs, they are not specially mentioned, but you find that they talk about sustainable conservation of all ecosystems, which implicitly implicate peatlands. So you find that even though they are not really specifically mentioned in the NDC or the National Adaptation programs, it is somehow implicitly mentioned. However, if you look at the climate policies, like I can mention, for example, the National Environment and Climate Policy of 2019, they specifically mentioned peatland as one of the important ecological ecosystem that should be sustainably conserved. And if you look at the forest policy of 2019, 2018. Also, they mentioned on enhancing biodiversity and ecosystem service in all ecosystems, which include also peatlands. But Rwanda also participates, for example, in transboundary initiatives like in Kagera landscape, where there are projects that are involved in assessing peatlands and in mapping, for example, and even promoting sustainable management practices in peatlands. However, if you look at also even the environmental policy, which was launched in 2018 in Rwanda, there are prohibition of all kinds of activities that are supposed to be taking place in peatlands, like wetlands, swamps, of course, area where we find peat. So you find that it is prohibited to do any like any agriculture activity, any building within less than 20 meters on the boundary of a peatland or a swamp, let's say. Of course, not all wetlands are peatlands, but most peatlands are in the wetlands. So you find that the environment law specifically prohibit activities that are not allowed there. Of course, there are some wetlands that have been already drained, but there are wetlands that are really protected, and in terms of permanent settling, it is prohibited to do like settlements or even building like even agricultural activities within the boundary. But about the boundaries of wetlands. There are also some agreements that the country has entered with other, like for carbon offsetting initiatives, like in last year, I think, there was an agreement with a Singapore let's say company that is called Gen Zero, where they can just buy some credits, carbon credits. So it shows how the government of Rwanda has really put into place like policies or a framework that can really promote peatland management or conservation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. There's progress, but probably there's also much work that has to be done to get this into the policy and the commitments. But thank you so much for sharing the Rwanda experience. Professor Waiswa, it looks to me that the policymakers want data, but also the actors, the investors, they want data. So we hear data is not enough, research is not enough, MRV is not there. What is the problem? Do we have or don't we have the tools and the methodologies that can fast track these data and inventories to inform both policy and the practice in terms of peat management, restoration, and all these associated initiatives or peatlands management?
Thank you very much for that question. I appreciate being here this afternoon and learning a lot from the presentations that have been going on with regards to peatlands. First of all, I need to mention that we have some data. Like, for example, the National Biodiversity Data Bank at Makerere has some data. But what is this data about? When we look at what we have in our holding, it is data mainly on the diversity of plants, birds, in the wetlands, in the forests. But when it comes to peatlands, I have to say this is something that is new. there hasn't been much focus that has been given to assessing the peatlands. And that comes because of the fact that I think we tend to take them to be the same. There is that misunderstanding. And a lot of awareness needs to be created in order for us to be able to get data-specific peatlands. They are different, okay? But what we have now, of course, a lot of work has been going on. Many institutions have learned here, and I know the Nile Basin Initiative, the ministry here, like we've learned with the GIZ, the support that has been there. But I have to say that the data we have doesn't support much what we are actually doing. And it is also good to learn in this meeting that institutions, I think like the Nile Basin Initiative, have done a lot in this area. But where is this data? Where do we find this data? We don't have like a national repository where we can say the data on peatlands or biodiversity is kept here, but specifically on peatlands. We don't have that in place. And most of these initiatives currently spearheaded, like I'm happy, and I'll be linking up with the ministry soon to see that the data collected by the officers on peatlands in the different parts of the country is brought to the fore, because it is there, but not much is known about it, and especially from the academia side. This is very important because we can use that data for training the people who will push this agenda forward. So currently I would say that in terms of data and the tools we are currently having mainly focus on, like on of course we are looking at the changes in land use, land cover. You are looking at the changes that are happening in the wetlands and the like. Those tools are there. But can they be customized to focus more on the peatlands? So I think we've not given peatlands much attention as it is required, and I'm happy that through a convening of this nature, I think the awareness about wetlands is being created, and we can be able to work together as stakeholders and make sure that the right data, which supports many of these interventions, like we are talking of carbon credits, biodiversity credits. Yes, you cannot do them without data. And if we work together, I think we can easily customize the tools we have and be able to address the requirements for tools that can be able to respond to issues of peatlands in terms of their status and utilization in this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. And I hear clearly that there's a lot of need for multi-sectoral and the partnerships, collaboration to ensure that we get up to speed with the data, working with the government, the Department of Wetlands, and also academia and the partners, both development partners as well as the civil society who are interested in the sector. So we appreciate that well-detailed elaboration, and we are comfortable moving to Mirembe Nasuna, because as we were waiting for the data, we are waiting for the policy, livelihood has to move on. So we've heard here that there's a lot of degradation because people are over-exploiting or even and sustainably use wetlands that actually affect peat. And now you've got some innovative models that probably you've tested, and we want to hear how can we coexist with the peatland ecosystem. So people coexisting with the peatland as well as businesses.
Thank you very much. My name is Nasu Namirembe, civil engineer by profession, but it's the innovation is really where science meets heart. Can we innovate? Can we use the science? Can we use all the things that we know to actually create things that better our environment? So what we have done is we have vast acres and hectares of papyrus in Uganda. Every road in Uganda heading up country actually has papyrus, so much of it. And for some people it's just a green plant, but for us it is something that actually is going to change the world, especially in issues of menstrual hygiene management. So what we have done is actually get the papyrus and then process it. I just have some samples here. So this is papyrus processed, sustainably harvested, I should mention. We make sure that we, as much as we actually are using the papyrus, that we actually do not uproot. We cut a bit of the plant, and then even in 6 months, it's actually grown again to be used. So we actually do not uproot. So what we've done, so this is the papyrus processed into fiber. If I mix this papyrus with paper, we all know paper. You have a lot of paper at your desk right now, and this is where the glue is. If I mix papyrus and this paper, which we always don't know what to do after we are done writing a memo, and it seems like the boss has said that's not good enough. So what I do then have is papyrus and paper as my absorbent. The simple science is really came from, if papyrus are sitting in a peatland for years, it is actually absorbing water and it is retaining it. I don't know if you've seen papyrus bleed water. Has anyone seen papyrus starting to sweat? I don't think so. So what happens is, if papyrus can absorb all that water and retain it, then it should be able to retain blood. And that's where the science is. So what we do have then is this becoming the absorbent. So every sanitary pad in Uganda, as per the standards, even worldwide, has, all our difference is what do we use to absorb. Uganda, blessed with a lot of papyrus, if I harvest it well and actually be able to completely keep using it, I have a natural resource that could never, unless we decide to destroy the peatlands. So please don't destroy the peatlands, because for me, it's that papyrus and the paper. I produce this, and this is absorbing menstrual blood and retaining it for up to 6 to 8 hours. And what I then have is what we call marker pads. Marker, for people here, means home. Marker is home. Every woman, every home that has a happy woman is a happy home. Because sometimes when we women are not happy, that's not a good home. But if we do have a good home, and that's some of the things that actually cause a turmoil, is having our menstrual periods. So marker also means menstruation, administration, knowledge, and affordability. So for me, the peatland is a raw material. I need those peatlands to stay healthy, and I need them to stay. Because the pain of managing menstruation and the management of it, and even just getting the sanitary pads, the menstrual materials, is becoming a great need, and it is continuous, not only here, but everywhere in the world. That is said that about 80% of women cannot afford and cannot access sanitary pads. And we have peatlands, and we have fiber, and we have paper. I have the absorbent and the sanitary pad.
Thank you so much, and I think you had that high applause for you, and it's actually a very innovative idea and a great social impact. You're actually a social impact investor that is even sustainable. But I think I just want to get back to you because it is quite interesting. Such innovations like yours are actually started, and probably there's proof of concept. But when it comes to scaling them up to a wider coverage of wider adoption in a number of peat ecosystem areas, it is a bit hard. So where is the problem, and what can be done to scale up such innovative ideas?
Well, I will start with one, we need those wetlands. Already we are losing quite a number of wetlands in Uganda and peatlands because of agriculture. People want to build, people want to feed themselves, so they're going to do a lot of that. So the first thing is, we need the peatland states so that we have the product. We have the raw material. So that's one of the things, the areas in Uganda where you cannot find. We've also decided to use our wetlands to become our toilets. So again, now I'm having a problem is this is supposed to be a healthy thing that's supposed to sieve, but apparently what are we sieving now? We're sieving everything from our toilets because we have refused to actually do the sanitation well. So I have papyrus, but then I now have no papyrus. And then I have papyrus that's there but has been infested because of poor waste management. Then after that, what do I need next? I actually need people who are willing to actually use buy Uganda, build Uganda. There's this notion of we have to have a product that's coming from outside Uganda. That's what works. Really? And that's one of the biggest things that's killing this scaling up of this product was produced in 2004. It is really targeting the rural areas because if I walk into a supermarket today, if any gentleman was asked by their woman to walk into a supermarket in Kampala today and ask you, buy me sanitary pads, you're probably going to make a call and ask which one, because the shelf has over 30 types. If I went to the rural areas where most of us have been and asked, I wanted a sanitary pad, they probably only have one if there's even any type. So there is a need, but the problem is even the materials that we should have, we are depleting them or destroying them. Then there's this issue of what product do you use? It's like, if it's not from outside countries, it doesn't work. So I beg that this, first of all, we use simple materials, locally available, completely machinery that is made by artisans. In Uganda, made in Katwe. No imported machine, maybe minus a sealing machine. Electricity, very little, even solar can work. The people, I don't need you to have gone to school. Simple skills, appropriate technology. I am producing for materials that are known, so it is something that's not even expensive to do. But the attitude, it has to be from outside countries. The other issue is some people do not know. So before you even go into another market and trying to do this and franchise, our plan is we should have this produced in every region in Uganda. There is papyrus everywhere. Now, the issue is when you get there and you produce this, will people accept to use sanitary pads? They have used so many things. They're using them. Their grandmothers and great-grandmothers have used soil, sponge, cow dung, cloth, anything, polythene, anything they can use. And today you're telling them, use a sanitary pad. It looks like, I don't know what you've been talking about. So the lack of knowledge and awareness that there's a hygienic way to manage your menstruation is very critical. So yes, I would like to franchise this and partner with so many people who can, because it is possible. But the people we are sending this to must be given some menstrual hygiene management knowledge to actually accept this project and accept the sanitary pad and actually use them and know that what they're using works, but there is better. So join me on this advocacy to actually tell people we have something made in Uganda by Ugandans and it works.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And it has so many benefits, direct and indirect. Sure. Now, let me get back to the Assistant Commissioner. There are people out there who want to invest or co-invest with the government on issues related like on blue carbon, biodiversity carbon, and that links especially to the peatland. It can even be peat carbon or those biocredit. But I think the biggest challenge has been, again, getting back on the policy framework. We have known that Uganda is developing a carbon project regulations and the laws, but are you in position without looking at the PS to give some highlight on that? Because that is part of readiness to tap into the potential.
Thank you very much, moderator. Now that you have stopped me to look at the PS, I would just like to share that we are very much aware as government of Uganda that there is a lot of interest to invest in carbon trading projects in the country. And most of the interest is actually hinged on the key specific sectors that have been identified in the NDC currently. But also, we are aware that a lack of a GHG target, for example, on peatlands, does not stop any investor who is interested in developing a carbon project in peatlands. The reason is very clear, is that the targets that we are seeing in the NDC is a target which has a framework from 2020 up to 2030. But it doesn't mean that the estates that store carbon also have that same type of the framework in terms of the time frame. So what does that one translate into is that the government of Uganda, first and foremost, need to do what we call establishment of carbon potential per estate. We need to do it in the forests. You know, you have forests, okay? And these forests are different in terms of the types, but also in terms of the sizes, okay? Meaning that they cannot be estimated to store the same carbon because they have unique characteristics. The same for the peatlands, okay? The peatlands are different, isn't it? It's not one system. They are different in terms of the size, in terms of biophysical characteristics and chemical characteristics. So when you establish the potential of each estate, you are able to go ahead and develop a carbon project in the country. But that carbon project which is developed on the already non-estimated emissions in the NDC cannot be counted for in the ITMOS, the International Transferred Mitigation Outcome, because it is outside the NDC, okay? So the regulation which we have developed for the government of Uganda is to operationalize the climate change law of 2021, ensure that the country benefit from carbon trading across all the spectrum. That is the Article 6.2, the 6.4, and the 6.8. So it is regulating all carbon trading in its totality, okay? So right now, we are receiving, people go ahead and express interest to develop carbon project to the minister responsible for climate change. And we receive them and we guide them. So speaking right now, I would say that the framework for the development of carbon project is technically concluded. It is just awaiting the official finalization of the publication and dissemination to various stakeholders. But it's going to regulate all forms of carbon trading, including the one which falls in the bigger sector called AFORU, agriculture, forestry, and other land uses, where the wetlands, the biodiversity, and the pits belong. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that is going to be comprehensive enough. You deserve an appreciation from the audience, because that is good news for everyone. Professor Jean, where do you see the universities or research institution covering this, closing this gap on data, on monitoring, and also supporting the whole landscape of peatland management?
Thank you for asking the question. Actually, you see, you find that we have very few experts in peatland. If you look at even programs that we are delivering, there are few people that are experts in peatland or even wetland management. So I think one aspect that probably universities and research institutions could do is to try to develop programs and curricula that can train more scientists in peatland management, even knowing how to monitor the health, the status of peatlands, because this is really lacking. Other aspects that could be developed are methods of even assessing these peatlands, and university could really maybe intervene in helping developing such methods of assessing the peatland health and others. So I think I see that universities and research institutions have a big stake in just developing the capacity to monitor peatlands and their health.
Thank you so much, Professor Waiswa. Do you want to make a rejoinder there?
Very much. Indeed, the aspect of capacity building is very critical, because we need to integrate some of these aspects into curricula, because they are not, like I've said, some of these have been around for a long time, but they've not been given that attention they deserve. So we need to have trained people who can actually move this forward. Two, we also, at the academic institutions, in terms of generating knowledge, which is our core mandate, that's what we focus on. We have to, through research, we have to generate knowledge. So the characterization of peatlands, their utilization, creating awareness. I think recently I was moving around in the country, and I encountered some of these infrastructure projects where they actually dug out the pit and it is exposed. And I mean, nobody is bothered about that. But like we're hearing from Dr. Grossman here, that is a concern. You have it just exposed there. I mean, we are having it oxidized. But that awareness is not there. And I think we have to work with stakeholders. But also, in terms of at the universities, we have to be able, as we look at the sustainable ways in which we are utilizing the models for sustainably utilizing these peatlands, we have to be mindful of generating knowledge that is actually hopeful, because like you are aware of the values of these peatlands, including their being an energy source. Given the energy challenges, that can also be a problem. So we have to be careful as we generate knowledge to move this forward. So I would think that as universities, we have to focus more on capacity building, because that will be key in facilitating even the generation of knowledge, which will support the overall programs. One thing which I also noticed in the presentations is that when one of the presenters was talking about the financing, the carbon financing, or the financing options, if you look at it in our setup, it's a very complex process. And indeed, to get that financing, you need a lot of capacity. There is a lot to understand, which may not be easy for everybody. So we need also to build capacity in that area to ensure that knowing whether you are going for VCS, what are the conditions, additionality, and all of that. And these are aspects which also need to be integrated in curricula, because aspects of carbon trading are not that, I mean, they've been around for some time, but we can't say that everybody understands them. And the integration of curricula in this, in building capacity, is very critical. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Waiswa. He deserves an appreciation. Checking on my clock, I think we are not, we are running late, so we will just appreciate just a few questions, and those should be burning questions, maybe 2. And then we encourage you that you can put your questions on papers. We will distribute them, because all of the addresses of the speakers from morning we have, and you can get a response. I don't know who is helping me pick 2 questions. From you first, you have to use like a seconds. And then we have, yes, so those are 2 questions. Can we move first? Okay, go first.
Thank you so much for the presentations and discussions. My name is Jane Amompaire, and I'm the District Natural Resources Officer, Rwanda District. As we look and plan to conserve peatlands for climate change mitigation, we have other partners, development partners, who are looking at peatlands for energy production. As I talked last week, we had development partners in our district who came with sino trucks and excavators to scoop the pit for energy production. It was already a project on board, but since there was no prior engagement of the district officials, we declined, so that they first do environmental impact assessment. How do we address such? Because they also have interest in pit. At the same time, we want to conserve it for climate change mitigation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that question.
Thank you, Coordinator. I'm the President of Green Behavior Network, and I'm a teacher by profession. I'm doing a PhD in Chambogo University in environmental democracy. I have 3 questions. First and foremost, is there any LC chairman here? You talked about participation. And when I'm in my house, I have a small first floor. I look down and all the wetland is sold through LC chairman. And I don't think there is any LC chairman here. So I think the participation is lacking. They should have been invited. And another thing, and that is how corruption goes in, because they sell these plots in wetlands or peatlands because they are not aware. And according to research, environmental democracy does not work when there is corruption. Does not work when there is corruption, environmental democracy. And these people do it because they are not aware. Again, I want to something which is lacking. The speeches are not scaring enough. As a teacher by profession, I scare my children. Next year you'll buy oxygen because you've cut all the wetlands, you have cut all the trees. As theory of planned behavior, you must show that the consequences are dire, are dangerous. It is not reflected in the speeches. You left alone you left alone NH4 By the way, even water, when it evaporates, when it has nowhere to sink,
You have
it
to
is a
you have
green
to
grass.
summarize.
It is a gas emission, green gas emission. Nitrogen dioxide, carbon dioxide. When you leave it hanging, people don't get scared enough. In the theory of planned behavior, you must really scare them. Next time, please, I request you to do that. Another question. What am I going to tell my children? I don't understand what carbon credit is, what carbon trading is. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We are going to get a response for you. I don't know. Okay. So I think some of the question is raising not necessarily for the panel, but those that you can respond to, I think that is fine. Are we also getting 1, 2 from the online or?
Hello? Yes, there is one question here from Ezra. He's asking, my question goes to Dr. Maute, who highlighted that pelviculture can be adopted as an option for promoting local livelihoods alongside peatland conservation and management. From your technical experience, how well can this practice be done in developing countries like Uganda, already facing several challenges like peatland, wetland degradation through agriculture? How can it be sustainable without compromising the ecological integrity of these sensitive ecosystems?
You want to go first? That last question?
I think also Yanni Peters highlighted some pelviculture issues, so whoever would like to take it up.
Okay, so let's do like a minute of response, and they are like open. You can choose to respond to whatever question.
Thank you very much, moderator. Somebody mentioned that doesn't know what to tell the children about the carbon credits and the carbon trading. Let me just make it a little bit simpler. Carbon credit is just a unit, most especially the ton of carbon, that can be avoided or reduced when you do good practice, because there is emission. So when you have that unit in terms of a ton, which you have avoided, and you have it like this, okay? If you are ready that you have generated enough units and you are ready to sell them, then you go into the trading, okay? So in simple terms, that's what it means. So you're looking at the unit or a ton of carbon which is reduced or avoided in terms of emission, and when they accumulate and you are ready to sell them, then you go into the trading. Thank you.
Yeah, I think some of the questions, let's just get one response from the Commissioner Wetlands. The first question of having a project in a project, like you have a project on energy extraction, and then you have to conserve the peatlands. Are you in position to just come in for 1 minute and then we close?
As a ministry, really, we have issued circulars and guidelines on the processes to be taken. So we think that the local government should refer those people to the line ministry, which is this ministry, for further guidance on that matter of extraction. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I don't think we have a chairman LC1 here, but I think that would do, because we have got so many other forums that the ministry does, and that is part of that. At a great moment, we can always have them on board. That's what I know. So why don't we appreciate my panelists? Let's give them a hand of applause. And at the same time, let me also invite my co-moderator, because she's just going to take us through the final session of launching a Pit for People project. But again, we can use the same opportunity to have a group photo, including the team that is coming to launch. I think we can combine it together, right? Okay. So let's stand up and take our group photo for the presenters, and then we take on the seats. Then we do the last session of that day, which is also going to be a short one. Would it be better if we have even the previous speakers, right?
And Peter, yes. No, better up. Elizabeth. Would like to request the PS maybe to join also this photo moment, and the commissioner. And more photo moments are coming up. Thank you very much, colleagues, and yes. Thank you very much, colleagues. We would like now to transition into our next and last phase of the session, which is the launch of the project. And to start this session, first of all, I would like to request the team that is working on Pit for People to kindly stand up for recognition. And I would like on a special note to recognize Dr. Claudia Meyer, Head of Section, Environmental Policies, Biodiversity and Forestry from Germany. You're most welcome. I would also like to recognize Ms. Miriam Fernando, Head of the Rural Development Programs in 08th Uganda. Just wave to the people such that they know who you are. And the entire team, the entire team working on Pit for People, please stand up such that the PS and the participants can see the team that is going to work on this project from 08th side. Also, colleagues from MSF, FAO, thank you very much. Just stand up for recognition. I would like then to call the project coordinator, Pit for People project, Mr. Simon, to just take us through the Pit for People project. What is this project that we are talking about in, I don't know, 2 minutes or 3 minutes, if you can. It's a big challenge, but I know you will manage. So let's welcome Simon.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon again, everyone. I hope there's still some energy in the room. It's very ambitious, 4 minutes, let's maybe say 6, and I'll go through the presentation. But where's the thing for forwarding the presentation? Somebody can, okay. Okay, again, thank you very much on behalf of the team. It's a huge honor for me to be introducing the project to all of you. And I will be very brief. I will give some context, but then go directly into what the project will be about. Some of you are already familiar. Others, for others, this is very new, so I will be talking about this. Peat for People is a project that is dedicated to the sustainable peatland management and recognizing this huge importance of peatlands that has been elaborated on by some of our speakers today for climate regulation, biodiversity conservation, and ultimately human well-being. We will have a look and see the challenges that peatlands face and how Peat for People aims to make a difference in this area. Peat for People is a global project designed to promote sustainable peatland management, and while peatlands may sometimes seem as niche ecosystems, I think through this project we recognize how important they are for human well-being, not even as a climate, even for climate stability, but also for biodiversity and livelihoods, as has already been shown quite impressively by some of the speakers. Peat for People will focus as a global project on Uganda and Rwanda, and two countries with quite important peatland resources and, so to say, regional hotspots of peatlands. So the global goal of Peat for People, and this underlines, I think, what has been said on the panel just a few minutes ago, is to improve technical and financial capacities of the relevant stakeholders for the sustainable management of peatlands. I won't go into much detail about this because it has already been explained. Peatlands store vast amounts of carbon and serve as crucial water regulators. Uganda and Rwanda have important peatland areas, 6,900 square kilometers in Uganda and 1,300 in Rwanda, and we can find peatlands across a range of different ecosystems in those two countries, and on highlands, in the peat swamps, in valleys and floodplains, so a whole diversity of different ecosystems. Peatlands just cover very few of the Earth's surface, as has been already stated, but they store a lot of carbon. As we can see when you compare it, for example, to other major terrestrial ecosystems. Peatlands are the most carbon dense of those terrestrial ecosystems. But looking beyond carbon sequestration and storage, peatlands perform important functions for water regulation, provisioning, mitigate risk of natural hazards such as floods and droughts, provide food, fiber, and fuel for millions, and are home to numerous highly specialized animals and plant species. As we saw in the previous presentations, when peatlands are conserved, restored, sustainably managed, they provide powerful nature-based solutions to address a whole number of development environmental challenges. Despite the importance and despite their contributions to solve some of our most urgent problems, drainage by land use change, agricultural expansion, climate change, overexploitation are leading to peatland degradation. And then, as it has been stated, drained peatlands carbon cycle reverses and they become emitters of greenhouse gases rather than this highly effective carbon sink that we have or getting to know. So currently peatlands degradation contributes around 4% to global emissions. And historically, of course, the global north has been overexploiting their peatland resources very heavily. And as Jan Peters already said, Germany has about probably 5% of peatlands, intact peatlands left. So we come also in with the necessary humility, I think, as a German corporation into this topic. For Uganda and Rwanda particularly, Uganda being one of the most important emitters of emissions from greenhouse gas emissions in Africa, it is estimated that they equal about 50% of national fossil fuel and cement emissions. So they
make up a very high share of the two partner countries' emissions. Without intervention and continued peatland degradation, these emissions could increase dramatically, and peatlands could also stop providing those nature-based solutions that we are depending on. And this is where P4People comes in. P4People is, the global project is funded by the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, EMZ, with a global budget of 9.5 million euros. The project will have a period of 3 years until end of 2027. It's implemented jointly, as you all know, by FAO, the Michael Sukkar Foundation, Partner the Grassroots Mile Center, and GIZ. And partner ministries in the two partner countries are the Ugandan Ministry of Water and Environment and the Rwandan Ministry of Environment. P4People, as has been shown throughout this event, I think, is not an isolated effort, but it builds on what previous projects have already been able to establish in the partner countries. And we have seen the interventions and the successes of the countries such as the Transboundary Water Corporation and the Nile Basin and the Dipole Sea project. So these P4People is built on those valuable lessons learned, on those frameworks already established, elaborated, on the capacity already existing within the partner ministries, and to go a step further on the peatland topic. And I think the project implementing the partners have a richness of experience, knowledge, and networks on peatlands that they will bring into the project, as well as our political partners. So P4People will work through 4 core areas, 4 outputs that will be capacity building, showcasing sustainable value creation, developing the basis for financing mechanisms, and facilitating regional and international knowledge exchange. The overarching aim, of course, is to enhance capacities on sustainable peatland management. One key aspect of this project is developing assessment and monitoring tools to guide policy decisions. It has been discussed on the panel just a couple of minutes ago. There's a need for those tools to be able to formulate well-founded strategies and policies that will enhance the sustainable management of peatlands in the partner countries. Tools, we're talking about tools, for example, as management guidelines, greenhouse gas monitoring, in order to be able to integrate peatland emissions specifically into the national greenhouse gas inventories, biodiversity monitoring methodologies, and enhancing technical assessments, such, for example, hydrological functions, modeling, bringing in scientific knowledge support, data collection and management. It has been stated that there is data that it needs probably to be enriched and managed in a way that it can influence, that it can serve as a foundation for well-based policy decisions. Then polludiculture, it has been discussed as a promising way to balance both conservation and economic development. P4People will establish demonstration sites in Uganda to showcase this sustainable peatland use. And the idea is that by showing to local farmers, local enterprises, and also taking these examples to the regional, the international level, other farmers and small, medium enterprises, investors may follow into the polludiculture sector. The project will partner with SMEs and develop, design, improve sustainable products already existing to create local value. And those options for polludiculture that will be showcased on the Ugandan demonstration site serve also as a basis to explore options in Rwanda. Then sustainable financing. we've talked about it, it's very critical for long-term peatland conservation to increase financial incentives to conserve these ecosystems. And the demonstration site will also be used to explore other income-generating options, such as carbon markets, biodiversity credits, and payments for ecosystem services that have been addressed in one of the keynote speeches. Carbon credits being a relatively new concept for peatlands with evolving standards, etc. So there has to be a lot of work put into testing methodologies and advancing Uganda's position as a peatland pioneer and attracting further investment into the sector. So by ensuring that peatland conservation is financially viable, we can secure long-term commitment from governments, businesses, and communities. And last but not least, knowledge sharing at the regional, at the international level. P2P will establish a regional forum to connect policymakers, researchers, practitioners, as well as civil society to increase the knowledge base for sustainable peatland management. Knowledge may exist, the knowledge is often dispersed and in some cases not readily shared across all those relevant actors. Increasing thus the visibility and the impact of the partner countries also in international negotiations in global platforms such as UNFCCC or the CBD. So strengthening international cooperation exchange will ensure that best practices on all those topics are shared across the region and internationally. So to conclude, let me just emphasize that peatland conservation is not just an environmental issue, and it's a climate, it's a biodiversity, it's ultimately a human livelihoods issue. And that's, I think, the main motivation for this project. Restoring degraded peatlands and using existing peatlands sustainably can reduce global emissions, enhance biodiversity, improve water security, so improve and enhance nature-based solutions provided by peatlands. And we hope, and we are quite confident that Peat for People will represent a major step towards achieving these goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simon. I would like to request you that you stand right over there, and I would like to request the colleagues to bring that the signature board down. It's there? That's okay? Okay, the photographer said that it's okay, so we are going into that moment, the long-awaited moment, actually. Simon, you could wait from the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, I would like to invite PS to request, actually, PS to come forward to kickstart this process. Before we go into the project launch, Bwana PS, when we started working on the IPOCE project on peatlands, when we came to your team, they told us that they needed something that they would use in the field to really monitor and assess these peatlands. So the IPOCE project procured 2 pit coverers for the ministry, and the teams have been using underwater quality equipment, and would like to use this opportunity to officially hand over this equipment to you. I would like to request Dr. Maute to come as one of our contributions from the IPOCE project, but also this equipment will be very important in the other project. So before we launch the other project, we need to be sure that at least the teams are well equipped. So I would like to request Carol and Asadu to bring forward the pit coverer and the equipment such that we hand over them officially to Bwana PS, and then we can move into the launch of Pit for People. Asadu and your team. Asadu had prepared to demonstrate to us how to use the pit coverer, but in the interest of time, the pit coverer is that equipment that you're seeing on those banners, which we use to really assess whether our wetlands have pit or if they don't have pit. summer.
So we are going to use this opportunity to hand over the equipment from the closing program to the ministry team. I think the ministry team has, the colleagues here have done a great job in terms of mapping peatlands in Uganda. And it's time to hand over to the ministry, but also to the new team. And this is the short version. You can see the big bag down here. I don't know how many meters are there. So there's 15 meters and 10. We thought maybe we would, unpack it. It would go from there to here. But we are giving you the short version. And thank you very much to the ministry and the whole team.
It looks like a boat, eh? But its work is there. You can see on that platform. Really appreciate and thank you so much. It is going to go a long way to deepen our knowledge and get credible evidence that will support our understanding of this very useful resource. So thank you so much. And to my team, put them to very great use. Thank you.
I want to hand more. These are the water testing kits for the water quality of the peat, and the others we don't have to. We hand these also, but I don't know if the PS is strong. It is very heavy. Huh?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much, Dr. Maute. And now I would like to invite the PS and the colleagues. Dr. Claudia Maya, please come forward. FAO representative, German Embassy. Miriam, head of project, please come forward. Jan Peters, kindly move forward. And Commissioner, please move forward. And we officially launch the Pit for People project. We have some scissors there. Yes, we can do it from there. It's not cake, but we shall count from 1 up to 3, and then the ribbon will be cut, and they will sign. Yes, you can hold the ribbon. You can support each other. So at the count of 1, 2, and 3. Yes. Thank you very much. We would like to request you to sign the signature board, as you have already alluded, your commitment to this project, but also to the work on peatlands in Uganda and Rwanda. I would like also to request a professor from Rwanda to really represent the people of Rwanda in this project. So, Professor, do we also have other colleagues from Rwanda? Yes, Professor, you will also join the line to sign on behalf of people from Rwanda. And after that, I would like to request that you stay for a photo, and then I will welcome the PS to give us his remarks and also to officially close. Laurent has also reliably informed me that as part of the ongoing initiatives of the Water Week, there is a painting which we will also sign. So Laurent, if you could also organize the painting such that the colleagues can sign as well. Maybe we'll put it. Yeah. So colleagues, after signing, you just come and line up here for a group photo. Colleagues, can we organize ourselves? If the signature is done, we can arrange for the group photo. Group photo on the official launch of Pit for People project. We are not seeing the smiles, but I think we can say Pit. Thank you very much. I think now let's get ready. I think we would like to request the PS to sign the signature, the portrait, the art piece. This one. Okay.
So that shows the whatever has happened since morning is captured in that. Okay. Okay. Thank you. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Environment of Rwanda, represented by the Director General, the Deputy Head of Cooperation, German Cooperation in Uganda, the country representative of Food and Agriculture Organization, the head of Rural Development Program, GS8 Uganda, the head of Projects Transboundary Water Corporation, the Nile Basin, the head of Section Environment Policies, Biodiversity and Forestry, GS8 Germany, development partners here, the civil society organizations represented here, and all the other non-state actors, colleagues from central and local government, ladies and gentlemen, the media. Allow me to warmly welcome you to the Ministry of Water and Environment and thank you for taking time to participate in this event taking place right now at our auditorium and all the other events in the ministry during this week. This afternoon we had interactions on two events: peatland as a nature-based solution to climate change. Experiences from Rwanda and Uganda were shared, and we have had the launch of the Sustainable Peatland Management for People, Climate, and Biodiversity. That is Peat for People project. The discussion this afternoon have reiterated the need for the sustainable management of peatland. Furthermore, they have highlighted the need for strategies that not only protect them, but also promote regulated use, so that we do not lose the nature-provided carbon sinks. The discussions have also identified the need for collaboration, without which this great resource will diminish. Colleagues, as stated, globally, peatland is a very vital resource, although it covers only 3% of our planet. But its benefits is immense. It beats all the world forests. Therefore, by conserving, protecting, and restoring peatlands globally, we can reduce emissions and revive an essential ecosystem that provides many services for people, planet, and climate change. Distinguished participants, Uganda recognizes the importance of peatlands as a nature-based solution for climate and nature. In its updated nationally determined contribution 2022, we set the target of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 24.7% by 2030. Peatlands are targeted to contribute to this emission reduction significantly. As we embark on NDC revision process, the need to build technical and financial capabilities for peatlands management cannot be overlooked. We are lucky that the bulk of our peats are within the swamps, and they are now protected by law. So, my sister from Uchiga, Rwanda, we actually issued a circular, and this is part of the wetland that is already gazetted, and it is protected by law. Nobody can exploit it unless if, commercially especially, if they have the EIA. So please make sure you enforce that. I've been reliably informed that the Policy Dialogue and Knowledge Management on Climate Protection Strategies, that is DIAPOL CE, is closing, and the successor is Peat for People project, which is already underway. I'm quite confident that the new project will further strengthen science-based policy decisions on peatlands management, capacity for its management, and piloting new and innovative value chains on peatlands, and a pathway to leveraging financing mechanisms for peatland management in Uganda and the region. We are very appreciative of the warm working relationship with the government of Germany and the contribution made to the water and the environment sector by the people of Germany. As a front runner in peatlands management in Africa, the Ministry of Water and Environment is committed to building stronger partnerships. I therefore look forward to close engagements with the new team, strengthen the capacity of and physical participation of my ministry staff. As I conclude, allow me to thank our partners, the government of Germany, GIZ, Greifswald Meyer Center, GMC, FAO, and MS Isuko, for all that you have done to make sure that this project comes to life. With these very many words, and also let me first express my apologies. I was supposed to be here earlier, but I was in the boss's office. I could not escape otherwise. So, but thank you, David, for standing in and also accepting to flag the meeting without waiting for me, because it would be rude for me to hold you guys for long. I gave him the go-ahead. So with this, I'd like to declare this event closed and our implementation of PEAT for people on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, PS. In our culture, when elders finish speaking, you don't speak again, but please allow me to say something. We have some snacks. Good people, where are the snacks? It has been a long day, and feel free to talk to each other. Yes, thank you very much for being a very patient audience. I think the snacks are outside. Some tea. Where? This side. Robert, can you guide us? Where exactly? Just outside. Okay.
Yes, it is very important. Please, you need to, so that he knows who it is. Is that thing that yours? There, come.
I take the opportunity to welcome you to day 3 of our 8th Uganda Water and Environment Week. So today we shall be discussing sub-theme 2, which is water and environment for climate action.
So working as countries, especially when it comes to the aspect of the mitigation, it is not very, very straightforward to talk about the transboundary issues, because the emissions that you are accounting for are emissions that are coming from your own countries. So that one, I think, it is not very clear into that direction, but we can have interventions that can contribute to reducing emissions in the region, and more so the aspect of the adaptation.
So what we do is we target at least 40% of the water that we extract from the environment, we give back to communities through water and sanitation projects across the country. So usually we would look at water-stressed areas, would give back water through putting in place boreholes, and this is really to balance our impact on within this market that we work in, which is Uganda.
And so we need to put our efforts together to make sure that water finds space in the COP agenda under the United Nations process.
Today's launch, or let's say phase 3 of this project, marks another milestone in the strong partnership between Germany and Uganda. That is why this morning feels like another milestone, as we are launching a new project that relates to catchment-based integrated water resource management. Uganda, through its Ministry of Water and Environment, has embarked on a crucial reform within the sector. The reform aims to establish effective management of water resources from the grassroots to the national level.
100 water filters have been distributed to water-stressed areas in the households of Napak and Orengedwat. And under energy saving, we've constructed 7 kitchens in 7 schools, fully installed with the cook stoves. And then we've trained 50 households as a sample in improved cook stoves construction. And then we supplied 320 energy-saving cook stoves to 320 households with the help of spouts.
I want to tell you that in order to be a person of influence, you must know who you are. Who are you? Many people, especially women, they don't know who they are. It is very important to know yourself. Don't let other people define you. Cherish your uniqueness. Be brutally honest in assessing your strengths and weakness. For it is only when you reach this conclusion that will build the confidence to really succeed.